Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I answer emails for a small company. One sender doesn't exist is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The email comes in while I'm halfway through a stale granola bar and a support ticket about a customer who insists our software ate their spreadsheet. Looks normal at first. Same subject line format we use internally when we forward something to the shared inbox. Same little paperclip icon because there's an attachment. Even the preview line is bland enough to be believable. Subject: Ray, invoice question, March from accounts payable app at northpinesystems.com to support at redmorrow.io attachment. Invoice March, PDF, Northpine Systems is one of ours. Small manufacturing outfit. We've been dealing with their invoices for years. The off part isn't dramatic. It's the kind of off you can explain away if you're tired. The sender address is in our VIP contact list, meaning it should auto-expand to a stored card with a name, phone number, and a last contacted date. When I hover over it, nothing pops up. No card, no little profile circle, just the bare email address, like it was typed into existence 5 seconds ago. I click anyway, because my morning is already a line of clicking anyway. The PDF opens in the preview pane, and it looks fine. Same logo as always, same billing address, same total amount, but the first page is blank white except for a faint gray line at the bottom like it didn't render correctly. Then, a fraction of a second later, the content snaps into place. I've seen PDFs lag, especially when people scan them on a printer that's older than I am. So I tell myself it's just that. But in that flicker, before the text loads, there's a smudge. Not a watermark exactly. More like a shadow of text in the center of the page, as if something had been there and then erased. The moment it resolves, it's gone. The invoice is clean. I try to recreate it by scrolling up and down, reopening the attachment, closing and opening the preview pane. It doesn't happen again. And that should be the end of it. A minor glitch. A momentary render artifact. Something my brain flagged because I've been sleeping poorly, and my caffeine intake is more aspirational than effective. Except the sender doesn't exist. I don't mean I've never seen them before. I mean the domain is wrong in a quiet way, a wrong that could sit inside your peripheral vision all day without you noticing. Northpine's domain is northpinesystems.com. We've had it in our address book since I started, but the email is northpinesystem.com. No S singular, a missing letter, a whole different domain. I swallow the last of the granola bar, and the oat dust sticks in my throat. And when I cough, it feels too loud in the office. It's only 8:17 a.m. on a Wednesday in late October, the kind of morning where the sky outside the windows is the color of wet cardboard. The building's HVAC clicks on and off like it's thinking about it. Someone on the floor above us is dragging a chair, the legs scraping in a slow, patient arc. Red Morrow isn't a real name. That's just what's printed on the cheap frosted glass sign by the stairs. We're a small SaaS company in Portland, Oregon, in a converted light industrial building that still smells faintly like machine oil when it rains. Our actual business is mundane. Inventory and invoicing software for small manufacturers who don't want to deal with ERPs, big enough to need their own HR department. We sell subscriptions and then spend most of our lives explaining how to reset passwords and where to find the export button. I am the person who answers emails. That makes it sound like I'm a robot in a hoodie. I'm not. I'm just the one who sits closest to the shared inbox and who didn't fight hard enough not to be the default support and billing person because I'm good at calming people down and making things sound less like our fault. My name is Mara Klein. I'm 32. I tell people I live in Portland, but I actually live in an apartment in Beaverton where the rent is slightly less insane, and I commute because it still feels like I'm earning something by doing it. My private flaw is small and humiliating. I need things to make sense, not philosophically. I mean in the petty, immediate. This should match that way. A misaligned icon on a website can ruin my mood. A crooked picture frame in a restaurant will pull my attention like a magnet. It's not a virtue. It's not even a useful trait. It just means I spend a lot of time pretending I'm relaxed while my brain chews on details like gristle. So the missing S in a domain name sits in my mind like a pebble under the tongue. I click into the email headers because I've learned over the years that a lot of we didn't send that disputes can be solved with boring metadata. Our ticketing system pulls the headers automatically. It's supposed to show the routing, from where, through which servers, when. Panel loads, sender, recipient, date, message ID, SBF, DKIM, all the acronyms that give people a sense of order. Everything is green. SBF, pass. DKIM, pass. DMARC, pass. The sending IP is familiar. It resolves to a mail service Northpine actually uses. A legit service, not a random server in a data center. It looks like the real thing, except for the domain. I glance at the office calendar on my second monitor, mostly as a way to anchor myself. There's an all hands next week. There's a reminder to submit Q4 billing projections. There's nothing about mystery email from a near identical domain. There never is. A Slack message pings from the engineering channel. Someone posted a meme about works on my machine. I don't even smile at it. My eyes keep going back to the from line. I forward the email to myself because that's what I do when I'm anxious. I create backups of things that make me anxious. And I open the company CRM and search Northpine. There it is, Northpine Systems. Contact list, billing history, domain northpinesystems.com. Their AP contact, app@northpinesystems.com. With the S, I copy and paste the one from the email northpinesystem.com into my browser. The page loads, white background, a basic corporate homepage, a logo that looks just like Northpine's, but slightly squashed, stock photos of people in hard hats, a contact us form, footer with an address. It's all wrong in the way that counterfeit bills are wrong, close enough to pass if you're in a hurry, and obviously wrong if you're trying not to be fooled. My palm has gone damp on the mouse. I refresh. The site flickers and then loads again, the same. The address at the bottom is a real Portland address, southeast something. I recognize the general area. I could drive there in 20 minutes if traffic is kind, but it might be scraped from somewhere. Anyone can type an address. I click. It's a block of text that says Northpine Systems has been serving the Pacific Northwest for over 20 years, which is true of the real Northpine. It's written in that generic way that could have come from anyone who's ever seen a business brochure. It doesn't tell me anything except that someone took the time to make it. My chair squeaks when I shift. The sound is sharp in my ears. I realize I've been holding my breath, like if I breathe, the whole thing will resolve itself as a joke, and I'll be embarrassed for reacting. Behind me, the office door swings open with a soft thud against the stopper. "Morning," someone says, voice rough with sleep. I turn. Caleb Mora, 28, male, our customer success manager, walks in carrying a paper coffee cup that smells like burnt beans and cinnamon syrup. He's wearing a windbreaker because he bikes in, even when it's cold enough to make his cheeks look raw. Caleb always looks like he's in a hurry even when he's standing still. He drops his backpack by his desk and peels his gloves off with his teeth. "You look like you're arguing with your screen," he says, nodding toward my monitor. "I'm kind of," I say. I could tell him it's nothing and go back to answering normal emails. That's the sensible option. It's a fake domain, maybe. A phishing attempt. It happens. But it's not asking me to click a weird link. It's not asking me to wire money. It's an invoice question, the sort of thing we get every day. It even includes the right invoice number. And that's what bothers me. The effort. Caleb rolls his chair over without waiting for an invite, a familiar violation of personal space that I usually don't mind because he's a friendly person and the office is small and we all borrow each other's air. "What's up?" he asks, leaning in. I swivel my monitor slightly so he can see. "Look at the sender," I say. He squints. "North Pine, read it." He reads it. His eyebrows lift. "Oh, missing letter. Yeah, could be a typo." "In the domain," he shrugs, but his mouth tightens a little. Caleb is not the type to spiral, but he's the type to recognize when something might become a problem that lands on his desk. Sometimes people set up alternate domains, like if the main one got blacklisted, or they changed IT providers. Then why does the website look like this? I click back to the browser tab and show him the homepage. Caleb's expression changes, not fear exactly, more like his brain shifting gears from banter to work. "That's weird," he says softly. We both stare for a second. The office around us keeps moving. The HVAC clicks again. Somewhere, a printer starts its warm-up cycle with a mechanical whir. Caleb says, "What's the email say?" I click back. The message body is short. "Hi, we have a question about the March invoice. Please confirm the amount due and the payment link. Thanks. Accounts payable, no name. No signature block. No phone number. Just accounts payable, like a person." Caleb taps the screen with one finger, careful not to actually touch it like it might smudge. "That's generic. North Pine's AP person is named Linda," I say before I can stop myself. I know this because I've emailed her 100 times, and because she signs her name with a cheerful exclamation point that feels like a choice, not a habit. Caleb glances at me. "You know their AP person by name. That's kind of impressive." "It's not," I say, but my cheeks heat anyway. I'm embarrassed by the intimacy of it. A private map of strangers created by repetition. Caleb leans back. "Okay, so it's either a scam or it's a legit email from someone who messed up their domain. Or someone is pretending to be them," I finish. He makes a face. "Yeah, we should loop in it. Except we don't have real IT. We have an outsourced guy named Brent who comes in once a month and tells us to update our passwords and then invoices us for network hygiene. We should loop in our CEO. Except our CEO is in Germany this week trying to close a deal with a distributor. And she is already cranky about small fires getting escalated. I swallow and feel my throat still rough from the granola bar. If it's a scam, they're not asking for money. They're asking for the payment link. Caleb nods slowly. Which goes to where? To our Stripe portal. It's a standard link. But if you reply with it, he says, and the email is fake, you're sending our payment link to someone else. They could pay, or they could use it to learn details. Or, he trails off, thinking. And if I ignore it, I say, and it's real, then North Pine thinks we're ignoring them. They'll email you, and you'll email me, and I'll have to explain why I didn't answer, and we'll all pretend that wasn't the reason. Caleb's mouth twists like he's trying not to smile at that because it's too true. His phone buzzes on his desk. He looks at it, then sets it face down. Who else is in? I glance at the empty desks. The lights above are still in night mode, dimmer than usual. It makes everything look slightly bruised. Gwen will be in soon, I say. As if on cue, the front door opens again, and a burst of cold air pushes in. Someone stamps their boots by the mat. Gwen Patel, 41, female, our operations manager, walks in with a canvas tote bag and a travel mug that always smells like mint tea. Gwen has the kind of presence that makes you sit up straighter without knowing you did it. She's not mean. She's just exact. The office runs on her exactness. She pauses when she sees Caleb at my desk. What's happening? Caleb gestures vaguely at my screen. Mara got a weird email, might be phishing. Gwen's face doesn't change much, but her eyes sharpen. Show me, I do. Gwen reads in silence, lips pressed together. The office sounds fill the gap. A distant siren on the street, the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchenette, the soft clicking of my keyboard as my fingers fidget on keys I'm not using. Finally, she says, do not reply. Caleb opens his mouth, but Gwen lifts a hand. Not dramatic, just final. Don't reply, she repeats. Forward it to me. Also forward it to Brent, and flag it in the ticketing system. If it's real, I say, and hate how small my voice sounds, we're going to look like we're ignoring them. Gwen looks at me then, really looks, like she's weighing not just the problem but me. We can call North Pine directly, she says, using the number we already have, not the website. Not anything in that email. We verify. We respond through the proper channel. That makes sense. It's the adult solution. I feel a small loosening in my chest. Okay, I say, and start to forward the email. Except when I click forward, the compose window opens and the original message body is gone. The subject line is there. The attachment is there. But the text field where the email body should be is blank, like the message never contained words at all. I stare at it. I close the window and open the email again. The message body is back. I try to forward it again. Blank. I do it a third time. Blank. Caleb frowns. Maybe it's some formatting thing. Gwen's face stays controlled, but her fingers tighten around her travel mug. Copy and paste the text into the forward. I highlight the message body and hit copy. I click forward, and when the blank compose window opens, I paste. Nothing appears. My cursor blinks in an empty field, like I pasted air. The office is suddenly very quiet to me, not because it is quiet, but because my attention has narrowed down to that blinking cursor, and the fact that something digital just refused a normal command. Gwen says, okay. Her voice is calm, but I can hear the edge of irritation, the kind that shows up when systems stop behaving like systems. Screenshot it. Send the screenshot. Caleb shifts in his chair, uneasy now. Yeah, do that. I press the screenshot shortcut. Green dims for a moment, the snipping tool overlay appearing. I drag a rectangle over the email. The capture window opens. The screenshot shows everything except the sender line. The subject is there, the date, the attachment. But where the from field should be, there's a clean white strip like someone erased it with a digital eraser. I don't say anything right away. I just turn the laptop slightly toward Gwen and Caleb so they can see. Caleb lets out a short laugh that dies before it becomes real. Okay, that's not normal. Gwen's jaw works once, like she's chewing on a thought. Outside, somewhere in the building, a door closes harder than it needs to. The sound cracks through the air. Gwen sets her mug down carefully. All right, she says. We do this in order, she points at Caleb. Call North Pine from the CRM number. Ask if they emailed us this morning. Ask if they have any domain changes. She points at me. Do not click anything else in that email. Do not reply. Export the full headers if you can. If you can't, we'll have Brent remote in. I nod. My hands feel slightly numb, like I've been holding something cold. Then Gwen hesitates. It's subtle, but I see it. The first crack in her certainty. Because there's another choice sitting there, unspoken. Do we treat this as a routine security weirdness? Or do we treat it as something that might already be inside our systems? Gwen looks between us, then at the email again. And she says, we decide whether we pull the plug. What do you mean? I ask. Network, she says, like the word tastes unpleasant. If this is malware or an intrusion, we isolate. We disconnect the office Wi-Fi, shut down the shared inbox access, stop any outgoing payment links until we know. Caleb's phone is already in his hand, thumb hovering over the call icon. That's a big move. It is, Gwen says. And now it's on us. Not in a dramatic, end-of-the-world way. In a small company way, where decisions are made by 3 people in a dim office at 8:22 a.m., while the rest of the world goes on without noticing. If we pull the plug and it's nothing, we lose half a day and annoy customers and maybe miss a payment. If we don't, and it's something, we might be inviting it to keep walking around. Gwen looks at me again, and I realize she's waiting for my input because I'm the one closest to the inbox, the one who's been staring at this for the last 10 minutes, the one who knows the rhythm of normal well enough to feel the break. My mouth is dry. Caleb says quietly, Mara. I stare at the email, at the missing S, at the clean green pass markers, at the attachment that looks like an invoice and might be something else entirely. I can feel the choice pressing down like a hand on the back of my neck. Call North Pine first, I say, because it buys us minutes, and because it feels like the last step before we do something that can't be undone. But if they say they didn't send it, we pull the plug. Gwen nods once. Okay. Caleb raises the phone to his ear, and I keep my eyes on the email because even though I'm not touching it, I can't shake the sense that it's watching the office back. Caleb puts the call on speaker without asking. The line rings once, twice. On the 3rd ring, someone picks up, breath close to the receiver. North Pine Systems, this is Linda. The sound of her voice is so normal it makes my shoulders sag for half a second. Hi, Linda, Caleb says, slipping into his customer voice like he's putting on a jacket. This is Caleb from Red Morrow. Quick question for you. Did you email our support inbox this morning about the March invoice? There's a short pause. I hear papers shifting on her end, a faint clack of keys. No, she says. Not today. I was going to actually. Why? Caleb and Gwen both look at me. We received an email, Caleb continues carefully. From accounts payable, asking us to confirm the March amount and payment link. Another pause, this one longer. That's odd, Linda says. I haven't emailed you yet. I was planning to reconcile March this afternoon. Has Northpine changed domains recently? Gwen asks, leaning closer to the phone. No, Linda says immediately. Same one we've had for years. Why? Caleb reads it out loud. northpinesystem.com, singular. There's a soft intake of breath on the other end. That's not ours, she says. Ours has the S. Do you know who might own that domain? I ask before I can stop myself. Linda makes a small, humorless laugh. Number should I? The office air feels heavier now. Less theoretical. We're not sure what this is yet, Gwen says smoothly. Just wanted to verify before we responded. You're not going to send them anything, are you? Linda asks. The calm in her voice has thinned. No, Gwen says. We won't. Good. Because we just wired out payroll yesterday, and I'm not in the mood for surprises. That detail lodges itself in my mind. Payroll. Wired out. Real money moving in real time. Has anyone at Northpine received emails from a similar domain? I ask. Not that I know of, Linda says, but I'll ask it. Please do, Gwen says. And if you see anything unusual, call us directly. Will do, Linda replies. Thanks for catching it. The line clicks dead. For a moment, no one speaks. Caleb lowers the phone slowly. Okay, so it's not them. Gwen nods once. Pull the plug. The words land harder now. Less abstract. Caleb stands immediately and crosses to the router cabinet by the kitchenette. He hesitates only a fraction of a second before flipping the power switch. The little green lights blink out one by one. The office Wi-Fi icon on my screen shifts from full bars to a hollow outline. Slack disconnects with a soft pop. The CRM freezes mid-refresh. The sudden absence of digital noise is louder than any alarm. We're still connected by Ethernet to the building's main line, but our internal network, shared drives, printer, ticketing system goes dark. Okay, Gwen says. We isolate, we call Brent, we document everything. Caleb is already dialing Brent's number. I stare at the email, now static on my screen. Without Wi-Fi, it's just cached pixels. Harmless looking. Except it is. Because when I try to click on another email, my cursor lags. Not internet lag, local lag. The spinning beach ball appears for a second, then disappears. I close the email tab. The window hesitates before responding. That's not Wi-Fi, I say quietly. Gwen looks at me sharply. What? My laptop's lagging. Caleb's call to Brent goes to voicemail. He leaves a message with too much forced cheer in it, then hangs up. Could just be because we killed the network, he says, but he sounds like he's convincing himself. I open Activity Monitor. CPU usage is spiking. There's a process running I don't recognize. A long string of letters and numbers, no recognizable app name. Do you recognize this? I ask, turning the screen toward them. Gwen leans in. No, Caleb squints. Is that normal? I click it. It won't force quit. My mouth feels dry again. Shut it down, Gwen says. I hold the power button until the screen goes black. The office feels smaller now. Caleb checks his own laptop. Mine's fine, he says after a second. No weird processes. Yet, Gwen says. We stand there in the dim office light, 3 adults who make payroll decisions and product roadmaps, suddenly reduced to staring at machines like they're misbehaving pets. My private flaw, the need for things to align neatly, starts gnawing at me. Because the header's passed. The domain looked legit at the server level. The site existed. The PDF flickered. The forward stripped the body. The screenshot erased the sender. And now my laptop runs a process I've never seen. It doesn't line up cleanly. It's messy. I hate messy. Okay, Gwen says, shifting into logistics mode. Mara, when was the last time you updated your OS? Last week, I say automatically. I always update. Did you click anything in the email? Just the PDF. Did you download it? No, preview only. Gwen presses her lips together. We don't know that preview didn't execute something. The idea settles into my stomach like a stone. Caleb rubs his face with both hands. If this is malware, and it's tied to a spoofed domain, they might be trying to intercept payments. Or harvest credentials, Gwen adds. Or map our client list, Caleb says. The room hums with low-level dread now. My phone vibrates in my pocket. The sound is sharp in the quiet. I pull it out. Unknown number, Portland area code. I let it go to voicemail. It rings again immediately. I glance at Gwen. She nods once. I answer. Hello. There's a slight delay, then a man's voice. Neutral. Professional. The kind of voice that sounds like it belongs in a cubicle. Hi, this is Daniel from North Pine Systems accounting team. I'm following up on an email we sent regarding the March invoice. My throat tightens. We just spoke to Linda, I say carefully. She said she hadn't emailed us. A pause. Yes, the man says smoothly. Linda asked me to follow up. We need the payment link urgently. Our system is showing the invoice as unpaid. Gwen's eyes lock on mine. She mouths, don't. We can't provide anything until we verify the domain issue, I say. What domain issue? The man asks, a faint edge creeping into his tone. The email we received came from northpinesystem.com. That's not your official domain. Silence. Then, very calmly, that's our secondary domain. We use it for certain accounting workflows. Linda had said no. I'm going to need you to call us from the number listed in our CRM, I say. My voice shakes slightly, and I hate that it does. That's unnecessary, he replies. This is time sensitive. If the payment isn't processed today, there may be penalties on our end. Penalties. Time sensitive. Payroll wired out yesterday. It's crafted to hit the exact pressure points of a small company like ours. We hate being the reason someone else is inconvenienced. We hate looking incompetent. Gwen leans closer to the phone. Daniel, she says, calm but firm. We will only communicate through verified channels. Please have Linda call us back from the number we have on file. Another pause, longer. You're making this more difficult than it needs to be, the man says. And you're asking us to bypass protocol, Gwen replies. The line goes dead. Caleb exhales slowly. That was not Linda. No, Gwen says. My phone buzzes again. Same number. I decline it. It buzzes again. Caleb looks toward the front door, as if expecting someone to try it next. We need Brent, he says. As if summoned by anxiety, Brent calls back. Brent Haverson, 52, male, our outsourced IT consultant, answers on the third ring. His voice is nasal and faintly irritated, like we've interrupted something more important. What's up? Gwen gives him the condensed version. Brent sighs. Okay, first, don't panic. I already shut down my laptop, I say. Good, he says. Do not turn it back on. Caleb, check your machine for any unknown processes. Gwen, same. We all comply. So here's the thing, Brent continues. If the headers passed SPF and DKIM, that means the sending server was authorized for that domain. But the domain is wrong, I say. Could be newly registered, he replies. If they set up mail servers properly, it can look legit. And the disappearing body, Caleb asks, could be some kind of HTML manipulation. Phishing kits get fancy. And the screenshot missing the sender, Gwen presses. Brent pauses. That's less common, he admits. The word hangs there. Could someone have access to our inbox already? I ask. If they did, Brent says, you'd likely see more obvious signs. Password changes. Login alerts. We all glance at the Slack notification area that is now offline. Okay, Brent says. Here's what we do. Mara, bring your laptop to my office. Don't power it on. I'll run a forensic scan. His office is 25 minutes away in Hillsborough. Today, Gwen asks. Yes, now. Feel a small spike of defensiveness. We can't just leave. You can if your network is compromised, Brent says flatly. The longer it's on, the more risk. Caleb runs a hand through his hair. What about customers? We're offline. Better offline than breached, Brent says. As if to underline the point, Caleb's laptop screen flickers. Just once. Then stabilizes. We all freeze. Did you see that? He asks. Gwen steps closer to his desk. The cursor on his screen moves. Not dramatically. Just a small nudge to the left, as if someone brushed the trackpad. Caleb slowly lifts his hands, palms up, showing he isn't touching it. The cursor moves again. A slow, deliberate slide toward the top right corner, toward the browser. Shut it down, Brent says sharply through the phone speaker. Caleb slams the power button. The screen goes black. The office is very quiet now, not metaphorically. The HVAC has clicked off. The printer is silent. Even the building above us seems to have paused. Gwen looks at me. I realize this is no longer just a suspicious email. This is a race. And it's personal now because I was the first to open it. Because my laptop was the first to spike. Because my need to just check the PDF might have been the door. My private fear that I can't tolerate loose threads, that I have to tug at them until they snap, is suddenly not abstract. I tugged, and something might have tugged back. Pack up, Gwen says. Caleb grabs his laptop and shoves it into his backpack without even closing it properly. I slip mine into its sleeve, hands shaking just enough to make the zipper catch. Gwen locks the router cabinet, though there's nothing left on inside. As we head for the door, my phone buzzes again. Same number. This time, there's a voicemail notification almost instantly. I don't want to listen to it. I press play anyway. The same calm male voice. Mara, he says, and my stomach drops because I never gave him my name. We're just trying to resolve this quickly. You don't want to make this worse for your company. The message ends with a faint click. Caleb and Gwen are both staring at me. He said your name, Caleb asks. I nod. Gwen's jaw tightens. We are leaving, she says. Outside, the sky has brightened a shade, but it doesn't feel like morning anymore. It feels like something already in motion. We lock the office door behind us, and as we step into the parking lot, I glance back at the dark windows of the building. For a second, I think I see the faint glow of a monitor inside, but that's impossible. We shut them all down. Brent's office is in a beige business park off N.E. Cornell Road in Hillsborough, tucked between a dental lab and a company that repairs industrial printers. It smells faintly of carpet glue and microwaved leftovers. The parking lot is mostly empty at 9:40 a.m. A few sedans angled under thin maple trees that have already dropped half their leaves. We drive separately, Gwen in her Subaru, Caleb on his bike, because he refuses to abandon it even now, and me gripping my steering wheel like it might slide away if I loosen my hands. My phone sits in the cup holder, face up. No more calls. That should feel like relief. It doesn't. Brent meets us at the door before we knock. He's wearing a fleece vest over a button-down shirt, glasses perched low on his nose. His office is small, 2 desks, 3 mismatched chairs, a server rack humming in the corner like an aquarium without water. "Put the laptops here," he says, pointing to a cleared space on the larger desk. I set mine down carefully, as if it's fragile glass instead of aluminum and circuits. Brent doesn't power it on immediately. He pulls a black external drive from a drawer and plugs it into his own workstation first. "We're going to image the drives," he says. "Forensics first." Then we poke. Caleb shifts restlessly behind me. He smells like cold air and sweat from the bike ride. "Can they still access them if they're off?" he asks. "If it's remote access, no," Brent says. "If it's something scheduled or embedded, that's what we're checking." Boots my laptop using a separate recovery environment from a USB stick. The screen glows to life, but it's not my usual desktop. It's sterile, black and white, command line text crawling up the display. The room feels too small now, all of us hovering around that glow. While the imaging runs, Gwen steps aside and calls our CEO in Germany. I hear fragments, possible compromise, isolated network, client impersonation. Her voice is steady, but her shoulders are tight. Brent watches the progress bar inch forward. "Here S what we're looking for," he says. "Persistence mechanisms, unknown executables, outbound connections, anything that shouldn't be there. And if we find it," I ask, "we remove it, change all passwords, audit access logs, notify clients if needed. If needed, the imaging finishes." Brent runs a quick scan. We wait. The room hums. The server rack fans whir softly. Someone down the hall laughs at something on speakerphone. The world continues, indifferent. Brent leans closer to the screen. "Okay," he says slowly. "There's something." My stomach clenches. He clicks into a directory, a file with a long string name similar to what I saw earlier in Activity Monitor. "Installed this morning," he says. Timestamp lines up with when you open the PDF. I close my eyes for a second. "So it was the attachment," Caleb says. "Looks like it," Brent replies. He opens the file details. "Outbound connections attempted," he murmurs. To an IP in, he squints. "Portland," he says. "Comcast residential." Gwen steps closer. "Residential? Yeah, not a data center, not Oz. Someone's house, maybe." The idea lands heavy. "This isn't some overseas bot farm?" Caleb asks. "Doesn't look like it," Brent says. He scrolls further. "And it looks like it tried to scan the local network for shared drives. The office, our shared drives. Did it succeed?" I ask. And shakes his head. "Hard to say yet. If your network was still up when it executed." We all look at each other. It had been for several minutes. "Check Caleb S," Gwen says. Brent boots Caleb's laptop the same way. We watch the progress bar again. Slower this time. Caleb shifts his weight from foot to foot. He hasn't sat down. When the scan finishes, Brent's expression tightens. "Same executable," he says. "Installed 5 minutes after Mara's." My chest feels hollow. It jumped. Caleb says, "Likely through the network," Brent replies. "Shared drive vulnerability, maybe." "Is it still active?" Gwen asks. "Not while powered down, but if you turn them on normally, it might try again." "So we just wipe them," I say. That's one option, Brent says. But first, we need to see what it accessed. He clicks into network logs. Okay, he says. It enumerated your shared billing folder. I picture the folder structure in my head. Clients, invoices, 2024 Northpine Systems. Names and amounts and payment links. Did it copy anything? Gwen asks. Outbound data transfer was minimal before you shut down, Brent says. Could have been reconnaissance. The word feels militaristic in this cramped office. Can you trace the IP? Caleb asks. Brent opens a browser and runs a lookup. The IP resolves to a general area in northeast Portland, near Alberta Street. That's not far, Caleb says. No, Gwen says quietly. Brent leans back. We can file a report with the FBI cyber unit or local police. But realistically, residential IPs can be spoofed or proxied, and they rotate. So that's it, Caleb says. We just reset and hope. Not quite, Brent says. He opens another tab. While you were driving here, he says, I checked your company's domain logs. Gwen's head snaps up. And your DNS records were changed at 8:31 a.m. We all freeze. Changed how? I ask. Brent turns the screen so we can see. An MX record was added, he says, for northpinesystem.com. My mind stutters. That's not our domain, I say. No, Brent says. But someone added a mail exchange record to your DNS pointing to that domain. I feel dizzy. That means, Caleb starts. It means if someone mistypes your domain in an email, Brent says, it could be routed through their server. A slow, cold understanding spreads through the room. They're intercepting, Gwen says. Potentially, Brent replies. And the DNS change required admin access to your domain registrar. Gwen looks at me. Who has that access? Me, I say. My voice sounds distant. And you? And our CEO, she adds. Brent clicks into the audit log. The login came from, he squints again, a VPN endpoint. But authenticated with your credentials, Gwen. Gwen's face drains of color. That's not possible, she says. I didn't log in. Password reuse? Brent asks. No, she says sharply. I use a password manager. Caleb looks between us. Could they have grabbed it from the network before we shut down? Unlikely that fast, Brent says. More likely phishing, credential stuffing, or he stops. What? I ask. He scrolls further down the log. There was a login attempt to the registrar at 7:58 a.m., he says. Failed. I glance at the clock on the wall. I open the email at 8:17. So they tried before the email, Caleb says. Looks like it, Brent replies. A chill runs through me. They knew, I say quietly. Knew what? Gwen asks. That we were going to open it. The room goes still. Brent shakes his head. No, they probably sent it to multiple targets, or they were probing your domain ahead of time. But the timing feels deliberate. Tight. My phone buzzes again. This time, it's a text message from an unknown number. You're making this harder than it needs to be. My breath catches. Caleb reads it over my shoulder. That's not okay, he says. Gwen's composure cracks for the first time. How do they have her number? I think of our website, our team page, my contact email listed under support. My phone number isn't there, but LinkedIn is, and my resume used to be public. Brent says, they're escalating because you shut down the network. They can see that, Caleb asks. If they had access before, they might have noticed the connection drop. My heart pounds so hard it feels mechanical. Call the police, Gwen says. Brent hesitates. For what? Suspicious texts. They'll take a report. Then we file one, she says. We step outside into the parking lot to get better reception. The air is colder now, the sun higher, but still pale. Caleb dials non-emergency Portland police. We wait on hold. A car door slams somewhere behind us. I flinch so hard my elbow hits Brent's car. Pain shoots up my arm. Caleb glances at me. It's just someone leaving. A woman in scrubs walks past, keys in hand, barely looking at us. Misdirection. My brain filling in threat where there is none. When the dispatcher answers, Caleb explains. Suspicious email. Malware. DNS tampering. Threatening texts. The dispatcher sounds bored. Have you lost money? She asks. No, Caleb says. Has anyone made direct threats of physical harm? There's a pause. No, he admits. Then file a report online, she says. Cybercrimes Division will review. The call ends. Gwen stares at the asphalt. So we're on our own. Brent clears his throat. Not entirely. He gestures for us to come back inside. There's another thing, he says once we're seated again. He pulls up a log from your domain registrar. At 8:42 a.m., after the MX record change, he says, a new admin user was added. My pulse thunders. Username, Gwen asks. Brent swallows. Klein admin. My stomach drops through the floor. That's me, I whisper. No, Gwen says immediately. That's not you. It's my initials, I say. My last name. Caleb looks at me like he's trying to measure something in my face. I didn't do that, I say, and I hear how thin it sounds. Brent scrolls. The account was created using your company email, he says. But the network was still up then, Caleb says, before we shut it down. So they had access, Gwen says. Brent nods slowly. They may still. The room feels like it's tilting. Can we remove the account? I ask. Brent moves his mouse. Password reset required, he says. Sent to the admin email, which is mine. My phone buzzes again. An email notification from our registrar. Password reset request. Klein admin, I stare at it. They're trying to reset it now, Caleb says. No, Brent says quietly. That was triggered when I clicked remove. We all look at him. But the email is from northpinesystem.com, I say. It is. The reset link is routed through the spoofed domain. They're sitting in the middle, Gwen says. Brent nods. They've positioned themselves between you and your own domain controls. My breath comes shallow. So what do we do? Caleb asks. Brent's jaw tightens. We go to the registrar in person. We all stare at him. They have a physical office downtown, he says, near Pioneer Square. If we can verify identity in person, we can lock down the account and purge unauthorized access. That's insane, Caleb says. We can't just show up. Better than letting them keep control, Brent says. Gwen checks the time. It's 10:27 a.m. Downtown traffic at this hour is unpredictable. If they change anything else in DNS, Brent continues, they could reroute your website, intercept client emails, or worse. The trap tightens in my chest. My need for things to align neatly is gone now. There's no neatness. There's only a moving target and us chasing it. My phone buzzes again. Another text. You're too late. I feel something inside me shift. That's the moment. The point where this stops being a matter of cautious containment and becomes a race we can't opt out of. If we stay here, they continue to operate inside our digital house. If we go downtown, we expose ourselves further, phones on, devices in bags, moving through public space, while someone who knows my name watches. Gwen looks at me. Are you okay? She asks. No, but that's irrelevant. We go, I say. Because retreat now means surrendering control of our own domain. And if they control that, they control everything that looks like us. We grab our laptops again. As we head toward the cars, I glance down at my phone. Another notification. A login alert. Your email password was successfully changed. I didn't change it. And suddenly, we're not racing to prevent a breach. We're racing because we're already inside one. We take 26 East like it's a fire escape. Gwen drives in front of me, her Subaru's taillights a steady red punctuation in the gray. Caleb threads traffic on his bike behind us, stubborn and reckless in a way that makes my stomach tighten every time a car drifts too close. Brent follows in his aging Corolla, one hand on the wheel, the other holding his phone like he's waiting for it to explode. The rain starts somewhere around the Vista Ridge tunnel, not dramatic sheets, just a fine mist that turns every windshield into a smear of lights and moving shadows. My wipers squeak with every pass. The radio keeps trying to reconnect to Bluetooth and failing. That hollow little beep beep repeating like an apology. My email password alert sits on my phone screen like a bruise. Your email password was successfully changed. There's a button beneath it. Secure your account. It's almost funny, like putting a padlock on a door after the room's already been emptied. My hands ache from gripping the wheel. I keep imagining invisible hands in the wires, in the air, in the space between my phone and the towers. You with us? Gwen's voice crackles through my car speakers. She's on speakerphone with all of us connected. Her breath sounds controlled, but fast. Yeah, I say. Caleb's voice cuts in, wind-torn. I'm behind you. Don't slow down. Brent says, don't speed up either. If you crash, you won't be able to sign anything. That's the problem with panic. It makes every sensible sentence sound like it belongs to someone else's life. Downtown Portland swallows us in familiar ways. The river to the right, the skyline low and blunt against the clouds, the bridges like ribs. We merge off 405 and head toward Pioneer Square, the streets slick and crowded with buses breathing diesel, pedestrians hunched under umbrellas. Gwen parks in a paid lot on SW Alder, close enough to run, far enough that you still have to navigate around tourists and lunch crowds, and people who don't know you're coming apart on the inside. Caleb skids up beside us, brakes squealing. He hops off his bike and locks it to a rack with shaking fingers. Leave it, Gwen says too sharply. We don't have time, Caleb glares. I'm not leaving my bike unlocked downtown. Gwen's jaw tightens, but she doesn't argue. That's how I know she's scared. We hurry along SW 5th, then cut toward a glass and stone building with a lobby that smells like wet wool and lemony cleaning solution. The registrar's name is on a plaque by the entrance. It's not flashy. It's just a company that exists to keep names attached to places. Inside, the lobby is bright in a way that feels wrong today. Polished tile, a security desk, a small line of people holding folders and phones. And right away, my brain starts doing what it does when it wants to protect me. It picks one person in the line and decides they're the threat. A man in a dark jacket, mid-30s, standing too still, a backpack at his feet, his hair cut close on the sides. He's looking at his phone without really looking at it. My skin tightens. Caleb leans toward me. What? Nothing, I say, because I don't want to sound crazy, because I don't want my fear to become real just by naming it. Gwen strides to the security desk like she belongs there, which she does. She talks to the guard with clipped politeness. The guard listens, then picks up a phone and makes a call. We wait in a corner near a potted plant that looks fake, but probably is. My phone buzzes again. A new email notification from our registrar. Request approved DNS change pending. My heart stutters. I open it. It's in my name. From mklein admin at our domain. My mouth goes dry so fast my tongue sticks. Gwen sees my face change and snatches the phone gently, like she's removing a knife from a child. What is it? They're pushing another DNS change, I say. Brent leans in. Show me. Gwen holds my phone so he can see. Brent's eyes flick quickly. They're trying to change your record, he says. That would redirect your website. To what? Caleb asks. Brent scrolls. Could be a clone. Could be a credential harvest page. Could be to make clients think you're down so they call their support number, which is them. Gwen's expression hardens. Time, she says. We don't have any. The security guard comes back around the desk. Follow me, he says. We're led past the lobby into a smaller office area with carpet that smells like old coffee. The guard opens a door to conference room with a round table and a wall-mounted screen. The room is too warm, the kind of warm created by people working near machines all day. A woman in business casual stands up as we enter, smoothing her blouse like she's doing it for herself. Tessa Lang, 39, female. Her nameplate reads Account Security, extends her hand. Hi, she says. I'm Tessa. I understand you're experiencing unauthorized access. Gwen launches into it, concise, factual, like she's reading a report she's already written in her head. Email impersonation. DNS changes. New admin added. Password reset interception. Active changes pending. Tessa's eyes narrow slightly as she listens, not in disbelief, more in the way someone focuses when they realize this isn't a simple, I forgot my password. Okay, she says when Gwen finishes. We can help, but we need to verify you are who you say you are. ID and proof of business ownership. Gwen's tote bag is already open. She pulls out a folder like she's been carrying it for months. Business registration, tax documents, a copy of the domain purchase receipt, printed logs Brent sent her on the drive. Caleb stares at the folder like it's a magic trick. I keep copies, Gwen says, as if it's obvious. Tessa nods appreciatively. Good, that makes this easier. She opens her laptop and types quickly, eyes flicking between screens. I'm going to place a temporary lock on your domain, disable all current admin sessions, and revoke all API tokens. Do it, Gwen says. Tessa hesitates. When I do, anyone currently logged in will be kicked out. That can trigger escalation attempts. We're already there, I say before I can stop myself. Tessa looks at me. You're Mara, I nod. She softens a fraction. Okay, then we're going to work fast. She clicks something. My phone buzzes. A text. Nice try. My stomach drops. They know, I whisper. Gwen's eyes flash to my phone. Keep it, don't respond. Tessa doesn't react much, but her fingers speed up. Lock is in place, she says. Brent exhales like he's been underwater. Tessa continues. I'm seeing an unauthorized admin added this morning. That's the one, Gwen says, pointing. mklein admin. Tessa clicks into the user details. Created with an email address that matches your domain, she murmurs, but verified through an alternate route. Through the spoofed MX record, Brent says. Tessa looks at him sharply. You know your stuff. I get paid to, Brent replies, not smiling. Tessa says, I'm going to purge that account. But if your email is compromised, we can't rely on email-based verification anymore. We need to shift to stronger verification hardware token or app-based two-fa tied to a device you physically control. Gwen's phone is on the table. We can do app-based. Tessa nods. Okay. We're going to reset the primary admin credentials here in person and attach two-fa to Gwen's device. That will cut off remote manipulation unless they have her phone. Unless the word hangs between us. My own phone feels suddenly like a liability, like a beacon. Tessa turns the wall-mounted screen on and pulls up our domain record. It's surreal seeing our business represented as a few lines of text and numbers. There it is, the MX record pointing toward northpinesystem.com. Tessa highlights it. Removing this, she says, her cursor hovers. And then my phone rings. Unknown number, my chest tightens. It's like my body recognizes the shape of it. Gwen reaches for my phone without looking at me. She declines the call. It rings again instantly. Decline, again, decline. Tessa's face remains calm, but her eyes flick to the door. Are you being harassed? Yes, Gwen says flatly. Tessa nods once, then clicks remove. The MX record disappears. Half a second, the room feels lighter, like we've cut a wire. Then Tessa's laptop pings. A new prompt appears. Domain transfer initiated pending approval. My breath catches. Brent swears quietly. What does that mean? Caleb asks. It means they're trying to move your domain to a different registrar, Tessa says, voice sharper now. If they succeed, you lose control. But you just locked it, Gwen says. I did, Tessa replies, already typing. But transfers can be initiated and then fought. We need to prevent it at the registry level. She opens a different panel. Registry lock request, she says. This is more serious. It requires manual approval. She picks up her desk phone and starts dialing. The room turns into a machine. Tessa on the phone, speaking quickly in language that sounds like a different alphabet. Brent leaning close, pointing at timestamps. Gwen sitting rigid, hands flat on the table. Caleb pacing in a tight circle because he can't sit still. Me staring at my phone, feeling the weight of my name being used like a crowbar. There's a lull, a brief breath while Tessa is on hold. And in that lull, the door handle turns. The conference room door opens a crack. A man's face appears just for a second. Dark jacket, close cropped hair. The man from the lobby. His eyes land on me like he already knows where I am. Then he steps into the room. Evan Dorsey, 36 male. I don't know his name yet, but later I will, because Tessa will say it out loud to the police, because it will become part of a report. For now, he's just a stranger with steady hands and a posture that screams entitlement. Hey, he says, voice calm, friendly even. Sorry, I think I'm in the wrong room. But his eyes don't scan the room the way someone lost would. They lock on Tessa's laptop, on the wall screen, on Gwen's folder. Caleb steps between him and the table without thinking. You are in the wrong room, Caleb says. Evan raises both hands slightly. My bad. I was told to come back here for account recovery. Tessa's head snaps up. Her voice stays professional, but something hard slips into it. This is an internal security room. Who told you to come back here? Evan smiles faintly. Front desk. The security guard would not. Gwen stands. Close the door. Caleb reaches for it, but Evan's foot slides forward, blocking. Everything happens fast and also strangely slow because my brain is trying to catch up. Evan's eyes flick to my phone on the table. The screen is lit from the repeated calls. Mara, he says quietly. My stomach drops again, like it has a trapdoor. I don't answer. Caleb says, "Back up." Evan's smile thins. "You're making a mistake. This doesn't need to get messy." Tessa is still holding the phone to her ear, but she's no longer talking. Her eyes are on Evan. Brent stands, a little awkwardly, as if his body isn't used to threat. "You need to leave." Evan takes one step in. Caleb shoves him, not a dramatic movie shove. A real one, 2 hands in the chest, a burst of force meant to create distance. Evan stumbles back, hits the doorframe with his shoulder. The impact makes a dull sound, flesh against wood. For a heartbeat, I think he's going to retreat. Instead, Evan's hand drops into his jacket pocket. My lungs seize. He pulls out not a gun, not a knife, an object that looks like a thick key fob with a metal tip. A USB device. He holds it up like a warning. "You don't understand how easy this is," he says, voice still calm. "You lock one door, I use another. You pull one plug, I walk in through the wall." Caleb's face is pale. "Why are you here?" Evan's eyes flick to me again. "Because she started pulling threads." My knees feel loose. I flaw my insistence on making sense of things turns into a physical shame. Like I've done something wrong by noticing. Gwen's voice cuts through, sharp. "Security." Tessa finally speaks into the phone fast. "Security in conference room 3. Now, Evan hears that and his eyes sharpen. The comm cracks. He lunges toward the table, not at me. At the laptop, at the wall screen, at the folder. Caleb grabs him around the shoulders, dragging him back. They slam into the wall with a wet thud. Caleb grunts pain, effort. Evan twists, elbowing Caleb hard in the ribs. Caleb gasps and his grip loosens. Evan's hand reaches toward Tessa's laptop. Brent moves on instinct, grabs the laptop, and yanks it away. The cord catches, the laptop slips, slams against Brent's hip, then tumbles. It hits the floor with a crack that makes my stomach flip. The screen goes black. Tessa swears, loud and human. "No." Evan's mouth pulls into something like a grin, feral now. "That's it. That's all I needed." "What did you do?" Gwen snaps. Evan doesn't answer. He turns and bolts for the door. Caleb lunges after him, but his breath catches. The elbow to the ribs did real damage. He staggers instead of running. Gwen grabs a chair and hurls it not at Evan's head, but into his path. It clatters, slows him just enough. The door flies open. The security guard is there, eyes wide, radio in hand. He grabs Evan's arm. Evan wrenches free, shoves the guard hard enough that the man hits the wall. Evan sprints into the hallway. Caleb tries to follow, but doubles over, hand pressed to his side, breath coming in short, painful bursts. "Stay," Gwen says, and it's not a suggestion. She looks at me. "Mara, phone." I understand without understanding. Evidence. Calls, texts, the number. I grab my phone and run after Gwen, shoes slipping slightly on the carpet. We hit the hallway. Evan is already at the stairwell door. He yanks it open and disappears down. Gwen curses and follows. The stairwell smells like concrete and stale air. Our footsteps slap loud, echoing. My lungs burn, my calf cramps. We're not built for this, office bodies, desk hearts. We round the landing and see Evan 2 floors below, moving fast, one hand on the rail. "Stop," Gwen shouts, and her voice is raw now. Evan doesn't. By the time we burst into the lobby, he's gone. The glass doors swing slightly, letting in cold air and street noise, buses, horns, the wet hiss of tires. Gwen stands just outside, scanning. I catch up, panting, my throat tasting like metal. A figure in a dark jacket darts across SW 5th, almost clipped by a bike courier. Evan cuts between cars, vanishes into a cluster of umbrellas. He's gone. We stand there, rain misting our faces, useless. A hand grips my elbow. I jerk. It's the security guard, pale and angry. "You can't chase people out here," he says. "You'll get hit." Gwen turns back inside, jaw clenched so tight it looks like it hurts. Back in the conference room, everything feels wrecked. Brent kneels beside Tessa's laptop, trying to restart it. Tessa is on the phone again, voice tight. Caleb is sitting against the wall, eyes shut, breathing shallow, one hand pressed to his ribs. He looks gray. I crouch beside him. "Are you okay?" He laughs once, a short, broken sound. "No. Can you breathe?" "Yeah." It hurts. Gwen looks at him, guilt flashing across her face, then hardening back into focus. "We're going to get you checked out." Caleb shakes his head. "Not yet. We finish this." Tessa turns from the phone, face pale. "I've got registry lock initiated," she says. "Manual approval is in progress. Your domain is frozen. No transfers, no DNS changes." But what?" Gwen asks. Tessa gestures to the dead laptop. "My terminal went down mid-session. I don't know what he saw." Brent's face is tight. "He saw enough to know we were close. And he knows we're physical now," Gwen says quietly. "He'll adapt." My phone buzzes. A new email comes through, not to my email account. I can't access it, to Gwen's. She opens it, face tightening. It's from an unfamiliar address. From app@northpinesystem.com, one line. "You fixed the mail. Good. Now pay attention." Attached, a screenshot. It's our office window, dark, taken from outside. In the screenshot, a faint glow behind the glass. A monitor, someone inside. My stomach drops into pure, cold dread. Caleb's voice is hoarse. "That's our building." Gwen's eyes lift slowly to meet mine. The point of no return isn't downtown. It's this. They weren't just in our systems. They were in our place. And while we were here, chasing account locks and registry approvals, someone walked into our office and turned something back on. We don't argue about what to do next. That's the weird part. If you had asked me that morning, I would have said Gwen would make a spreadsheet. Caleb would make a joke. I would have fussed with the inbox until it behaved. We'd have turned the problem into a procedure. And then into a story we told later over lunch. Instead, we move like we've all been given the same silent instruction. Gwen calls 911 from the registrar lobby. Not because we're dramatic, but because someone has been inside our office. And Caleb is breathing like each inhale has to be negotiated. Tessa gives the security guard Evan's name and a description. And I watch her do it with a tired professionalism that tells me this isn't the first time she's been the human in the middle of a system that people try to turn into a weapon. She prints us copies of the domain lock confirmation and the transfer attempt log, hands shaking just slightly as she pulls pages from the printer. Brent says, "We need to get back there," and then stops himself because Gwen is looking at Caleb. Caleb says, through clenched teeth, "I'm fine." He is. His skin has that pale gray cast you get when pain is the only thing you can't ignore. The paramedics arrive faster than I expect. 2 of them, a man and a woman, brisk and kind in a way that feels like competence. Renee Alvarez, 33, female, kneels beside Caleb with a blood pressure cuff and a pulse oximeter, talking him through it like she's guiding him down a set of stairs. Tom Whitaker, 44, male, asks questions in a calm voice. "Where does it hurt?" Can you breathe? Did you hit your head? Caleb tries to downplay it. Renee doesn't let him. Ribs are tricky, she says. They don't look dramatic until you realize you can't breathe without them. We need to check you. Gwen's face flickers relief that someone else is taking over, guilt that it's happening at all. Caleb looks at her. Go, he says. I'll be fine at the hospital, I'll text. You don't have your phone, I remind him. It fell in the struggle, skittering under a chair. The screen spiderwebbed when someone stepped on it. Caleb's mouth twists. Right. Gwen squeezes his shoulder, quick and firm, like a promise she can keep. We'll meet you there. He starts to protest, but the protest turns into a hiss of pain. Renee catches his elbow, guiding him up. Watching him stand makes my own ribs ache in sympathy. By the time the stretcher wheels away, the adrenaline has begun to drain. My hands start shaking for real, not the subtle tremor of stress, but the hard, stupid trembling of a body, realizing it's been running on borrowed chemistry. Gwen looks at me and Brent. We go back, she says. Now, Brent nods. We do not go in alone. The police arrive as we're heading out. 2 officers, rain-dark uniforms, radios crackling. Officer Daniel Kessler, 38, male, takes Gwen's statement in a steady tone that makes it clear he's already trying to categorize this into boxes that fit forms. His partner, Officer Aisha Monroe, 29, female, listens to me while I show her the texts, the voicemails, the screenshot of our office window. Officer Monroe's eyes narrow slightly when she sees my name in the voicemail transcript. He used your name, she says. Yes, I whisper. And you never gave it to him. No, she glances at my ID. Do you have any reason to believe he knows you personally? I think of my LinkedIn profile, my old resume, the time I once posted a photo of our team lunch with the building in the background, the street sign half visible. No, I say, not personally, just enough. Officer Kessler writes, nodding. We're going to put out a bolo for Evan Dorsey based on the registrar's security footage and your description. But I'll be honest, cyber cases take time. It's not just cyber, Gwen says. Her voice is tight. He was physically in our building. Kessler's pen pauses. We'll go with you to your office. If there's an active burglary, we handle it. My chest tightens at the phrase active burglary, like it's a radio signal from a world where this is simple. Person goes in, person gets caught, person goes away. We drive back to our building in a loose convoy. Gwen's Subaru, Brent behind her, the police car bringing up the rear. Downtown gives way to the familiar streets on the east side, wet storefronts, crosswalk signals blinking. The farther we get from Pioneer Square, the more unreal the last hour feels, like a bad dream that clung to our clothes. By the time we pull into our lot, my mouth tastes like pennies. The office building looks the same as it always does. Gray siding, a stairwell with chipped paint, a row of windows on the second floor that reflect the cloudy sky. Except one window is dark in a different way. The blinds are angled wrong. I know because I'm the kind of person who notices. Gwen sees me staring. What? The blinds, I say. We left them half open. Brent mutters, Jesus. Officer Kessler raises a hand. Stay here. He and Officer Monroe go first, up the stairs, hands near their belts. Not guns drawn, but ready. We follow at a distance, Gwen's shoulders squared like armor. Brent's face is tight, jaw working. At the office door, the keypad light is off. We had shut down power to the router cabinet. The keypad runs on the same line. Officer Monroe tries the handle. It opens. Stomach turns. door swings inward with the familiar soft scrape of rubber on tile. The office smells the same: stale coffee, printer toner, the faint citrus of Gwen's cleaning wipes. But the air is warmer than it should be. Officer Kessler sweeps left. Officer Monroe sweeps right. Their radios crackle low. "No one," Kessler says after a moment. Gwen steps in, scanning. Brent follows, then me. And there it is. My laptop is on my desk, open, powered on. The screen glows with the login page. Not Windows, not macOS. Something else, an admin console in a browser tab, the kind of thing you see when you're deep in the guts of a system. I stop breathing. Brent hurries over, then stops short like he's remembering his own advice. "Don't touch it," he says. Gwen's voice is sharp. "Who turned that on?" No one answers, because the answer is obvious. Officer Monroe looks at the desk. "Is anything missing?" My eyes flick over the room. The printer, the chairs. Little plant Caleb watered sometimes and mostly forgot. Gwen's tote isn't here. Mine isn't here either because I took it. "Nothing obvious," I say, and then I see it. A USB device sits on my keyboard. Black, thick, metal tip. The same kind Evan held up in the conference room. My skin crawls. Officer Kessler steps closer, careful not to disturb anything. "We're not touching that." Brent swallows. "That's a dropper, could be a payload, or it could be a message." "A message." Gwen repeats. Brent's eyes flick to me. "A demonstration." Officer Monroe speaks softly, like she's trying not to spook an animal. "Did you leave your laptop here powered off?" "Yes," I say. "In a sleeve, in my bag. I took it with me." Gwen's face twists. "No, you didn't. You put it in your sleeve and then," she stops. Her eyes widen. We all remember the scramble, the chase, the stairwell. My phone in my hand, my lungs burning. Someone bumped into me as we bolted out of the conference room. I didn't check my bag again after that. I just assumed. I feel suddenly nauseous. "I didn't take it," I whisper. Brent's voice is low. "He swapped it, or he never needed to. He got here first." Gwen makes a sound that is half anger, half grief. "He was in our office while we were downtown." Officer Kessler speaks into his radio. "We need a unit to canvass the building and check security footage. Potential burglary, potential evidence tampering." Officer Monroe steps to the window and peers down at the parking lot. Her posture is alert now. Gwen looks at me, eyes sharp. "Mara, did you ever store your passwords on your machine?" "No," I say automatically. "No, I use a manager." But my voice falters because the manager sits behind a single password and my email is compromised. And if he got access to enough, he could reset enough. Brent moves carefully, like he's walking around a sleeping dog. "Treat everything here as contaminated. No powering down. No touching. I'm going to bring in a forensics team, or we take it all to my office under chain of custody." Officer Kessler nods. "We'll secure the area." Gwen's phone buzzes. She checks it, face tightening. "It's our CEO," she says. She steps into the kitchenette and takes the call, voice low. I stand by my desk, staring at my own machine like it's a stranger. The admin console on the screen shows our domain records, our client list. A tab open to the billing folder directory on our shared drive. Someone has been in. Brent crouches beside the desk and peers without touching. "They were looking," he murmurs. At the edge of the screen, a cursor blinks in a text field. I realize something and my throat closes. The cursor is in the forwarding rules section of our email admin panel. It's highlighted. There's a rule listed. Forward all incoming mail from billing at to app at northpinesystem.com. system.com a rule that would quietly send our billing emails to them. A procedural failure disguised as normal workflow. It makes my skin prickle with rage and shame. It's so simple, so unromantic. The horror of it is how much it would work. Brent's breath is tight. He didn't need to steal everything, just a stream. Gwen comes back, face pale, but controlled. CEO says she's freezing outbound payments. She's contacting our largest clients. We're going to have to disclose. The word lands like a weight. Disclose means reputational damage. It means phone calls with angry CFOs. It means explaining to people that we weren't careful enough. It also means doing the right thing. Officer Monroe asks, "Do you have cameras in the office?" Gwen shakes her head. "No, we're small." Officer Kessler says, "Building cameras." The building has a cheap camera pointed at the stairwell. We've complained about it being blurry before, joked that it's decorative. Now it's all we have. We wait while an officer from downstairs pulls up the feed. We watch on his tablet. The timestamp shows 10:58 a.m. A figure enters the stairwell, dark jacket, backpack. He moves briskly, not sneaking, not running, like he belongs. He reaches our door, types something into the keypad. The door opens. Gwen's mouth tightens. How did he get the code? Brent looks sick. He watched. Or he pulled it from someone's email. Or from the compromised systems. The figure steps inside. The camera angle is too poor to catch his face clearly, but his posture is familiar. He exits 8 minutes later carrying a bag that looks like mine. Then the feed glitches for a second, the picture breaking into blocks. When it comes back, he's gone. Officer Monroe looks at the glitch. "That's odd," Brent exhales. Cheap camera, connection drop. A misdirection that doesn't feel like relief, because it's explainable, but still ugly. Even our safety measures are flimsy. Officer Kessler takes the tablet back. We'll request footage from the building management too. We'll circulate Evan's image. But you understand, without catching him in the act. "I understand," Gwen says. And the way she says it tells me she understands too well. The system does not bend for small companies. Brent finally does what he can. He calls a colleague who does digital forensics. He starts documenting everything with his own camera, narrating out loud so there's a record. He disconnects the office from the building's main line at the box downstairs, physically, with the officer watching. It's slow work, unheroic, and while it happens, my body begins to register what it's been through. My legs start shaking again. My head throbs. My throat aches. My fingers feel stiff and sore, like I've been clenching all morning without noticing. Gwen sits in her chair for the first time since we arrived back, posture collapsed for a second, then straightening again out of habit. "This is my fault," I say, because the words have been chewing a hole in me. Gwen looks at me, eyes tired. "No, I opened it," I whisper. "You did your job," she says. "And you noticed what was wrong. That's why we caught it." But Gwen cuts me off with a small shake of her head. "If you hadn't opened it, he would have found another way. He already had access before you did." Brent nods, grim. He was probing the registrar at 7:58. The email wasn't the first step. It was the step you saw. That should make me feel better. It doesn't. Because my flaw wasn't just opening it. It was tugging. It was clicking, refreshing, trying to recreate the smudge on the PDF because I needed it to make sense. And in a way, he was right. I started pulling threads. Caleb texts from the ER using a nurse's phone, short messages, full of pain and humor because he can't do anything else. Cracked rib. keeping me for a bit. Don't die without me. I laugh once, a wet sound that surprises me. The laugh breaks something open, and I have to look away so no one sees my eyes water. The afternoon becomes a series of practical steps. Gwen calls clients. She speaks carefully, telling the truth without panicking them. Some people are furious. Some are sympathetic. One CFO says flatly, "This is why we pay for enterprise," and hangs up. Our CEO emails a formal disclosure statement reviewed by counsel in Germany. It's concise, almost cold. It makes it feel real in a way my shaking body still hasn't fully accepted. Brent wipes our machines and starts rebuilding from clean backups. The cost is time, productivity, the sense of safety that comes from familiarity. He finds the forwarding rule. He finds evidence of attempted access to the billing portal. He doesn't find direct evidence of money stolen. That's the strange mercy in all of it. It looks like the attacker didn't get paid. Or at least, not yet. By evening, the police have taken statements from all of us. They've taken copies of the texts, the voicemails. They've taken the USB device in an evidence bag. They've promised follow-up. We go home separately. When I get to my apartment in Beaverton, the hallway smells like someone's cooking onions. The carpet outside my door is worn in the same pattern it's always been. My neighbor's dog barks once and then stops. Normal life is everywhere, insisting. Inside, I drop my keys in the bowl by the door and stand in the kitchen, listening to the refrigerator hum. I don't turn on my laptop. I don't open my email. I sit on the floor with my back against the cabinet and finally let my body shake without trying to stop it. Later, I take a shower and scrub my skin too hard, as if I can wash off the day. I find a bruise on my elbow from the parking lot flinch and press it until it hurts, just to feel something I can explain. My phone is the last thing I look at before bed. No new calls, no new texts. I should feel safe. Instead, I open my voicemail app and stare at the message where he said my name. I don't play it again. I delete it. Then I restore it from deleted because I can't stand the thought of it disappearing, of the evidence becoming missed. I hate myself for that, for still pulling. When I finally get into bed, the room is quiet except for the distant sound of cars on the highway. I close my eyes and see the cursor blinking in the forwarding rules field, patient and indifferent. I tell myself it's over. The domain is locked. The forwarding rule is removed. Our network is rebuilt. The police have a name. But right before I fall asleep, my phone lights up. Not a call, a system notification. New login to your email account blocked. Location, Portland, OR, device, unknown. The app asks if it was me. My thumb hovers. I tap no. The notification disappears, and the screen goes dark again. The apartment is quiet, ordinary, safe, in the way a locked door is safe. Still, I lie awake listening to the refrigerator hum, thinking about how the only reason I saw the break in normalcy was because I cannot stop noticing when something doesn't align. And wondering, with a sick kind of certainty, whether that's why he picked me in the first place. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I found my own wallet at a crime scene on the news, is best experienced in the dark. which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first time it felt wrong. It wasn't a scream or a gunshot or anything clean enough to name. It was the little stutter in the live stream. I'd put it on the TV in the background, the way you put on rain sounds, local news, midday, volume low, just to keep the apartment from feeling like a sealed container. I was rinsing coffee out of my French press, watching brown foam swirl down the drain when the anchor's voice hiccuped. Not her words, her tone, like she'd taken a breath and realized, mid-inhale, that she'd stepped onto a stage and forgotten her shoes. On the screen, a shaky shot of a street corner, yellow tape, the red and blue wash of patrol lights flaring on wet asphalt. The camera kept trying to focus on the tape, then slipping past it, catching a blur of dark shapes on the ground. Not a body, nothing so definitive, just the impression of something you weren't supposed to see. A man in a neon safety vest walked between the camera and the scene, close enough that the mic caught the crisp scuff of his boots and the wet slap of his radio cord against his jacket. Somewhere off camera, a woman laughed once, sharp, disbelieving, like she'd said something too normal for where she was standing. The anchor came back in, still trying to sound like herself. And just a reminder, if you're in the Old Town area, police are asking you to avoid the intersection of the image froze for half a second. Pixelated. The audio continued anyway, 2 streams out of sync, like a bad Zoom call. And then it corrected. Everything normal again. Explainable. Weather. Signal. A producer bumping a switch. That sort of thing happens. But that half second had landed in me in an ugly way. Like a pebble in your shoe you can't ignore. I turned the water off too hard. The faucet thunked. My hands were still wet when my phone buzzed on the counter. Emma, you coming? You said you'd be here by 1:30. I looked at the clock above my microwave, the one the landlord installed and never set right. 1:12, okay, fine. I wasn't late yet. I typed back with my damp thumb. Emmy, leaving now. Traffic. Emma, don't care. Bring the thing. The thing was a manila envelope with my divorce paperwork, my part done, my signature in blue ink that looked too cheerful. I'd been carrying it around for 3 days like it was radioactive, refusing to mail it, because mailing it made it final. As if the mail slot was a guillotine. I dried my hands on the dish towel. The apartment smelled like stale coffee and lemon dish soap. Down the hall, Mrs. Klein's TV was on loud, a game show cheering at an inappropriate volume. It helped, weirdly, hearing strangers clap for somebody winning a blender, while the news showed police tape. I grabbed the envelope off the table, slid it into my backpack, and checked my pockets out of habit. Keys, phone, wallet. My wallet was where it always was, back right pocket. I patted it twice, just to be sure, the way you do when you've been jumpy for no good reason. Leather, warm from my body, solid. I killed the TV as the anchor started saying, developing story again. The screen went black, reflecting my own face for a second, tired, 30-something, trying to look like a person with a plan. Then I left. My name is Noah Klein, 34, male, and I have the kind of life that looks stable in a photo and feels like loose screws when you touch it. I live in Boston, in a 3rd-floor walk-up in East Somerville, the kind of place where you can hear your neighbor sneeze and the buses exhale at the stop outside like tired animals. I work in IT for a mid-size hospital network, meaning I spend my days coaxing ancient systems to behave, and my nights pretending I'm not thinking about all the ways a small problem can cascade into something expensive and humiliating. I told people I was fine a lot. I said it with a smile that felt like it belonged to somebody else. Today, my plan was simple. Get to the cafe, hand Emma the envelope, talk through the last ugly logistics, and leave without saying something I couldn't take back. That was the everyday motive. The private fear sat underneath it like a second heartbeat. That I'd freeze when it mattered. That I'd look at a mess and become a statue. The way I did when my dad died, and everybody kept moving and I just didn't. The air outside had that damp, cold Boston does so well. Not freezing, but persistent, like the city had misted itself with chilled water and expected you to tolerate it. The sidewalk was gritty with sand from last week's snow that had melted into gray slush and refrozen in thin crusts. A delivery guy on a scooter zipped past, the engine whining like an overworked blender. I walked fast toward the green line, backpack bouncing once against my spine. The streets were loud in the way they always are. Cars, buses, a distant siren that could be for anything. The siren made me think of the TV again, the tape, the glitch. I told myself to stop being weird. At the corner by the convenience store, there was a knot of people around a phone held up like a tiny torch. A kid in a Patriots beanie was talking too loudly, the words tumbling over each other. I'm telling you, it's right by the fucking rotary. Like, right there. Dude, my cousin's friend saw the whole thing, someone else said. That's not even Old Town. It is if you take the cut through, the kid snapped. And the group laughed in that mean way people do when they're not sure what else to do with their adrenaline. I kept walking. I didn't want to absorb their version of events. The news had already done enough. The train platform smelled like hot metal and wet wool. A woman in a puffy coat was eating a bagel, the toasted smell mixing with the sharp tang of brake dust. I stood under the LED sign that lied about arrival times and watched my breath fog and vanish. My phone buzzed again. Emma, bring the thing, seriously. No, forgot it today. I almost texted back I won't, but that felt childish, like promising not to spill milk. Instead, I wrote, on my way. The train arrived with that squeal that always makes people wince. I got on, held a pole, and let my mind go blank the way it does when I'm in motion. A man across from me was watching something with no headphones. Tinny voices leaked out. The woman next to him glared and then gave up. The train rocked. The ad above the door promised dental implants with a smiling couple that looked like they'd never had to check their bank account before buying groceries. I got off in the neighborhood Emma had picked, South End, because she liked it, because it felt neutral compared to the streets where we used to run errands together. The cafe was one of those places with hanging plants and a chalkboard menu, the kind of place that makes you feel underdressed no matter what you wear. Inside, it was warm and smelled like espresso and cinnamon. The low hum of conversation wrapped around me, punctuated by the hiss of the milk steamer. For a second, my shoulders unclenched. Normal. This is normal. Emma was already there, sitting by the window with a coffee she wasn't drinking. She looked up when I walked in, and her face did that thing it always did now, half relief, half guardedness. like she was bracing for impact even when she wanted to stop. Emma Walsh, 32, female, stood as I approached, her coat still on, hair pulled back in a tight knot that made her seem more severe than she really was. She'd been a nurse for years, the kind who could make hard decisions in a crisis and then cry in her car afterward, furious at herself for having feelings. She used to soften around me. Lately, she kept her edges sharp, like it was safer that way. "Hey," she said, and it came out cautious. "Hey," I said back. We sat. The table was too small, our knees almost touched under it, and then both of us adjusted at the same time like magnets repelling. "You have it?" she asked, and tried to make it casual, but her fingers were already tapping the cardboard cup sleeve. I unzipped my backpack and pulled out the manila envelope like it was a peace offering. Her eyes tracked it. She reached for it, then hesitated. For a second, neither of us moved. "Thanks," she said, finally taking it. Her nails were chipped. She'd never have let that happen when we were together. We didn't talk about feelings, not yet. We did the thing we'd learned in the last 6 months, which was talk about logistics like we were strangers negotiating a contract. She opened the envelope and scanned the pages. "You initialed page 3 this time." "I did," I said. "I'm learning." She tried not to smile, but it flickered and then vanished. "So, the car, I'm still taking it Monday." "Yeah, I'll drop the spare key off." "Don't leave it under the mat," she said automatically, because our old mat had been stolen once, and she'd never forgiven the universe for the audacity. I rubbed my thumb along the edge of the table. The cafe played some soft indie music, a voice so breathy it sounded like the singer was afraid of being heard. Emma looked up from the papers. "You seem off." Almost said, "No, I don't." I almost lied. Then I heard myself exhale through my nose, slow. "Just watched the news earlier," I said. "There's something going on, some crime scene. They were telling people to avoid Old Town." "Old Town," Emma frowned. "Like Charlestown, or I don't know. They just said Old Town area." I wasn't really paying attention. That was a lie too, but closer to true than the first one. She took a sip of her coffee and made a face like it had gone cold. "There's always something. Someone got stabbed outside my unit last month, like literally outside the doors. We were bringing in a patient, and there's blood on the sidewalk and a guy's yelling, and then you still have to go inside and take vitals like your hands aren't shaking." "I don't know how you do that," I said, and meant it. Emma looked at me for a long second. "You just do it," she said quietly. "Most people do." That landed in the sore place. The implication, unintentional but sharp, that I hadn't. That I'd gotten overwhelmed by our marriage turning into a slow motion crash, and I'd sat there watching it happen. I glanced toward the window to break eye contact. Outside, the street was wet and bright with reflected sky. People walked by carrying tote bags and dogs in little sweaters. A TV mounted above the counter was muted, showing a news channel with closed captions. The anchor's mouth moved soundlessly. A lower third graphic crawled across the bottom. I didn't want to look, but my eyes went there anyway because my brain is rude like that. The image was familiar. Yellow tape, flashing lights. Same scene as before, from a different angle. The caption text was too small from where I sat, but I could make out a few words as it updated. Police investigate. Witnesses. Asking for. A barista walked in front of the TV, and the caption vanished behind her head. When she moved, the shot had changed to a close-up of an officer speaking to someone with a clipboard. And there, just for a second, in the corner of the frame, was a blurred patch of brown leather on the ground near the curb. Something that could have been anything. A glove, a pouch, trash, a piece of someone's jacket. But my stomach tightened like I'd missed a step on stairs. I didn't know why. It wasn't clear enough to identify. It was just a shape, an everyday shape in the wrong place. I shifted in my seat, trying to angle my body without making it obvious. My backpack strap was looped around the chair leg, my habit, my tiny control in a world that loves taking things. Emma followed my gaze. "What? Nothing," I said quickly, too quickly. She narrowed her eyes. "Noah," I swallowed. The cafe felt suddenly louder. The hiss of the steamer was too close. Someone laughed behind me, and it jolted me like a touch. "It's probably nothing," I said, forcing my voice to stay even. "I just thought I saw something that looked familiar." Emma leaned slightly, trying to see the TV better. "Familiar like what?" I hesitated, because saying it out loud felt absurd. Like confessing you thought you saw your own face in a crowd. "I don't know," I said. "Like a wallet." Emma blinked. "A wallet." I hated how I sounded. Paranoid, dramatic. Like I was reaching for meaning because my life had been stripped of it. "I'm probably making it up," I said, and laughed once, too bright. "It's just, I thought it looked like mine." Emma stared at me. Then she looked down at the table, then back up. "Do you have your wallet right now?" "Yes," I said immediately, and my hand moved without permission, patting my back pocket. "Leather, there, warm, real." Emma's expression didn't soften. It sharpened, professional in a way that made me feel like a patient. "Show me," she said. I froze for half a beat. Not long, but enough that I felt my flaw, my private fear, rise up and try to take the wheel. That stillness, that stupid statue instinct. Then I forced myself to move. I reached into my back pocket. My fingers met fabric, no leather. I went deeper, like it could be hiding, like it could be folded into a corner. Nothing. Empty pocket. My fingertips scraped against the seam. Heat rushed up my neck. I pulled my hand out and checked the other pocket. Ridiculous, like the wallet had teleported. Nothing. I sat there with my hand half inside my jacket pocket, like I'd forgotten how to finish the motion. My heart was doing something messy, not pounding exactly, but shifting erratically, like a washing machine off balance. Emma's face had gone very still. "Noah," she said again, quieter now. I started. My mouth was dry. "I had it. I checked before I left." "Okay," she said, the way she spoke to panicking families in the ER. Calm, controlled, pretending calm will be contagious. "Okay. Where's the last place you remember physically using it?" I stared at her. The TV above the counter kept playing silent footage of the taped-off street. The caption bar updated again, words crawling like insects. I could hear the barista calling out orders. "Oat latte for Jess." "Jess." A chair scraped. A spoon clinked against ceramic. Outside, a bus sighed at the curb. My brain tried to assemble the morning into a clean timeline and kept dropping pieces. Apartment. Pocket check. Train. Platform. The tight grip on the pole. The turnstile. The walk here. I hadn't bought anything. I hadn't pulled it out. The thought snapped into place with a sick little click. My ID was in that wallet, my address, my credit cards, everything that made me meet the systems that run the world. Emma stood, suddenly decisive. She grabbed the envelope and shoved it back into my backpack like the divorce paperwork no longer mattered compared to the new problem. "Call your bank," she said. "Freeze everything. Right now." Yeah. My fingers fumbled for my phone. Screen slick under my sweaty thumb. And then Emma continued, voice low. We need to decide something. What? She glanced at the TV again, then back at me. We can do the normal thing and assume you dropped it somewhere boring. In the train, on the sidewalk, in the cafe. You can file a report for a lost wallet, cancel your cards, order a new license, and spend the next month being mildly miserable. I swallowed. Or, she said, and there was a small tremor in her voice now, the first crack in her composure. We can figure out why you thought you saw it on the news. My phone hovered in my hand, call screen open, finger not moving. Emma's gaze held mine, steady and unblinking. Which is it? She asked. Boring mistake, or something we should not ignore. And that was the choice, sitting between us like a third cup on the table, steaming and unseen. Do we treat it like lost property? Or do we follow the feeling that the world had tilted by half a degree and might keep tilting if we let it? I looked at the muted TV one more time, then back at my empty pocket. And I had to pick. I didn't call the bank. That's the first mistake. My thumb hovered over the call button, and instead I hit the volume up on the TV remote mounted under the counter near the espresso machine. The bartender-looking barista shot me a look, but didn't stop me. The news audio flooded the cafe. Boston police are asking for the public's help identifying a person of interest seen in the area shortly before the incident. The victim, a male in his early 40s, was found unconscious near the curb at approximately 11:20 a.m. He remains in critical condition at Massachusetts General Hospital. Emma went still beside me. On screen, the footage shifted to B-roll, the taped-off intersection in Charlestown, so not Old Town in the vague way they'd said it earlier, but the brick-lined stretch near Main Street and Warren. I recognized it immediately. I'd biked through there last summer. Narrow sidewalks, old row houses with black iron railings. It looked too quaint to hold anything violent. The camera zoomed closer to the curb, and there it was, not blurred this time. A brown leather bifold wallet open, splayed like a small animal flattened mid-step. One corner darkened with something I didn't want to name. A police evidence marker beside it, number 4. My stomach lurched, not dramatically, just enough to make the world tilt for a second. That's, I started. Emma leaned in, eyes narrowing. It could be anyone's. The reporter continued, voice steady, almost bored. Police have not released the identity of the victim, but confirm that several personal items were recovered at the scene, including a wallet and keys. Authorities are reviewing surveillance footage from nearby businesses. The camera cut to a still image, a close-up of the wallet. My license was halfway visible inside it, not enough to read clearly from across the cafe. But I knew the scratch across the bottom right corner of the leather. I'd dropped it on concrete 3 years ago outside Fenway. It left a pale crescent scar that never went away. Emma's hand gripped my wrist. Hard. Noah, she said, not panicked, not calm either, just urgent. My voice came out thin. I didn't go there today. What time did you leave your apartment? Like 12:30, maybe 12:35. The report said 11:20. I shook my head, trying to force my brain into order. I was home at 11:20. I was doing dishes. I saw the first broadcast. It glitched. Emma's jaw worked. She looked back at the screen. The image changed again, back to the reporter standing in front of the tape, wind tugging at her hair. Police are particularly interested in speaking with anyone who may have been in the area between 10:30 and noon. Emma turned the volume down. Around us, the cafe had gone quiet in that subtle way people do when they realize something heavy is happening near them. Not staring outright, but listening. I at the next table pretended to scroll his phone while his ears angled toward us. "You need to call the police," Emma said. The word police hit me like a sudden cold draft. I can't just call and say, "Hey, that wallet at your crime scene is mine." Why not? Because it makes it sound like I was there. "Were you?" she snapped, too sharp. "No," heads turned this time. I lowered my voice. "No, I was." Emma held my gaze, searching for cracks. I felt the old fear creeping in, the statue instinct. Part of me that wanted to shrink, to minimize, to wait, and hope the problem would move on to someone else. "I was home," I said again, but it sounded defensive now. "Weak. Okay," Emma said slowly. "Okay, then this is simple. Either someone stole your wallet and dropped it there, or you lost it somewhere and it ended up there, or she stopped. Or what? Or someone put it there." The words hung between us. "For what reason?" I asked, and hated how small my voice sounded. Emma didn't answer. She didn't have to. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. My hands were shaking enough that I mistyped my password twice. "Let me see," she said. I angled the screen toward her. There it was. A pending charge at 10:52 a.m., $18.74. Charlestown Market in Delhi. I stared at it. I hadn't been to Charlestown in months. "I didn't buy anything," I said. "I swear to God." Emma's nurse brain kicked in fully now. Focused, efficient. "Call the bank. Freeze the cards. Then call the police, right now, before they show up at your door." My chest tightened. "Why would they show up at my door?" "Because your ID is in that wallet," she said evenly. "And it was at the scene of a violent crime." I pictured uniformed officers knocking on Mrs. Klein's door downstairs, asking about me. I pictured her folding her arms, saying I was quiet, but nice, and then watching through the peephole as they took me away. That was irrational, I knew it, but my brain didn't care. I hit call on the bank. The hold music started immediately, a synthetic piano version of something that might once have been a pop song. My knee bounced under the table. Emma's phone buzzed. She ignored it. "We need to get ahead of this," she said. "I'm on hold." "No, I mean physically." "What does that mean?" She glanced toward the TV again. The reporter was wrapping up. "The incident occurred just 2 blocks from the Bunker Hill Monument," she said. "Police expect to remain on scene for several hours." Emma stood up abruptly. "What are you doing, going there?" My stomach dropped. "Are you insane?" She leaned over the table, voice low. "If your wallet is there, and your card was used there at 10:52, and someone ends up dead or in a coma, they're going to trace that wallet to you. You sitting here pretending it's a coincidence doesn't protect you." "I'm not pretending," I said, heat rising in my face. You freeze," she said. "Not cruel, just factual. When things get complicated, you freeze. You wait for someone else to take control. That's what you did with us." The words stung because they were true. "I am not freezing," I snapped. "You haven't moved." I looked down. She wasn't wrong. The bank rep finally picked up. "Thank you for calling Commonwealth Trust. This is Denise. How may I assist you today?" I swallowed. "Hi. I need to report a lost wallet and freeze my cards." As I gave my information, Emma paced near the window, watching the street like it might offer answers. The hold music had made my skin itch. Denise's calm voice felt unreal. "Yes, sir. I can see a pending charge at Charlestown Market and Delhi at 10:52 a.m. Would you like to dispute that?" "Yes." "And when did you notice the wallet missing?" About 5 minutes ago. Okay. I'll place an immediate freeze on all cards associated with this account. Please note that pending transactions may still post. The phrase may still post echoed in my head. Sir, Denise prompted. Yes, that's fine. When the call ended, I felt slightly steadier. A small task completed, 1 square on the checklist. Emma stopped pacing. I'm going, she said. With or without you? I stared at her. Why are you doing this? She hesitated. Then, because if this spirals, I don't want to be reading about it online. That wasn't the full truth, but it was enough. The time on my phone read 1:47 p.m. If the incident was at 11:20. The scene would still be active. Police, tape, cameras, chaos. And somewhere in that chaos, my name. I shouldn't be near it, I said. That makes it worse. It makes it look like you're hiding if you don't come forward, Emma countered. We stood there, the cafe pressing in around us. Finally, I grabbed my backpack. Fine, I said. We go, we talk to them, we explain. And if they don't believe you? I didn't answer. The ride to Charlestown felt too short. We took a rideshare because neither of us trusted public transit to move fast enough. The driver, Luis Martinez, 46, male, chatted about traffic and construction near the Zachem Bridge, oblivious to the tension in the back seat. He wore a red Sox cap and kept the radio low on a sports station. You guys heading to the monument? He asked casually. Something like that, Emma said. As we crossed the bridge, I looked out at the gray Charles River, flat and indifferent. The city skyline rose ahead, glass and brick and steel pretending permanence. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I let it ring. Then it rang again immediately. Emma glanced at the screen. Answer it. I did. Hello? A pause. Faint background noise, traffic, maybe wind. Is this Noah Klein? A male voice asked. Yes. This is Officer Daniel Reeves with Boston Police Department. Tone was professional, not aggressive. I'm calling regarding a wallet recovered at a scene this morning. It contains identification in your name. My throat tightened. Yes, I said. I just saw the news. I was about to call. Can you confirm your date of birth? I did. Mr. Klein, where are you right now? In a car, I said, on the way to Charlestown. There was a brief pause on the other end. Why? I looked at Emma. Because it's my wallet, I said, and I didn't put it there. Another pause. Longer, Mr. Klein, Officer Reeves said carefully. I'd advise you not to approach the active scene. We can arrange to speak at a different location. How did it get there? I asked. That's what we're trying to determine. Louis glanced at us in the rearview mirror now, curiosity finally cutting through his small talk. Are you saying I'm a suspect? I asked. I'm saying, Reeves replied, tone tightening just slightly, that your property was recovered adjacent to a victim of an assault. We need to clarify how it came to be there. Assault, not robbery, not accident, assault. When can you come to the station? He asked. Emma squeezed my hand. We're 10 minutes away, I said. Another pause. I imagined him weighing something. Stay where you are, Reeves said finally. Do not approach the taped area. I'll meet you near the perimeter. The call ended. Louis cleared his throat. Everything okay? Yeah, I said automatically. Emma didn't look convinced. As we turned onto Main Street, traffic slowed. I could already see the flashing lights up ahead, a cluster of red and blue reflections bouncing off brick facades. The tape was still up. Cameras. A small crowd held back by uniformed officers. Louis pulled over 2 blocks away, as far as he could get. That'll be $14.23, he said. I paid with Apple Pay because my wallet was lying on wet asphalt under an evidence marker. We stepped out of the car. The air felt sharper here, tighter, like the neighborhood had inhaled and forgotten to exhale. Emma adjusted her coat. "You ready?" she asked. "No," but I nodded. We started walking toward the flashing lights. Halfway down the block, my phone buzzed again. Another unknown number, I answered. A different voice this time. Younger, female, breathless. "Is this Noah Klein?" "Yes." "You don't know me," she said quickly. "But I think someone used your wallet on purpose." I stopped walking. Emma nearly collided with me. "Who is this?" I asked. "My name is," her voice cut out briefly, like she'd turned her head. "I work at the deli, the one on your bank statement." I saw the guy. My pulse thudded in my ears. "What guy?" "The one who paid with your card," she said. "He asked if anyone had turned in a wallet, like he was looking for something." A cold line traced down my spine. "Can you describe him?" I asked. "I can try," she said. "But you need to know he wasn't alone." Emma's fingers tightened around mine. Up ahead, a uniformed officer stepped into our path. "Mr. Klein?" he asked. And at the same time, the woman on the phone whispered, "Urgent now. They're watching you." The line went dead. "Mr. Klein." The uniformed officer blocking our path was younger than I expected. Early 20s. Clean-shaven, sharp cheekbones. The kind of face that still looked like it had prom photos somewhere. His nameplate read T. Donnelly. "Yes," I said, and tried to keep my voice from shaking. Behind him, I could see the intersection clearly now. Main Street sloped slightly downhill toward the Rotary. The yellow tape was stretched from a lamppost to a metal crowd control barrier. Two cruisers angled across one lane, lights still pulsing. A dark stain marred the asphalt near the curb. Even from here, I could see the faint sheen of water where someone had hosed part of it down. Emma stood half a step behind me, her shoulder touching mine. Officer Donnelly glanced at a phone in his hand. "Detective Reeves asked me to intercept you. He's finishing up with the victim's family at Mass General. He'll meet you at District A1 in about 45 minutes. "I thought he said perimeter," I said. He changed his mind. Donnelly's expression was polite, but blank. He prefers the station. My phone felt heavier in my pocket. "Can I at least confirm that's my wallet?" I asked, nodding toward the scene. Donnelly hesitated. "It's bagged as evidence. We've logged the contents." "Contents?" Emma asked sharply. "Standard procedure," he said. "ID, cards, cash." "How much cash?" I blurted. He checked his phone again. $32. I had 40 in there this morning. Emma's fingers dug into my arm in a silent don't. "Is there anything missing?" Donnelly asked. I shook my head automatically, then stopped. "I don't know. That's why we're meeting at the station," he said. "We'll take a formal statement." He stepped aside slightly, but not enough to let us through the tape. The message was clear. Go to the station. Stay out of the scene. We walked back up the block toward Main Street, away from the flashing lights. My legs felt oddly hollow, like I'd run too hard and not realized it yet. Emma leaned close. "We need to talk to that deli employee before we go to the station." I nodded. She said they were watching me. "Which could mean anything," Emma said. "It could mean she panicked. It could mean she thinks police are watching you." "Or someone else is," I said. She didn't answer that. Charlestown Market and Deli was 2 blocks east, past a row of narrow brick townhouses with black shutters. The place had a faded green awning and a neon open sign that flickered faintly, even in daylight. As we approached, I felt eyes on us. Every passing glance seemed loaded. A man walking a golden retriever slowed slightly as he passed. A woman on her phone turned her body away when she noticed me looking at her. I told myself that was paranoia. This was a neighborhood with an active crime scene down the block. Everyone was tense. Inside the deli, the air smelled like frying oil and overripe bananas. A small TV above the fridge played the same news coverage on mute. Behind the counter stood a woman in her early 20s, dark hair pulled into a messy bun. Her name tag read Lena. She looked up as we entered. Her gaze flicked to me, then to Emma. "You called me," I said quietly. Lena's shoulders stiffened. "You shouldn't have come here. We need to know what you saw," Emma said, stepping forward with that nurse authority again. "Before we go to the police." "I already talked to them," Lena said. My stomach dropped. "What did you tell them?" "That a guy used a card with your name on it," she swallowed. "And that he asked if anyone had turned in a wallet." "What did he look like?" I asked. She glanced toward the window like she expected someone to be standing there. "Mid-30s, she said. White, dark jacket, baseball cap. He kept looking at the door like he was waiting for someone." "Alone," Emma pressed. Lena hesitated. "There was a car," she said finally, "parked across the street, engine running." "What kind of car?" "Black SUV, tinted windows." I felt something tighten in my chest. "Did you get a plate?" Emma asked. Lena shook her head. "I was busy." And then I saw the news later and she trailed off. "When they showed the wallet, I recognized your name from the receipt." "Receipt?" I asked. She reached under the counter and pulled out a small stack of paper. She flipped through it and handed one to me. The timestamp read 10:52 a.m. The signature on the bottom was a jagged scrawl, not mine. "That's not my handwriting," I said. "I know," she said. My hands were trembling now. The deli felt too small. The hum of the refrigerator was suddenly loud. Emma leaned in. "Did the police take that receipt?" "They photographed it," Lena said, "but they didn't take the original." "Why?" Emma asked. Lena shrugged. "They said they'd pull the transaction record from the bank." I slipped the receipt into my backpack. "We need the surveillance footage," I said. Lena's eyes widened. "They took the DVR." "Of course they did." "Can you describe his face?" Emma asked gently. Lena closed her eyes for a second. "He had a cut on his knuckle. Fresh, like he'd scraped it. And he smelled like gasoline. A black SUV, engine running. The air in the deli felt thinner. Suddenly, through the front window, I saw a black SUV roll slowly past. Tinted windows, moving just a little too slowly for traffic. My breath hitched. "There," I whispered. Emma turned. The SUV paused at the corner. For a second, I was sure the window would roll down, that someone would step out. Instead, it continued down Main Street and disappeared around the bend. I exhaled shakily. "That's probably nothing," Emma said, but her voice lacked conviction. Lena looked pale. "You need to be careful." "Why did you say they're watching me?" I asked. She hesitated again. "Because when I stepped outside to smoke earlier, a guy asked me if anyone had come looking for the wallet." My pulse thudded. "What guy?" "Different from the one who used the card. Older, beard, gray hoodie." "Did he say your name?" Emma asked. "No," he said, "if the owner shows up, let us know." Us. The deli door opened suddenly, and a man walked in, broad shoulders, construction boots. I flinched so hard my elbow knocked into a display of chips. The bags cascaded to the floor in a loud plastic avalanche. Everyone froze. The man blinked at us. Sorry." My heart was hammering. For half a second, I'd been certain this was it. That this was the confrontation. It was. just a guy buying a sandwich. Emma bent to help me pick up the chips, her movements tight. Okay, she murmured under her breath. We're spiraling, I nodded. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped 2 more bags. Misdirection. That's all it was. A random customer, a random SUV. But my body didn't care about logic. We left the deli and stepped back into the cold air. We go to the station, Emma said. We give them the receipt. We tell them about the SUV. And the second guy, I asked. Yes. I hesitated. What? She said. If someone's framing me, going to the station might be exactly what they want. That's paranoia, she snapped. Is it? I shot back. My wallet is at a violent crime scene. 2 different men are asking about me. And you think this is random? Emma stopped walking. What's your alternative? Run. The word hung there. Run. My brain flashed images of packing a bag, disappearing, letting this explode without me. That was the statue instinct's cousin, the flight instinct. I'm not running, I said. Then we go. We turned toward the main road to call another rideshare. Halfway there, my phone buzzed again. A text this time, unknown number. You should check your apartment. My mouth went dry. Emma saw my face. What? I showed her the screen. Another message arrived immediately. Door looked open. That's not funny, she said, but her voice was thin. I locked it, I said. I was almost sure I had. My brain replayed the morning: coffee, TV, backpack, pocket check, door. Had I double-checked the deadbolt? Or had I just assumed? We can't ignore that, Emma said. They're trying to pull me away from the station, I said. Or someone's inside your apartment, she countered. The geography clicked into place in my head. Charlestown to Somerville, 15 minutes by car without traffic, more with it. If someone had my address from my license, they could have gone there already. We call Mrs. Klein, Emma said. I dialed downstairs. It rang twice before she answered. Noah, she said, breathless. There are police here. My vision tunneled. What? They're asking about you, about your wallet. Is my door open? I asked. A pause, shuffling sounds. It was, she said. They said it looked like someone tried the handle. The lock S scratched. Emma's grip on my arm tightened painfully. The trap wasn't just tightening. It was moving. And retreat, staying out of it, waiting it out, was no longer an option. The police were in my building before I was. That fact rearranged my priorities in a way that felt almost physical, like someone had reached into my chest and twisted a dial. Emma and I stood on the Charlestown sidewalk with my phone pressed to my ear, Mrs. Klein's breathy voice leaking out like a bad speaker. They're asking if you're home, she said. 2 officers. Nice enough. But they're looking around. Don't let them in my apartment, I said, too fast. Too late. I didn't, she snapped. Of course I didn't. I told them you weren't here. But they can see your door, Noah. It looks like someone tried to force it. Emma held up a hand, and I put the call on speaker. This is Emma, she said, voice calm. Mrs. Klein, are the officers still there? Yes. One of them is in the hallway, the other's outside by the front. Okay, Emma said. Can you ask them which unit they're with? Like which district? And if there's a detective name? Mrs. Klein hesitated. Why? Just to make sure it's legitimate, Emma said, and the nurse in her kept it gentle. A muffled exchange. Then Mrs. Klein came back. He says District 7. And Officer Donnelly. I felt my stomach drop. That's the kid in Charlestown, I said. He stopped us. Emma's eyes narrowed. So they split. One at the scene, one at your building. My phone vibrated again. Unknown number. I didn't answer. It rang out, then rang again. A third time. Emma grabbed my wrist. Answer. Put it on speaker. My thumb slid across the screen. Hello, breathing. Then a voice, low and oddly casual, like he was calling to ask about a package. You went to the deli, the man said. My mouth went dry. Who is this? Noah, he said, like we were friends. You don't need to do all this. Just do what they ask. Go to the station. Tell them you dropped it. Tell them you don't remember. You'll be fine. Emma's face tightened, and I knew she was hearing what I was hearing. Someone who thought he had leverage. Someone who didn't mind making a phone call like this. Why are you calling me? I managed, a soft laugh. Because you're making it complicated. Who are you? Emma cut in. What's your name? The line went quiet for half a beat, then, this doesn't involve you, Emma. Her eyes widened. Mine did too. He knew her name. You don't get to, she started. You should check your phone, he said, and there was no humor in it now. See what happens when you help him. The call ended. Emma stood very still, like her body was trying to decide whether to sprint or punch something. Her phone buzzed. She looked down, her face drained. What? I asked. She tilted the screen toward me. A photo. A grainy shot of her car in the hospital parking garage, taken from somewhere elevated, like the photographer had been standing on the ramp above. Her license plate visible. A timestamp in the corner. 12:18 p.m. Another text followed immediately. You leave. We call IT in stolen. You stay out. He goes home safe. Emma swallowed hard. This is extortion, I said, and my voice sounded far away. Emma shook her head like she could rattle logic back into place. Or a bluff. Is it? I asked. They already have my wallet at a crime scene. They already have my address. They already have your car. My phone buzzed with another call, this time a known number, Detective Reeves. Emma grabbed my phone and answered before I could. Detective Reeves, she said. This is Emma Walsh. I'm with Noah. There was a brief pause on the other end, like the detective didn't love hearing a woman's voice in a situation he'd framed as one man's problem. Where are you? Reeves asked. Charlestown, Emma said, Main Street, near the deli. Mr. Klein was advised to come to the station, Reeves said. Emma's jaw tightened. Someone is calling him, threatening him. They know my name and my car, a beat. Are you at the scene perimeter? Reeves asked, sharper now. No, she said. We were intercepted. Officer Donnelly redirected us. Another beat, and I could almost hear Reeves recalibrating. Stay where you are, he said, and my pulse spiked at the words. I'm sending a unit to you. We can't, Emma said. They're at his apartment. Officer Donnelly is at his building. We just got that confirmed. Silence. Then Reeves, controlled but faster now. What do you mean, Donnelly is at his building? He's physically there, Emma said. His landlord confirmed it. I watched Emma as she spoke, her shoulders squared, her voice even, and I felt a flash of shame, sharp and hot. This was what taking control looked like. She was doing it while my brain kept trying to become a statue. Listen to me, Reeves said, and his tone changed into something more direct, less procedural. If someone is using my officers' names, that's significant. If Donnelly is actually where you say he is, I need you to confirm visually. Do you understand? Emma's eyes flicked to mine. We're 2 miles away. Then don't go alone, Reeves said. If you go, do it in public, keep your phone on, and do not enter your apartment. Emma's mouth tightened. You're telling us to go back anyway. I'm telling you, Reeves snapped, that someone is manipulating your movements and mine. I can't stop you from driving across the city, but I can tell you to not make it easy. He lowered his voice. Mr. Klein, are you there? My throat felt tight. Yeah. You need to stop making decisions based on fear, Reeves said blunt. Give me facts. Where were you between 10 and noon? At home, I said, and hated how useless it sounded. "You have cameras?" he asked. I blinked. "What? Your building?" he said. "Entry cameras, doorbell cameras, anything. Somerville loves cameras." My brain snagged on a detail I'd ignored for years because it was annoying. Mrs. Klein's hallway camera. She'd put it in after the mat got stolen. A cheap ring-style device mounted above the stairwell that captured anyone coming up to the third floor. "She has a camera," I said quickly. "In the hallway." "Good," Reeves said. "Get that footage. That's your lifeline. And tell Mrs. Klein to not open the door to anyone claiming to be police unless they show ID through the peephole, and she calls 911 to verify." Emma nodded, even though he couldn't see it. "Reeves," she said. "What about the threat?" "We handle it," he said. "But you need to stop playing their game. Go to your building, stay outside, meet the actual officers if they're there. Do not go into the apartment. Do not confront anyone alone." The call ended. Emma looked at me. "Hallway footage, that's proof." "If it's still there," I said. "If it's there," she corrected. "We go get it." We ordered another rideshare, but traffic was a mess. Sirens somewhere. A delivery truck blocking a lane. Boston doing what it does. Emma tapped her foot on the sidewalk, eyes constantly scanning. My skin felt too small for my body. A black SUV rolled past again. Same tinted windows. This time, it didn't keep going. It slowed at the curb half a block away. Stopped, my breath caught. Emma saw it too. A second passed. 2. The rear passenger window lowered just an inch, not enough to see a face. Just a black slit. Then my phone buzzed with another text. "We're waiting." My throat tightened. "They're here." Emma's eyes were bright with adrenaline. "Okay, what do you mean okay?" She grabbed my sleeve and pulled me toward a busier corner where more people were standing, tourists, locals, a couple arguing about parking. "We don't stay isolated," she said. "We don't go where they can box us in." A rideshare pulled up, gray sedan, hazard lights blinking. Emma shoved me into the back seat and climbed in beside me. The driver, Sonia Patel, 38, female, glanced at us, taking in our faces in the mirror. "You okay?" she asked. "Just drive," Emma said, then softened it. "Please, to East Somerville, near Pearl Street." Sonia nodded and pulled out. I twisted in my seat to look back. The SUV eased off the curb and slid into traffic behind us. Not close enough to be obvious, close enough to be sure. "We're being followed," I whispered. Emma stared straight ahead. "Sonia," she said calmly, "can you take the next right and then loop back? Just trust me." Sonia's eyebrows lifted. Okay." She turned right onto a side street, then another, then another. The city blurred by brick, parked cars, puddles reflecting slate sky. I watched the rear window, counting heartbeats like they were seconds. The SUV appeared at the end of the block. Still there. Emma exhaled through her nose. "Not a coincidence." "Call Reeves," I said. Emma shook her head. "Not yet. We need something concrete." "What's concrete?" "Them ramming us." She didn't answer. Sonia's phone was mounted on the dash with maps. I leaned forward slightly, looking at the route. We were crossing the bridge back towards Somerville. The Zacham's white cables rose ahead like bones. At the next light, Emma leaned towards Sonia. "Take us to the Somerville police station, the one on Washington Street." Sonia glanced in the mirror again, caught the seriousness in Emma's face, and nodded. My pulse spiked. "Why? Safe public place," Emma said. "Cameras, officers. We don't go home alone with a tail." The SUV stayed behind us through 3 lights. When we pulled into the station parking lot, it slowed, then rolled past without turning in. A small relief. Not relief enough. Inside the station lobby, the air smelled like old coffee and disinfectant. A bored officer behind glass looked up as we approached. "I need to report harassment," Emma said. "We're being followed. We have reason to believe someone is impersonating an officer." The officer's eyes sharpened. "Names. Detective Daniel Reeves, Boston PD, is assigned," Emma said, and it came out fluent, like she'd been doing this her whole life. "But someone is using Officer Donnelly's name, Officer T. Donnelly, and that officer may be at my friend's building right now. We need a unit to verify, and we need hallway camera footage from the building." The officer blinked at the amount of information, then reached for a phone. While he called, Emma leaned toward me. "This is going to get ugly," she murmured. "Stay with me." "Don't go still," I swallowed. "I'm here." But my hands were shaking. 10 minutes later, we were back in Sonia's car, escorted out by a Somerville cruiser behind us. Not lights and sirens, but present. A shadow with a badge. As we turned onto Pearl Street, my throat tightened. Familiar territory, my block, my building with its chipped paint and the smell of laundry soap in the stairwell. 2 officers stood in the entryway. One was Donnelly, except he looked wrong. Not the kid. This one was older, stockier, with a thicker neck. Same uniform, same nameplate. The Somerville cruiser pulled up behind us and parked. The officer inside stepped out, hand near his belt, posture alert. Emma's hand clamped around mine. "That's not him." My mouth went dry. We got out of the car, feet hitting wet pavement. The air felt brittle. The Donnelly in the doorway looked up, eyes scanning us like he was weighing options. His gaze landed on Emma, lingered. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face. And he smiled, too friendly. "Mr. Klein," he called, "we've been trying to reach you." The Somerville officer approached the doorway. "Excuse me," he said sharply. "Badge number." The man's smile didn't move. "Officer Donnelly, Boston PD, District 7. The Somerville officer didn't even flinch. "That's not a badge number." For a second, everything paused, like the city itself held its breath. Then the man's hand moved fast into his jacket. Emma shoved me backward instinctively. Somerville officer lunged forward at the same time. It wasn't a gun. It was a set of keys, jangling, glittering, and a small black device that looked like a remote. The man clicked it once. A sharp beep echoed from somewhere nearby. My brain registered it half a second later, a car alarm chirp. "Back," the Somerville officer shouted, pulling his own weapon halfway, but not fully raising it yet, not sure what he was seeing. The fake Donnelly's eyes flicked past us, toward the curb. And then I saw it. A black SUV parked across the street. Tinted windows. Engine running. The rear door cracked open. Someone inside shifted, a shadow moving. Emma grabbed my sleeve and yanked me toward the station wagon parked behind us, Sonia's car. Still there, still idling, her eyes wide in the driver's seat. "Get down," Emma yelled, and her voice had that ER edge that makes people obey. I ducked behind the car, heart hammering, and the world narrowed to wet asphalt, the metallic smell of exhaust, the rasp of my own breath. The fake Donnelly bolted, not toward us, toward the SUV. The Somerville officer shouted again, ran after him, and then a crack. Not a gunshot, too dull, more like something heavy hitting metal. The fake Donnelly slammed into the SUV door, shoved himself inside. The door snapped shut. The SUV lurched forward. The Somerville officer lunged, grabbing at the door handle, and got dragged a step before letting go. He stumbled back, caught himself, and raised his weapon fully now, but the SUV was already moving, tires spitting water. No shots fired. Too many houses. Too many people. Too much liability. The SUV roared down the street. My legs felt like jelly. Emma crouched beside me, breathing hard. "You okay?" "Noah, look at me." I nodded, but my throat wouldn't cooperate. The Somerville officer jogged back, chest heaving, eyes scanning for threats. He spoke into his radio, fast and clipped, calling in the SUV, direction of travel, partial plate. He'd gotten something, thank God. Mrs. Klein stood in the doorway downstairs now, pale, one hand pressed to her mouth. "Oh my God," she whispered. My body started shaking in earnest now, delayed reaction catching up. Not cinematic, ugly, teeth chattering. Emma turned to the Somerville officer. "The hallway camera," she said. "We need the footage." He nodded, still wired. "Ma'am, we're treating this as an active impersonation and possible attempt to tamper with evidence. Do you have access to the camera account?" Mrs. Klein nodded shakily. "It's on my phone." "Get it," Emma said, and it sounded like an order she could not give. We went inside the building with the Somerville officer between us and the stairwell, gun lowered now, but his posture still rigid. My palms left damp prints on the railing as we climbed. On the third-floor landing, the cheap camera blinked its little blue light. Mrs. Klein fumbled with her phone. "I don't know how to," Emma took it gently. "Okay, breathe. Show me the app." Within 30 seconds, Emma had the footage pulled up, timeline scrubbed back to mid-morning. We watched. At 10:41 a.m., the hallway was empty. At 10:43, a man came up the stairs wearing a dark jacket and baseball cap. He kept his head angled down. He held something in his hand, small and metallic. A key. He didn't look at the camera. He didn't need to. He moved like someone who'd done this before. He stopped at my door. He tried the handle. It didn't open. Then he pulled a thin tool from his pocket, something like a slim screwdriver, and worked at the lock. Not long. Just enough to scratch it, to test it, to see what kind of resistance he was dealing with. He glanced over his shoulder once, quick, and in that glance, the camera caught his face. Not clear enough to be a perfect portrait, clear enough to show a fresh split across his knuckle. Gasoline smell guy. At 10:47, he left. At 11:05, someone else came up the stairs. Older, beard, gray hoodie. He paused on the landing, looked directly at the camera. Then he pulled the camera down. The view tilted, caught ceiling, then went dark. Emma's hand tightened on the phone until her knuckles whitened. "That's why your door looked open," she murmured. "They wanted you to come back alone." I stared at the dark screen, my heartbeat thudding in my ears. "Wait," I said. "Scroll forward." Emma did. At 1:58 p.m., the camera feed returned. Someone had set it back up. The view was crooked, angled down too far. A uniformed figure stepped into frame. Fake Donnelly. He looked at the lens for half a second, as if acknowledging it, then turned toward my door and tried the handle again. The lock held. He stepped back, reached into his jacket, and that was the moment we'd arrived. My throat felt raw. "They weren't just framing me," I said hoarsely. "They were coming back." "For what?" Emma stared at me, eyes glossy with adrenaline and fear. "For you," she said, "or for whatever you have that they think you have." "I don't have anything," I whispered. The Somerville officer leaned in. "Sir," he said, voice lower now, more human, "this footage is evidence. We're sending it to Boston PD, and we're opening our own case for impersonation and attempted unlawful entry." I nodded. but it didn't feel like relief. It felt like confirmation. This was real, and it was bigger than my ability to shrug off. Emma exhaled shakily and handed the phone back to Mrs. Klein. Then she turned to me. "Cost," she said softly. "What?" "This is the cost," she repeated. "You don't get out of this clean. Even if they catch them, you're going to be interviewed. Your name is in a report. Your apartment is compromised. You're going to have to rebuild trust in your own life." I swallowed hard. "And you?" Emma looked away. "And I'm going to have to explain to my job why someone was photographing my car." We stood there on the landing, the building suddenly feeling like a thin shell, like a place with doors and locks that were more symbolic than real. Outside, the street had quieted again. The SUV was gone. The fake officer was gone. But my chest still felt tight, like the air had learned the shape of fear and didn't want to let go. The Somerville officer spoke into his radio again, coordinating with Boston PD, giving details. In the distance, another siren rose and fell, moving through the city like an animal searching for a place to lie down. I glanced at my door. The scratched lock caught the hallway light. I imagined turning the key and stepping inside, and I realized I didn't want to. Not yet. Not without knowing what I'd find. Because whatever they wanted, they'd been close enough to touch my life and leave marks. And they'd proven something I couldn't unknow. My address wasn't a secret. My name wasn't safe. And someone out there had decided I was useful as a scapegoat or a lure. The immediate threat had driven off down Pearl Street, but the deeper one was still breathing somewhere in Boston, wearing a cap, smelling like gasoline, and moving with purpose. The conflict in the rawest sense was resolved. We had proof I hadn't planted that wallet and proof someone tried to access my home. The impersonation was real. The pursuit was real. But the price was already lodged under my skin, like that first live stream glitch, a pebble you can't shake out. Emma squeezed my hand once hard, then let go. "You're not freezing," she said quietly. "Not right now." I stared at my own front door until my eyes stung. "I don't know what I am," I said. And in the silence that followed, not deafening, just ordinary hallway quiet, pipes ticking, someone's TV murmuring downstairs, I heard it. The faint click of Mrs. Klein's camera settling back into place, recording again. Watching, always watching. The first thing I did after the Somerville officer left and the radio chatter faded down the stairwell was stand in front of my own door and realize I couldn't remember what safe had felt like before today. Not philosophically, not in some big, poetic way. I mean, my body didn't know how to do it anymore. My hand hovered near the lock like it was hot. The scratched metal caught the hallway light, a crescent of bright damage where the tool had chewed it. It looked smaller now than it had on the video, like the camera had magnified it into something epic. In real life, it was just ugly, intimate vandalism. Someone's impatience applied to my home. Emma was behind me, quieter now. Mrs. Klein stood a few steps down, her robe pulled tight around her, chin trembling like she was trying not to cry or yell, and couldn't decide which felt less embarrassing. The Somerville officer had taken the footage. He'd filmed Mrs. Klein's phone screen with his own body cam, and then had her email the clip to a department address. He asked for my ID, and I'd laughed once, a bad sound. "I don't have it," ID said, as if that was funny. He'd written my name anyway. He left after telling us to stay put, after telling Mrs. Klein not to touch the camera again, after telling me not to enter my apartment until Boston PD cleared it. That last part had landed like a stone, until they clear it, as if my place was a suspicious package now. As the officer's footsteps disappeared, the building became ordinary again. Pipes ticking inside walls, someone's TV murmuring downstairs, a distant toilet flush. Normal noises that were suddenly too loud because they reminded me there were other lives stacked close to mine, and mine had just been breached. Emma exhaled slowly. "Do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight?" I stared at my door. "This is my place." "That's not an answer," she said, gently but firm. Mrs. Klein spoke up, voice thin. "You can sleep on my couch, if you want. I have extra blankets." The image of sleeping in Mrs. Klein's living room, her floral couch, her old cat prowling like a landlord of its own, should have been comforting. It was. It felt like retreat, like being a kid again, hiding in someone else's space. "I might have to go to the station," I said. Emma nodded. "You do." She didn't say it as punishment. She said it like a nurse telling you need stitches. My phone buzzed again. Not unknown this time. "Detective Reeves," I answered. "Yeah." "Mr. Klein," Reeves said, and the background noise suggested he was walking fast somewhere. "Somerville just sent over footage. I saw it." "Okay, we're not looking at you as a suspect anymore," he said plain. The relief didn't come like a wave. It came like a tiny reduction in pressure, like someone loosened a belt one notch. My lungs still didn't feel normal. "Thank you," I said anyway. "We still need your statement," Reeves continued. "And Emma Walsh's. We need it on record. You'll come to one now." "Do we have to?" Emma asked, leaning toward my phone. "Yes," Reeves said, no hesitation. "And you're bringing Mrs. Klein if she'll cooperate. That hallway camera and her phone logs matter." Mrs. Klein made a small protesting noise. Emma gave her a look that said, "I'm sorry, but we can't choose comfort right now." "We'll come," Emma said. "Good," Reeves replied. "One more thing." My stomach tightened again, automatic. "We recovered a second item at the scene," Reeves said. "Not aired on the news, keys." The key ring had a tag with a hospital logo. Emma's face changed, a flicker of something like nausea. "That's mine," she said quietly. I turned to her. "What? I've been missing a spare set," she said. "For weeks. I thought I lost them at work." Reeves's voice remained steady. "We'll go over it in person. But I want you both to understand. Whoever did this is using personal property as breadcrumbs. If you find anything else missing, anything, tell us immediately." My mouth felt dry. "Okay," the call ended. Emma stared at the wall like it had started speaking in a language she didn't know. "I didn't even notice," she whispered. The horror wasn't a monster in the hallway. It was that. The mundane fact that your life can be rearranged without your permission, quietly, while you're busy doing other things. District, a one smelled like coffee that had been reheated too many times, and the kind of cleaning product that tries to cover up human stress. We sat in a small interview room with beige walls, a table bolted to the floor, and a camera in the corner, pretending to be unobtrusive. I'd been in plenty of hospitals. I'd never been in a police interview room. It felt like stepping into a parallel version of my life, where every sentence could become evidence. Detective Reeves came in with a folder and a tired face. He was mid-40s maybe, built like someone who'd spent years eating food that came from takeout containers, with eyes that didn't blink as often as they should. Detective Daniel Reeves, 45. Male introduced himself properly, even though we already knew his name. He did it because it mattered, because it created a record. He asked for Emma's ID, then mine. I handed over my phone because that was all I had, my digital license in the RMV app. Thank God I'd set it up last year when the hospital made us add extra security. Reeves studied the screen, nodded, then slid it back. "We've got video from the deli," he said. "Not great, but enough. The guy who used your card was wearing gloves, baseball cap, kept his head down. But we got the SUV on another camera 2 blocks over. Partial plate." Emma's voice was tight. "Who are they?" Reeves shook his head. "Not giving you names yet. We're not there. But I can tell you this doesn't look random. We've had a couple cases recently where someone's identity is used to muddy a scene. Not common, but not unheard of." I swallowed. "So they wanted me to look guilty." "They wanted you to hesitate," Reeves said, "to make the wrong call, to not call us, to go home alone." Emma pressed her lips together. "And the victim?" I asked. Reeves's gaze held mine for a moment, and something in his expression softened, just slightly. "He's alive," he said. "Still critical, blunt force trauma, likely a fall after an altercation, but we can't say for certain yet. Alive." That word was another notch of loosened pressure. It didn't make me okay. It made me less ruined. Reeves continued, flipping open the folder. "Let's walk through your morning, Mr. Klein. Timeline, locations, any stops, any unusual contacts." I told him everything. Coffee, TV, the glitch, the pocket check, the train platform smell, the cafe, Emma, the wallet missing. When I talked, I heard how small and domestic my day had been until it was, how fragile. Emma gave her statement next. She told him about the texts, the photo of her car, the call where the man had said her name. She described the SUV, the fake officer, the beep, the way the door had cracked open across the street like a mouth. Mrs. Klein, who came in after, wringing her hands like she was trying to wash them without water, confirmed what she'd seen downstairs. 2 officers, one in the hallway, one outside. Except, she admitted, she hadn't actually seen a badge up close. She trusted the uniform, trusted the posture. Reeves wrote it all down, asked clarifying questions, never raised his voice, never comforted us. He wasn't there for that. When we were done, he leaned back and finally looked tired in a human way. "What happens now?" he said. "We'll have a unit escort you back to your building. Crime scene tech will clear your apartment for entry. You'll change your locks. Tonight," I nodded, throat tight. "Emma," he said, turning to her, "we're notifying your hospital security. Those keys at the scene matter. Your car photo matters." Emma's face tightened. "My job can't. They'll handle it," Reeves said. "Or they'll pretend to. But it's better to have it documented." He slid a business card across the table to me. "If you receive any more unknown calls or texts, do not respond. Screenshot, forward to this number." I took it. My fingers were still trembling, just slightly, like an aftershock. "Can I have my wallet back?" I asked, and immediately hated that I'd asked something so normal. Reeves's expression didn't change. "Not yet. It's evidence." Of course it was. He stood. "One more thing." He tapped the folder. "Your bank freeze was good, but you need to put fraud alerts on your credit reports. And consider a new phone number." Emma looked at me. A new number? I felt sick at the idea. My number was stitched into my life, doctor's offices, my boss, 2-factor codes, my mother's phone. Changing it felt like cutting off a limb. Reeves didn't argue. He just held my gaze until I nodded. "Okay," I said. Then he opened the door, and the moment ended as abruptly as it began. Back into fluorescent hallways. back into a world where other people were waiting for their turn in rooms like that. A Somerville unit drove us back, lights off, no drama, just presence. As we pulled up to my building, I saw new scratches on the front entry buzzer panel, thin lines like someone had tried to pry it open. My stomach clenched again. Crime scene tech arrived in an unmarked van. 2 people, both masked, both gloved, carrying cases that looked like they belonged in a dentist office. One of them introduced herself. Jenna Park, 29, female, said, "We'll be quick," like she was talking about a routine maintenance call. They dusted my doorknob, checked the lock, photographed the scratches, swabbed something near the edge. One of them held up a small, clear bag with what looked like a sliver of black plastic inside. "Could be from a tool," she said. She said it like it was a crumb. They finally let me open the door. I stood on the threshold for a long second. The inside of my apartment smelled like my apartment. Coffee, laundry detergent, dust. Nothing dramatic. No ransacked drawers. No overturned furniture. Still, my skin crawled. Emma stayed behind me, not touching anything, hands clasped like she was waiting for an exam. I stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the angle of my living room lamp. Slightly different. I'd always kept it tilted toward the couch. Now it was facing the wall. The second thing was my kitchen trash can. The lid was closed. I almost always left it cracked because the hinge squeaked and annoyed me. These were the kinds of details you'd never mention to someone because they sound insane. But they were wrong. I walked to my bedroom and opened the closet. Clothes, shoes, nothing missing that I could see. I pulled open my desk drawer where I kept old passports, tax returns, anything important. The folder was still there. Emma exhaled, a tiny release. "Maybe they didn't get in," she said quietly. "Maybe," I replied. Then I remembered the hallway footage. The first guy had tried. The second guy had disabled the camera. The fake officer had returned again. They'd wanted me to think they got in, or they'd wanted to see what I'd do. I sat on the edge of my couch, suddenly exhausted in a way that felt deep in my bones. My whole day had been adrenaline and fluorescent lighting and wet streets. Now that my apartment looked normal, my body finally remembered how tired it was. Emma stood by the window and watched the street. "They're not here," she said, but it didn't sound like certainty. It sounded like prayer. A locksmith came an hour later, drilled out my lock, installed a new deadbolt. The sound of drilling made my teeth ache. When he left, my door looked new in a way that made the old scratches even uglier. Mrs. Klein brought up tea in a chipped mug. Her hands still shook. "I'm sorry," she said, like she'd failed me personally. "You didn't do anything," I told her, and meant it. After she left, Emma and I stood in the kitchen, the same place I'd stood rinsing my French press this morning when the day was still mine. Emma didn't look at me. "I should go," she said. "Yeah," I replied too quickly, and then regretted it. She set her keys down on the counter, absent-mindedly her main set, the ones she still had. Then she remembered and snatched them back up like the counter might steal them. "We're going to be interviewed again," she said. "My hospital-s going to freak out. And you're going to obsess." "I don't obsess," I said automatically. Emma finally looked at me. Her eyes were red around the edges. "You do," she said. "You just call it thinking." I didn't have a clever comeback. She shifted her weight. "Noah, I don't know what this means for you, for us." "It doesn't mean anything," I said, and then heard how false it sounded. Emma's jaw tightened. "It means you're not invisible," she said softly. It means someone can pick you and rewrite your day, and you'll spend the rest of your life checking your pockets. That landed in the exact sore place I'd been trying to ignore. I checked, I whispered. I did check. I know, she said. That's the worst part. She walked toward the door, paused, then turned back. Do you have someone to call? She asked. My mom, I said, though the idea of explaining this to her made me nauseous. Call her, Emma said, and sleep. Don't sit here scrolling footage all night. I nodded, but we both knew I would. She hesitated again, then stepped closer and hugged me. Just once. Brief, real. Her arms were warm. Her coat smelled faintly like hospital soap and cold air. Then she left. When the door clicked shut behind her, the apartment sounded too quiet, not cliché quiet, just the absence of another person's breathing. I sat on the couch with my phone in my hands, trying to decide if I should turn the TV back on, trying to decide if I could bear to see that intersection again. Instead, I opened my bank app and watched the disputed charge sit there like a bruise. I opened my email and saw the automated fraud alert confirmations coming in. I opened the credit bureau websites and started freezing my credit, one by one, answering security questions about old addresses and car loans like I was proving my own history to a machine. Normal tasks, boring tasks. My hands shook the whole time. At 9:13 p.m., a text arrived. Unknown number. My stomach flipped. I didn't open it immediately. I stared at the notification preview like it was a live wire. Finally, I tapped it. No words, just a photo. A close-up of a brown leather wallet, my wallet, inside a clear evidence bag. The evidence label blurred out, except for one thing that wasn't blurred. Item 4. Under the photo, a single line of text. You get it back when we're done. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I took a screenshot. I forwarded it to Reeves's number the way he'd told me. Then I blocked the number. Then I realized blocking a number didn't block a person. I stood up and walked to my front door and pressed my forehead lightly against it. The new deadbolt was cold against my temple. Outside, the hallway was quiet. Pipes ticked. Somewhere downstairs, Mrs. Klein's TV laughed. I went to the window and looked out at Pearl Street. Streetlights reflected on wet pavement. Someone walked a dog. A car passed slowly, tires whispering. For a moment, everything looked like it always had. But my body didn't believe it. Because the subtle thread, the one that wouldn't tie off, wasn't the SUV or the fake officer or the assault victim in the hospital. It was the message. They had access to a photo of my wallet in evidence custody, which meant either they were closer than I wanted to imagine, or they'd never really left. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The TV clicked on like a polite cough. Not loud, not dramatic, just a soft relay TCK from somewhere inside the wall-mounted set, followed by that faint, familiar electric hiss that comes right before an image settles. The room had been dark enough that the sudden rectangle of light felt like someone opening a refrigerator in the middle of the night. 2:17 a.m. glowed on my phone screen when I squinted at it. At first, my brain did the easy thing: sleep timer, automatic update, hotel weirdness. The kinds of explanations you keep stocked in your head so you don't have to sit up and feel your heart speed up. The TV didn't blast sound. It wasn't even bright. The backlight came up to a dull, bluish level, like it didn't want to wake anyone either. Then the channel banner slid in at the bottom. Same channel as last night. A local news affiliate, the kind of station you don't choose so much as end up on when you're half awake and pressing buttons without looking. The ticker crawled, tiny white letters on black. Weather advisory, traffic, the anchors weren't on, just B-roll of a street downtown. Lights smearing in the rain. A fountain. A flag snapping hard in wind. A hotel room is supposed to be anonymous. Every one of them is a little stage set. Bed, desk, lamp, carpet patterned so you won't notice stains. And if something goes wrong, you blame the room before you blame your own senses. But I'd unplugged the TV the first night, because I'm that person now, suspicious of convenience, compulsive about small controls. I knew because I'd been irritated that the plug was behind the dresser, and I'd scraped my knuckles on the cheap particle board trying to get it out. I lay there for a second and listened. The air conditioner whispered. Somewhere down the hall, an ice machine clunked, then went quiet. The TV gave off the tiniest statusy murmur, not quite sound, not quite silence, like a seashell held up to your ear, except sharper. I pushed myself up on one elbow and stared at the wall. The TV was on. The plug, if I'd really unplugged it, should have made that impossible. My bare feet found the carpet. It was damp cool the way hotel carpet always is, like it never fully dries from some long ago spill. I stood, and the motion made my knee complain. Not a sharp pain, just a reminder. I limped to the dresser and crouched, peering behind it. The cord was plugged in. I sat back on my heels, feeling ridiculous, like I just checked under the bed for monsters at 34 years old. Okay, I whispered to no one. Okay. The rational thing would have been to shrug, turn it off, and go back to sleep. The rational thing would have been to accept that I'd remembered wrong or plugged it back in while half asleep, or that the hotel's wiring did some kind of reset. The rational thing would have been to keep my world smooth and explainable. Instead, I stood and hit the power button on the side of the TV. Nothing. The screen stayed on, showing the wet street and the endless crawl of information. I hit it again. Still nothing. I tried the remote, which lay on the nightstand in a little paper band that said sanitized, like the word itself could do the cleaning. I pointed and pressed power. The TV blinked, dimmed for a fraction of a second, then returned to the same image. Same channel, same ticker, like it had nowhere else to go. That was the moment it became off in a way my body didn't like. Not paranormal, not haunting. Just a system behaving with a stubbornness that felt intentional. Even though intention in machines is something we project, like faces in clouds. I'm Lucas Heller, 34, and I'm in Milwaukee for a 2-day training I didn't want and didn't need, for a job I keep telling myself I'm lucky to have. I work for a mid-sized medical device company based in Chicago, the kind that makes components nobody thinks about until they're missing. I came up because our regional distributor wanted everyone aligned before the next quarter, which meant sitting in a windowless hotel conference room under fluorescent lights that made everyone's skin look slightly gray. I chose this hotel because it was close to the training site, and because the photos online made it look newer than it actually was. Also, because I don't like staying with coworkers if I can avoid it. My private flaw, if you want to call it that, is that I don't trust my own memory when I'm tired, and I hate that about myself. I write things down obsessively. I take photos of parking spots. I set redundant alarms. I check locks twice, not because I think someone is breaking in, but because I need to know I did the thing. I did it. I can prove it. It's less about fear of intruders and more about fear of my brain skipping a step and leaving me exposed. That's the part I don't tell anyone, because it sounds like weakness dressed up as organization. The TV's glow made the room look flatter. The bedspread's patterned blue and tan stripes lost any warmth it might have had. The little framed print above the desk, an abstract-like scene, looked like it had been printed yesterday and already forgotten. I walked to the desk chair and sat, because my knee was telling me not to stand too long, and because sitting made me feel like I was choosing to be awake rather than being pulled into it. I watched the screen, a wide shot of an empty intersection in rain, a traffic light cycling through red to green for no one. The camera angle was too high to be handheld. It was probably from a city cam or a drone, something the station piped in when they didn't have anything else. In the corner, the station logo sat like a sticker. No anchor, no voice, just pictures and the crawl. The volume indicator was at 0. I tried raising it. The number on screen increased. Still no sound. I raised it higher. 10, 15. I heard a faint hum, as if the speakers were active, but refusing to translate anything into audio. My phone buzzed in my hand, as if it sensed my attention had shifted away from it. Low battery, 12%. I'd meant to plug it in before sleep. I'd meant to do a lot of things before sleep. I plugged it into the charger on the nightstand and watched the little lightning bolt appear. A small relief. Then I opened the hotel's Wi-Fi login, because that's what you do when you want answers you can't get from the room. The Wi-Fi page loaded slowly, like it was thinking about whether to cooperate. I checked the time again. 2:18 a.m. now. A minute had passed without me noticing, which shouldn't have mattered, except it did. It made the room feel like it had its own tempo. I could call the front desk. That was the normal thing. Hi, sorry, my TV turned on by itself. They'd send someone or they'd say, unplug it, and I'd say, I did. And then I'd be the guy arguing at 2 a.m. about a plug. I looked at the phone number on the little card by the bed, 0 for front desk, and my thumb hovered. Then I realized I wasn't alone in this choice. There was another bed, double queen room, because I'd booked late, and that's what was available. And in that other bed, under the second comforter, Claire shifted and made a small sound that was half sigh, half irritation. Claire Marlowe, 29, female, was my coworker in the loosest sense. She covered a different territory, different accounts. We met in person exactly twice before this week. She missed her connecting flight in O'Hare, and the company, in its infinite wisdom, told her to coordinate lodging with whoever was already in Milwaukee. That was me. She wasn't my friend, exactly. She wasn't a stranger either. She existed in that gray coworker space where you know someone's coffee order and their LinkedIn headline, but not how they handle fear. I'd offered her the second bed because it was either that or she slept in the lobby, and because saying no would have made me a story she told later with a laugh. I'd insisted on separate beds with a joke that landed flat. She'd shrugged and said, "I'm not 12, and that was that." Now she turned over, hair spilling across the pillow like a dark ink stain in the TV light. "Luke," she mumbled, voice thick with sleep. "It's Lucas," I said automatically, then softened. "Sorry." The TV turned on. She blinked, and for a second I could see her trying to place herself. Hotels do that to you, erase context, force you to rebuild it. She pushed herself up on an elbow and stared at the screen. "Oh my God," she said, not scared, just annoyed. Why is it always the news?" "It did this last night too," I said before I could stop myself. That was true, but not in the way it sounded. Last night, the TV had been on when we came in, set to the same channel. I turned it off. I'd assumed it stayed off. I hadn't woken up to it clicking on. But the fact that it was the same channel now made my brain stack the events like matching cups. Claire rubbed her face. "It's like 2 a.m. 2:17, I said. She paused. "You checked." I realized how that sounded. Like I'd been waiting. "Yeah." I woke up when it clicked on. Claire swung her legs out of bed and stood, barefoot, stretching her arms overhead. He wore one of those oversized conference T-shirts people got as freebies and actually slept in. Her posture was loose, athletic. She didn't move like someone afraid of the dark. She moved like someone who assumed the world would mostly cooperate. "Maybe it's a timer," she said, walking toward the TV. "Some hotel setting, like wake-up calls, but for cable." I tried turning it off. "It won't." She took the remote from my hand without asking and pointed it at the screen like she could intimidate it. She pressed power. The TV dimmed for a split second, then came right back to the same image. Claire frowned. "Okay, that's rude." She tried input. Menu, channel up and down. Nothing changed. The channel number didn't even flicker. It was like the TV was playing a loop and the remote was just a toy. "You unplugged it?" she asked. "I thought I did," I said, and heard the insecurity in my own voice. She crouched and reached behind the dresser with confidence, like she wasn't afraid of dust or spiders or whatever lived back there. I saw her hand follow the cord. "It's plugged in," she said. "Want me to yank it?" I unplugged it earlier, I insisted, then immediately regretted insisting. Because how could I prove it? I had no receipt for my own actions. Claire glanced back at me, eyes narrowed, not accusing exactly, but evaluating. "Maybe you didn't," she said gently. "Maybe you thought about it and didn't." I hated that she might be right. She pulled the plug from the wall. The TV stayed on. We both stared at it, a little longer than necessary. Claire straightened slowly. "Okay, that's not normal." The screen showed the same wet intersection. The ticker kept crawling, indifferent to our attention. A sound came from the TV, then not a voice, not an announcement. A thin, almost imperceptible tick at regular intervals, like a metronome trying to find a beat. Claire looked at me. "Is it doing that because it's unplugged?" "It shouldn't be doing anything," I said. She reached up and tapped the physical power button on the TV again, harder this time, as if pressure might convince it. No change. My skin prickled, not in a horror movie way, but in the way it does when you realize you're in a situation you can't solve with the usual set of actions. The room smelled faintly of detergent, and something sour underneath, like a mop bucket left too long. The air conditioner kicked on again with a rattle. Outside the window, 4 stories up, I could see the parking lot lights casting cones of pale yellow onto empty asphalt. "This is some kind of battery backup," Claire said, but she didn't sound sure. "Or like a UPS built into the mount." "In a hotel?" I asked. She shrugged, but her shoulders were tighter now. "Or it's not actually unplugged. Maybe there's another power source." That was a reasonable suggestion, and it made the back of my throat taste metallic with relief. Reasonable, reasonable, reasonable. Then my phone buzzed again. Not low battery this time. A notification from the hotel app I hadn't even remembered downloading earlier to get the Wi-Fi password. "Guest services. We hope you're enjoying your stay. Need anything?" I stared at the message. It felt automated, obviously, but the timing landed wrong, like someone had cleared their throat behind a door. Claire saw my expression. "What?" I turned the phone so she could see. She let out a short laugh that didn't have humor in it. "It's probably just scheduled. Like, it sends that to everyone at 2 a.m. "At 2:17, I said, and immediately hated that I was fixating on the number. Claire's eyes flicked back to the TV. The ticker rolled on. The image of the intersection changed to a shot of the hotel district street signs I didn't recognize, rainwater shimmering on pavement. "Okay," she said briskly, as if briskness could smooth the edges of the moment. "We call the front desk. We tell them the TV won't turn off. They send maintenance. Done." She started toward the nightstand phone. The metronome tick from the TV kept going. I watched her hand hover over the receiver and realized there was a choice here that didn't feel big until it did. Call the front desk and bring someone into the room. Officially, immediately, turn this into a documented problem with a solution. Or don't. Stay quiet. See what happens at 2:17 a.m. in a hotel that suddenly felt less anonymous than it should. Because the part I didn't want to admit, even to myself, was that I wanted to know if it would do it again. Whether it was a glitch you could catch in the act, whether my memory was lying or the room was. Claire looked back at me, waiting. "Well," she said, "front desk." The TV screen held on the rain-slick street, and the ticker slid by like it had all night to tell its story. Opened my mouth, and for a second I wasn't sure which answer would make me feel safer. Claire didn't pick up the phone. She kept her hand hovering over the receiver, eyes still on the screen. The rain-soaked intersection shifted to another camera angle closer now, lower to the ground. Headlights smeared white across the lens. The ticker kept sliding by, same clean font, same neutral tone. "It's live," she said quietly. "How do you know?" She pointed. "See the clock in the corner. It matches your phone. 2:20 a.m. The on-screen clock read 2:20 a.m. It shouldn't have mattered. News stations run live feeds all night, but something about seeing the same time in 2 places made the room feel smaller. "Call them," I said, because now that she'd hesitated, I needed her to move. She picked up the receiver and hit 0. The line clicked, then rang. Once, twice, 3 times. No answer. Claire frowned and pulled the phone away to check the cord, like maybe the handset wasn't seated right. She tried again. This time it didn't ring, just dead air. "No dial tone," she said. "Maybe it's a VoIP thing," I offered, "through the TV or something." That's not how phones work. The TV image shifted again. Now it showed the hotel district, closer to where we were. I recognized the gas station across the street, the green-lit sign flickering in the drizzle. The The camera angle was too high to be street level. Is that? Claire leaned forward. That's outside. I got up and went to the window. The parking lot below was mostly empty, just a few scattered cars, the sodium lights buzzing faintly. Across the street, the gas station canopy glowed the same sickly green as on the TV. On the screen, a car pulled into the gas station lot. White sedan, headlights bright against wet pavement. I watched the street. A car turned the corner, white sedan, headlights bright against wet pavement. It rolled into the gas station lot. Claire didn't say anything for a second. Okay, she said finally. So it's just a live local feed. That's not weird. No, I said, and I meant it. It wasn't weird. It was normal. It was comforting, even. Then the ticker stuttered. Just for a fraction of a second, the crawl hiccuped and restarted mid-sentence. Bridge closed due to MAINT, bridge closed due to MAINT. It repeated twice before continuing smoothly. Claire noticed too. Probably buffering, she said. From what? It's unplugged. She didn't answer that. Instead, she picked up her phone from the other nightstand. The screen lit up her face in pale blue. No service, she said. That's not right. I checked mine. Wi-Fi symbol was gone. Cellular bars at 1 flickering. We had Wi-Fi earlier, I said. Yeah, she opened the hotel app. It spun, and then displayed an error message. The TV ticked softly in the background, like it was keeping its own time. Okay, Claire said, her voice tight now. So the TV's on some kind of backup system. The phone's not working. Wi-Fi's down. That's annoying, but it's not dangerous. But the way she said dangerous made it clear she'd thought the word first and rejected it. The on-screen image shifted again. Now it wasn't the gas station or the intersection. It was a hallway, carpeted, patterned, beige walls with identical framed prints spaced evenly along them. A hotel hallway. Claire stepped closer to the TV. Is that? I was already moving. I opened our room door. The hallway outside was empty. The carpet pattern matched the one on the screen, but that wasn't surprising. Hotels buy in bulk. Repetition is their whole aesthetic. Which floor is that? Claire asked. The TV showed a little floor indicator in the bottom corner, something I hadn't noticed before. Level 4, East Wing. We were on level 4, East Wing. I looked down the hallway to the right. The exit sign glowed red at the far end. To the left, the elevator doors sat closed, stainless steel, reflecting the dim sconces. On the TV, the camera was angled toward the elevators. Okay, Claire said slowly. This is maybe security footage. Why would they broadcast security footage on a news channel? Maybe it's not the news channel. Maybe it's like a hotel info channel. I stepped back into the room and shut the door, sliding the deadbolt across out of habit. The deadbolt made a solid metal on metal sound. That part felt good. The TV camera feed moved slightly, like someone was adjusting it remotely. Does that look like our hallway? Claire asked. I studied the framed prints on screen. Abstract lake scene, blue and gray, same as ours. My stomach tightened. That's our floor, I said. Okay, she said quickly, hands up like she was calming a skittish animal. Okay, so the hotel's running internal camera feeds. Maybe for training. Maybe someone messed up the routing. At 2:17 a.m., she didn't answer. The elevator doors on the TV slid open. Empty. They stayed open for a long beat. I realized I was holding my breath. Then, on screen, someone stepped out. A man in a dark jacket, baseball cap low over his face. Medium build, he paused, looked both ways down the hallway. Claire made a small sound. "Is that?" We both turned to the door. The hallway outside our room was quiet. No footsteps, no voices. On the TV, the man walked toward the camera, then stopped beneath it. He looked up. Even with the cap, I could see enough of his face to know he wasn't hotel staff. No uniform, no name tag. He reached up. The feed cut to static for half a second, then resumed at a different angle further down the hallway. "He's messing with the cameras," Claire said. My brain moved through possibilities like flipping index cards. Maintenance, drunk guest, someone locked out. Then the on-screen ticker changed. It wasn't weather anymore. It was a simple line of text, white on black. "Please remain in your room." The words sat there for 3 seconds. Then the normal news crawl resumed. Claire's jaw tightened. "Okay, that's not funny. I don't think it's supposed to be." My phone buzzed again. A text message from an unknown number. "Stay inside. Don't open the door." My hands felt suddenly too large for my body. "Claire," I said. She saw my face and grabbed her own phone. Her screen lit up. Same message. Different number. She swallowed. "Okay, so someone has our numbers. Or it's a hotel system. Since when does a hotel text you at 2:20 in the morning telling you not to open the door?" We both looked at the door again. The deadbolt felt thin now. Just a strip of metal between us and a hallway I couldn't see without checking. On the TV, the man in the cap walked down the hallway, out of frame. The camera angle shifted again. Now it showed a stairwell landing. Level 4. East wing. "He's coming this way," Claire said. "You don't know that." "I know how buildings work." She wasn't wrong. The east stairwell was just past the elevators. If he'd moved in that direction, a faint sound reached us through the door. Not a knock, not yet, just the softest scrape, like someone testing a handle further down the hall. Claire moved closer to me without seeming to realize she'd done it. "Maybe it's a drill," she whispered. "At 2:17 in the morning. Maybe there's a gas leak or something. Maybe they don't want people opening doors." That was plausible. That was normal. Except the hotel phone wasn't working. The Wi-Fi was down, and the message had come from a random number. The TV showed the stairwell door opening. The man stepped through. I felt my knee throb, a reminder that I wasn't at full speed if this turned into something physical. I'd torn my meniscus last year playing pickup basketball, and it never quite healed right. Stairs were fine. Running wasn't. "Okay," Claire said, voice steadier now. "We need to decide. Do we stay in here and trust that the message is legit? Or do we leave now while we can? Leave and go where? Lobby, parking lot, anywhere with more people. What if the lobby's worse?" She stared at me. "Worse how?" I didn't have an answer that didn't sound paranoid. On the TV, the camera angle returned to the hallway outside our room. I could see our door number. The man in the cap came into frame at the far end. He moved slowly, stopping at each door, bending slightly. Listening. The scrape came again, closer now. Claire's breath quickened. "He's checking doors. He could be drunk," I said weakly. At 2:20 in the morning, methodically checking doors. She wasn't wrong. My phone buzzed again. Another text. "Do not use the stairs." Claire looked at me. "They're watching," she said. Whoever has the cameras." On the TV, the man reached the door 2 rooms down from ours. He tried the handle. It didn't budge. He leaned closer, maybe listening for movement inside. The scrape outside our real door was closer now, 1 door away. I realized something else. The TV wasn't just showing the hallway. It was slightly ahead. On screen, the man moved to the door next to ours. Outside, I heard the handle jiggle at that same moment. Not ahead, exactly in sync, which meant it was live. Claire grabbed her laptop from the desk and flipped it open. "What are you doing? If the Wi-Fi's down, I'm going to try my hotspot." She tapped rapidly, fingers moving with more precision than I'd seen in the conference room earlier that day. The laptop connected to her phone briefly, then dropped. "Signal's garbage," she muttered. On the TV, the man stepped in front of our door. He stood there for a second, just standing. My chest tightened. The handle on our real door moved, not violently, just a gentle test. The deadbolt held. Claire's hand found my wrist. Her grip was stronger than I expected. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, this is real." The TV showed the man leaning closer to our door. His face tilted slightly toward the peephole, as if he knew exactly where to look. A knock came then. 3 slow taps, not aggressive, measured. Claire didn't move. Neither did I. Another text. "He will leave if you stay quiet." The words made my skin crawl in a way nothing else had yet. "Lucas," Claire said, her voice barely audible. "We can't just sit here. What do you want to do?" "We call 911. With no signal, she glanced at the TV. "He knows we're in here." I thought about my flaw, about my need to confirm, to check, to know. The easiest way to confirm would be to look, to open the door just enough to see who he was, to prove he was just a guy, to make the fear concrete instead of letting it swell into something abstract. Claire must have seen that thought pass through my face. "Don't," she said sharply. The handle rattled harder this time, then stopped. On the TV, the man stepped back from our door. He looked up again at the camera. Then he did something I hadn't expected. He pulled something from his jacket pocket, not a weapon, a key card. He held it up to the lock of our neighbor's door. The light flashed red. He tried again. Red. He moved to our door on screen. Claire's nails dug into my skin. "He doesn't have access," she said. The real world lock beeped. Not red, green. The deadbolt held, but the handle shifted under pressure. I felt my pulse in my throat. The TV flickered once. The ticker disappeared. The screen filled with a single line of text. "You should have called the front desk." Then the image cut back to the hallway. The man was pushing against our door now. Not violently, testing, seeing what would give. Claire pulled me toward the bathroom. "Back door," I whispered. "There's no back door." The only exit was the one he was touching. My phone vibrated again. "Time is limited." "Okay," Claire said, her voice shaking now. "We either barricade and hope someone else calls the police, or we get out through the window." We both turned toward the window. 4 stories up. The parking lot below looked very far away, but the rain had stopped, and the ledge beneath the window was just wide enough to stand on. The door handle jerked again. Harder this time. The deadbolt groaned. Claire looked at me. "Decide," she said. Behind us, on the TV, the man leaned his shoulder into our door, and the frame creaked. "Window," Claire said again, but she was already moving toward the dresser instead. The door shuddered under another push. Not a full body slam, just steady pressure, testing the frame. The room layout felt suddenly critical. 2 queen beds parallel to the window, desk against the far wall, dresser with the mounted TV directly opposite the door, bathroom to the right of the entrance, closet alcove between bathroom and dresser. No back exit. No adjoining room door. I checked when we first got here out of habit. Claire grabbed the desk chair first and wedged it under the handle. It was one of those light, molded things with metal legs good for sitting, bad bad for stopping anything determined. Dresser, she said. I limped over and shoved the dresser with both hands. It scraped loudly across the carpet, a low dragging sound that made my teeth clench. The TV wobbled but didn't fall. The man outside paused. The handle stopped moving. On the TV, he stepped back slightly, head tilted as if listening. Keep pushing, Claire hissed. We angled the dresser against the door as best we could. It didn't fully block it. Hotel furniture isn't built for this, but it added weight. The deadbolt creaked again. Okay, Claire said, breathing hard. That buys us time. Time for what? I didn't ask. The TV flickered to a different camera, this time the lobby. Front desk unmanned. Lights dimmed. The revolving door at the entrance turned slightly in the wind. The American flag outside snapped hard against the pole. No night clerk. Where is everyone? I said. Shift change, Claire offered weakly. At 2:30 in the morning, the screen shifted again. Parking lot view. 4 cameras in a grid. Our car, a gray rental SUV, sat under light 2 rows from the entrance. A black van idled near the far edge of the lot. I hadn't noticed it before. Was that there earlier? Claire asked. I don't know. I hated that answer. I should know. I'm the kind of person who notes those things. The door jolted again, harder. The chair legs screeched against the carpet, but held. Okay, Claire said, eyes darting between the TV and the door. Attempt 1. We call 911 from the bathroom. Sometimes signals better near plumbing or windows. It sounded ridiculous and also worth trying. We retreated into the bathroom, closing the door behind us, not locking it, just creating another barrier. The bathroom was small, single sink, tub shower combo, tile that felt cold even through socks. The fan hummed faintly overhead. Claire stood on the edge of the tub and held her phone high near the vent. 1 bar, she said, dialing. The call screen showed emergency call. It rang once, then dropped. Try again, I said. She did. This time it connected. A click, then a burst of static. 911, what's your emergency? Claire exhaled sharply, relief breaking through. We're at the Lakeview Suites on, she glanced at me. North Prospect, I said, Milwaukee. North Prospect Avenue, 4th floor, east wing. There's a man trying to get into our room. He has a key card. The line crackled. Ma'am, I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you repeat the address? The door outside groaned again, wood splintering faintly. Claire raised her voice. View Suites, North Prospect Avenue, the call dropped. She stared at the screen like it had betrayed her personally. Okay, she said, swallowing. Okay. My knee throbbed harder now from shoving furniture. Adrenaline had masked it before. Now it pulsed. We stepped back into the main room. The dresser had shifted slightly under pressure. A thin sliver of space showed between door and frame. The deadbolt still held. On the TV, the hallway feed showed the man stepping back again. He looked down the corridor, then toward the stairwell. Maybe he's leaving, I said. Claire didn't look convinced. The TV switched to a different camera, one facing the stairwell door. The man pulled out his phone. He typed something. My phone buzzed instantly. Do not attempt emergency calls again. Claire's phone vibrated too, her face drained of color. They're monitoring cell signals. Or they just assume we'd try, I said, but my voice sounded thin. Attempt 1, call for help. Failed. New fact, whoever was involved knew when we tried. The door shuttered again, this time harder. The chair's metal leg bent with a sharp ping. Okay, Claire said, voice shaking. Attempt 2, we get out, now. She moved to the window and yanked the curtain aside. 4 stories up, the parking lot light below buzzed, casting hard shadows. The window was one of those hotel ones that only open a few inches for safety. But this one slid. She pushed. It resisted for a second, then moved. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of wet asphalt and gasoline. The ledge outside was about 8 inches wide, enough to stand sideways. To the left, about 10 feet away, was a decorative vertical drain pipe that ran down the building. Not meant for climbing, but solid metal. To the left, Claire said. We edge along, grab the pipe, climb down. You're joking. Do you have a better idea? My knee answered that question for me with a dull flare of pain. I can't climb down 4 stories, I said. You won't have to. We can get to the 3rd floor's overhang. See? She leaned out slightly, pointing. There was a slight architectural lip between floors, maybe a foot wide. It was possible. It was also insane. The door banged again. A crack splintered near the lock. Okay, Claire said. We go one at a time. Claire, she swung one leg out the window before I could finish. The cold air made her gasp. Don't, I said, grabbing her arm. She looked back at me, eyes wide, not with fear, but with resolve. You said he had a key card. That means he works here. Or someone let him in. We can't assume anyone's coming to save us. The TV flickered. The lobby camera showed movement, a figure behind the front desk. Relief surged through me. Look, I said, someone's there. Claire climbed back inside, and we both turned. On the screen, a woman in a hotel blazer moved behind the counter, picking up the desk phone. See, I said, shift change. The woman looked normal. Hair in a tight bun, glasses. Spoke into the phone, nodding. Then she looked up, directly into the lobby camera. Her eyes locked onto the lens in a way that didn't look accidental. The screen glitched, her image froze. Then the feed cut back to our hallway. The man was no longer alone. Another figure stood at the far end. For a split second, my heart slammed so hard it blurred my vision. 2 of them. The second figure stepped into better light. It was a woman in a blazer, hair in a bun. Okay, Claire whispered. Okay. That's not good. The second figure walked down the hallway toward the man. They spoke briefly. We couldn't hear it. Then she swiped her own keycard against a door further down. The door opened. She stepped inside. The man stayed. I felt something shift inside me, not panic exactly, something colder. The staff weren't absent. They were involved, or at least not stopping this. The door to our room shook violently now. The chair leg snapped. The dresser slid an inch. Back to the window, Claire said. But before we moved, the fire alarm screamed. High, piercing, immediate. I flinched so hard my knee buckled. Red light flashed in the hallway, visible through the crack near the door. Smoke detector, Claire shouted over the noise. The TV feed switched to multiple cameras again, hallways filling with flashing red light. Doors opening. Guests stepping out in pajamas, confused. This is it, Claire said. This is how they get people to open doors. The alarm kept blaring. I hesitated. What if there really was a fire? The misdirection hit hard and fast. The smell of smoke drifted in faintly through the bathroom vent. My chest tightened. Do you smell that? I said. Claire sniffed. Yeah, for a moment, everything simplified. Fire beats intruder. You don't ignore fire alarms in hotels. People die that way. The door handle rattled again, but the pounding stopped. On the TV, guests were filing toward the stairwell. The man in the cap stepped back from our door. He blended into the small crowd gathering in the hall. See, Claire said, he's leaving. But the text came again. Do not use the stairs. The smell grew stronger. Smoke curled faintly under the bathroom door. "Lucas," Claire said. "We can't stay." I nodded. Point of decision. We moved the dresser just enough to clear a path. The door frame was cracked near the lock, the deadbolt still intact. I unlocked it. My hand shook. Claire grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall by the bathroom. Standard hotel model, probably expired. We opened the door. The hallway was filled with flashing red light and the sharp, metallic scent of smoke. Guests stood outside their rooms, some barefoot, some holding phones up uselessly. "Is there a fire?" someone called. "Probably kitchen," another voice answered. The man in the cap stood near the stairwell door, head down. He looked up when we stepped out. Our eyes met. No recognition, no expression, just assessment. Claire tugged my sleeve. "Move." We joined the small stream heading toward the stairwell. The alarm made thinking hard. It was just sound. As we approached the stairwell door, the man stepped aside to let us pass. Too polite, too close. I caught a whiff of something on him, not smoke. Chemical, sharp, like cleaning solvent. We pushed into the stairwell. The door swung closed behind us. The noise of the alarm dulled slightly. The stairwell was concrete, narrow. Emergency, lights casting everything in a dim orange. People were already descending. Claire gripped the railing. "Third floor overhang," she whispered. I nodded. We started down. Half a flight. Then the stairwell door above us slammed open again. Heavy footsteps, more than one set. Claire looked up. 2 silhouettes filled the doorway above. Not guests. The point of no return settled in my chest like a weight. We were in the stairwell now, trapped between floors. And the only way out was down. The stairwell smelled like wet concrete and panic sweat. The alarm was muffled in here, but it still drilled into my skull through the walls. A steady, punishing scream that made time feel chopped into sharp pieces. Claire grabbed my wrist and pulled me down another step. "Don't stop," she whispered. I tried not to. My knee argued with every bend. Half a flight down, and it started to feel loose, like the joint wasn't tracking right. The kind of pain that isn't screaming yet, but has a smug patience, like it knows it's going to win. Below us, guests were funneling downward in a slow, confused line. Some were barefoot. One man held a crying toddler against his shoulder. A woman in a robe was shouting into her phone, even though there was no signal, like volume could make bars appear. Above, those footsteps landed heavier now. Not frantic evacuation steps, purposeful, faster than the crowd. Claire glanced up once and went pale. "2," she mouthed. I didn't look. If I looked, I'd freeze. My flaw isn't bravery. It's the need to confirm, to see the thing clearly before I act. And sometimes confirmation is a trap that buys your fear just enough time to own you. We reached the 3rd floor landing, a metal door with a push bar, a little sign, level 3. Claire shoved it. It didn't move. Locked. "Fire door," she hissed, as if the door could be shamed into compliance. She shoved again. Nothing. The push bar flexed a fraction, useless. Behind us, the stairwell door on level 4 slammed again. Heavy footsteps were on the stairs now. Closer. My throat tightened with the urge to cough. The smell of smoke, faint before, was stronger here, sharp and chemical, not like burning wood, more like plastic overheated. Claire's eyes darted over the landing. There was a small window in the stairwell wall, wired glass, overlooking the courtyard side of the building. Emergency, lights cast everything in that dim orange. She yanked me toward the window. "3rd floor overhang," she said, breathless. "Now." window wasn't designed to open. Fixed pane, metal frame caulk, but the bottom edge had a vent seam, one of those old stairwell designs that supposedly allowed airflow. Claire lifted the fire extinguisher we'd grabbed and jammed the nozzle into the seam. "Claire, I know," she snapped. "I know, but we're out of time." She struck the seam with the extinguisher body. The metal rang. The glass shivered, but didn't break. The footsteps thudded onto the flight above us. We had maybe 10 seconds before whoever was behind us reached the landing. Claire hit again, harder. The seam split slightly. A hairline crack in the caulk. She hit a third time. The wired glass spiderwebbed, holding together in a grid like it didn't want to give. My knee buckled as I shifted weight. Pain flared and made my vision flare with it. "Lucas," Claire said, voice sharp. "Help me." I grabbed the extinguisher and slammed it once into the cracked pane. The glass punched inward with a blunt crunch, still held by wire, jagged edges bending, but not falling. Cold air rushed in, tasting like rain and exhaust. Claire shoved her arm through carefully, then tore away more of the wired glass with the extinguisher like peeling a stubborn lid. Pieces snapped free in gritty, glittering chunks. The footsteps were on the landing above now. I heard a voice male low. "Third floor," he said. "They're here." Claire's eyes met mine. Fear, yes, but also anger. Like she'd decided she wasn't going to be moved around like luggage. We widened the hole enough for a body. Claire went first. She climbed onto the sill, turning sideways to avoid the worst of the jagged edge. Her shirt snagged. She hissed, yanked, and the fabric ripped. Then she swung her legs through and dropped onto the outside overhang. It was narrower than it had looked from above. Maybe 12 inches of wet concrete with a small lip. No railing, just air beyond. She flattened herself against the wall, arms spread, fingertips pressed into damp stucco. "My turn," I said, and immediately hated how calm my voice sounded, like I was narrating someone else's life. I pulled myself up. The sill bit into my palms. Glass grit embedded in skin. I didn't feel it yet, not properly. The top half of my body went out into the cold. The outside noise hit me, distant traffic, the constant rain drip, the faint buzz of a parking lot light. My knee gave a warning wobble. Claire reached up and grabbed my forearm. "You're good," she said. "You're good, slow." Behind us, the stairwell door clanged open. A flashlight beam swept the landing. "Stop," a man shouted. "Hotel security." The words were wrong. The tone was wrong. There was no urgency about safety. It was command, pure and simple. Claire's grip tightened. I forced my leg through. The jagged glass scraped my shin. Hot pain bloomed, immediate now, sharp and clean like paper cuts multiplied. I dropped onto the overhang and nearly slipped. My knee buckled again, and only the wall saved me. I pressed my forehead against it for half a second, breathing hard. Claire was already moving left, shuffling sideways along the ledge toward the drain pipe. The pipe was about 6 feet away, bolted into the building. Below us, the courtyard side had a narrow service lane and then a fenced utility area. Dumpsters, a loading door, a line of shrubs wet and flattened by rain. We were not in the front, public side of the hotel anymore. We were where hotels hide things. The flashlight beam punched through the broken window behind us. It landed on my back like a hand. "Get back inside," the voice barked. No one climbed out yet. They didn't want to. They wanted us to. "Keep moving," Claire whispered. We shuffled. My knee screamed now. Each sideways step made it feel unstable, like it could fold. A hand grabbed the edge of the broken window frame. A man started to climb out. I glanced back despite myself. Cap low, dark jacket, same man from the hallway. He was careful, which made him more frightening than if he'd been frantic. "Lucas," Claire warned, seeing my head turn. "Don't." The man swung a leg out onto the ledge and straightened with ridiculous balance. He wasn't holding a weapon. That was the worst part. It meant he didn't need one. He took one step toward us, and then the fire alarm stopped. Not gradually, not fading, just off. The sudden absence felt like pressure releasing, like the building had been holding its breath and decided it didn't have to anymore. In that pocket of quiet, I heard something else clearly for the first time. A faint, rhythmic ticking, not from inside the stairwell, from above, somewhere within the building. The same metronome tick we'd heard from the TV. Claire reached the drain pipe and wrapped both hands around it. The metal was slick with rain, cold enough to sting. "This is insane," I breathed. Claire didn't look at me. "Do you want to go back in there?" "No." The man behind us stepped closer. "Claire," I said. "Wait." She slid her hands down the pipe, testing the grip. The bolts that held it to the wall were spaced every few feet. Possible handholds, maybe. "I'll go first," she said. "I'll get to the second floor lip. Then you." "You can't. I'm lighter," she snapped. "And you're hurt." She was right. Again. The man was 3 steps away now, careful, steady. "Ma'am," he said, voice calm as if he was talking someone down from a ledge. "You're going to fall. Come back inside and we can talk." Claire barked a short laugh. "Talk." She looked down. Then she started to climb. Her movements were slow and deliberate, like rock climbing. Hands down to the next bolt bracket, foot finding the narrow ledge of concrete around the pipe. Then lower. The man took another step, closing on me. "You," he said to me now. "Stay still." I felt the urge to comply rise in me like a reflex. Stay still. Wait. Let someone else decide. Let it become procedural. That urge is one of my private fears, that under pressure I'll default to obedience, because obedience is easy and explains itself. Instead, I reached for the fire extinguisher at my feet. It was heavy, slick. I lifted it, my knee protesting. The man's eyes flicked to it. "Don't," he said, not angry, almost bored. "Back off," I said, and my voice cracked. "Back off." He sighed like I was making his night harder. He stepped forward anyway. I didn't swing the extinguisher at his head. That would be a storybook move. I wasn't sure I could do it, and if I missed, he'd have me. So I did the only thing my body offered me. I shoved the extinguisher forward hard, like a battering ram, aiming for his chest. It thudded into him. He grunted and staggered back half a step. Not enough. He grabbed the extinguisher with one hand. We both held it. The ledge beneath my foot was wet. My knee wobbled. The man leaned in, close enough that I could smell him again. Not smoke, solvent, and something else sweet, faint, like an air freshener trying to cover something sharp. "You don't understand," he said softly, almost kindly. "We can fix this if you come back inside." Fix. The word made my stomach twist. Claire, below, called up in a strained whisper, "Lucas." Now, I couldn't look down. If I looked, I'd lose balance. The man tugged the extinguisher toward himself. My hands slipped slightly on the cylinder. My shin burned where the glass had cut it. Warm wetness trickled into my sock. The man yanked again. My hand slid. He almost had it. And then, from behind him inside the stairwell, another voice called out, "Female." "Don't let him drop it," she said, the woman in the blazer. She appeared in the broken window frame, face tight, hair still in that bun like she'd come straight from the front desk. Wasn't panicked. She was irritated, like we were breaking rules. She held something in her hand, a phone. On its screen, for a split second, I saw our room on it. The TV, the exact angle she was watching, and the ticking above us kept going. The man's grip tightened. He pulled. I made a choice that cost me. I let go. The extinguisher slid out of my hands and dropped straight down. It struck the second floor lip with a brutal clang, bounced once, and then tumbled into the service lane below. Claire ducked instinctively and clung tighter to the pipe. The extinguisher hit the pavement with a crash that echoed between the walls. Then a hiss. A cloud of white chemical foam sprayed out, blooming like smoke in the service lane. The man cursed under his breath. The woman in the blazer swore louder. Idiot. The foam spread, obscuring the ground, and more importantly, triggering something else. A door below us burst open. A service door. A man stepped out, coughing, waving his arms in the foam. He wore a maintenance uniform, flashlight in hand. "What the hell?" he shouted. Real human anger, real confusion, not scripted. He looked up and saw us on the ledge. His face changed. "What are you doing up there?" Claire, still clinging to the pipe, called down, voice hoarse. "Call the police. They're trying to get into our room." The maintenance man froze, eyes flicking upward toward the broken stairwell window. He saw the man in the cap and the woman in the blazer. He stepped back, instinctively. The man in the cap leaned out and barked, "Get back inside. Fire suppression malfunction." The maintenance man didn't move. He raised his flashlight, beam cutting through the foam. "No," he said. "No, that's not right." He pulled his own phone out and started dialing. The woman in the blazer snapped, "Frank, don't." So his name was Frank. Frank hesitated, thumb hovering, then, bless him, kept dialing anyway. The man in the cap swore again and made a move toward climbing down the pipe. He put one hand on it, testing. The pipe flexed slightly under his weight. He hesitated. He wasn't as sure on the outside as he'd been inside. Claire had reached the second floor lip now. She hauled herself onto it with a grunt, scraping her knee against rough concrete. She lay there for a second, chest heaving, rain dampening her hair. Then she looked up at me. "Lucas," she said, voice breaking, "jump to the pipe. You can't climb down from there." My heart hammered. The distance from the ledge to the pipe was maybe 2 feet. In daylight, with dry shoes, it would have been manageable. Now it was wet concrete and pain and height and a knee that might not catch. Behind me, the man stepped closer again. He was done talking. He reached for my arm. I twisted away. My foot slipped. For a second, my stomach dropped, pure physical terror, because the ledge didn't care about my choices. Gravity was the only honest thing here. I slapped my palm against the wall and caught myself. My shins screamed. The man grabbed my sleeve. "Enough," he said. Claire shouted, "Lucas." Frank below shouted, "Hey, get away from him." The woman in the blazer leaned out and said coldly, "Frank, do not call anyone." Frank's phone was at his ear now. I heard a faint ring. The man on the ledge tightened his grip on my sleeve. I did the desperate thing. I shoved backward hard, throwing my shoulder into him. He stumbled, not far, but far enough. His heels slipped on the wet concrete. His arms pinwheeled. He caught the window frame with his hand and held on, face flashing with sudden, real fear. The woman in the blazer grabbed his arm, pulling him back toward the opening. And in that instant, my path was clear. I turned and leaped. 2 feet. My knee screamed mid-air. My hands slammed onto the drain pipe. Cold metal, slick, unforgiving. For a terrifying half-second, my grip slid. Then my fingers found the bolt bracket. I clung. My knee folded awkwardly against the wall, pain flaring so hard I gagged. Claire reached out from the second floor lip and grabbed my wrist. "Got you," she gasped. I couldn't answer. I just breathed in ragged bursts and started lowering myself inch by inch, using my arms more than my leg. It wasn't graceful. It wasn't heroic. It was ugly survival. We got down to the second floor lip and collapsed there, pressed against the wet wall. Above, the man and the woman didn't follow. They hovered at the broken window, watching. Like they'd lost a piece on a board and were deciding whether it was worth chasing. Frank, below, was speaking urgently into his phone now, pacing in the foam like a man trying not to panic. "I don't know, yeah. There are people on the outside, 4th floor, someone's trying to drag them back inside." He looked up again and met my eyes. "Stay there," he yelled. "Stay put," as if we could go anywhere else. Claire's hands trembled violently. She pressed them to her face for a second, then dropped them. Her palms were scraped raw, blood mixed with rain. My shin was bleeding steadily. My sock was soaked warm. My knee throbbed like a living thing. Above us, the man in the cap stepped back into the stairwell. The woman lingered one beat longer. She held her phone up, filming. Then she turned and disappeared too. The ticking sound, the metronome, continued faintly from within the building. Claire leaned her head back against the wall and let out a sound that wasn't quite a sob and wasn't quite a laugh. "Lucas," she whispered. "What the hell was that?" I stared at the broken window above, at the empty frame now. "I don't know," I said honestly, but something had changed. We weren't just trapped in a room anymore. We were on the outside of the hotel, exposed, injured, visible. And someone else, Frank, had seen enough to make it real in a way it hadn't been when it was just us and a TV. The conflict for this moment was over. But the dread didn't leave. It just found a new place to sit. The first siren didn't sound dramatic. It wasn't the wail you hear in movies, building towards something catastrophic. It was just there suddenly, threading through the rain and the hum of the parking lot lights. Close, real. Frank kept pacing in the white dust of the discharged extinguisher, phone pressed to his ear. "Yes," he said. "Yes, right now. There on the outside of the building. 4th floor stairwell windows busted. I don't care what they said. It's not a malfunction." Claire and I stayed where we were on the 2nd floor lip, backs pressed flat against the wet wall. I didn't trust my knee to move again unless I had to. It had gone past pain into that unstable, floating feeling that meant something inside wasn't lined up correctly. Above us, the broken stairwell window remained dark. No more silhouettes. The ticking was gone. That's what I remember most clearly in hindsight. Not the siren, not the rain, the absence of that faint, metronome-like tick. When it stopped, it felt like something in the building had completed a task. A cruiser pulled into the service lane first, lights flashing blue and red against the stucco. Then another. The black van in the far parking lot turned its headlights on and rolled slowly toward the exit. I noticed that. I wish I'd shouted. Instead, I was watching Claire's hands. They were shaking hard now that the immediate action was over. The skin on her palms was torn and raw, embedded with grit from the concrete and glass. "You okay?" I asked. She barked a breathless laugh. No, that was it. No dramatics, just a flat answer. The maintenance door banged open again, and 2 officers came through, flashlights cutting across the foam-slick pavement. "Police," one of them called. "Stay where you are." Frank pointed up at us. "They're the guests," he said. The other two went back inside. The officers scanned the facade until they found us. "Can you get down?" one asked. Claire nodded. "There's a drain pipe." It wasn't graceful, but with the officers spotting from below, we lowered ourselves the rest of the way. I nearly lost my grip once when my knee refused to bear weight. One of the officers reached up and caught me under the arms when I dropped the last few feet. My leg folded when I landed. Pain shot up through my thigh and made the edges of my vision go gray. "Easy," the officer said, guiding me to sit on the wet pavement. The chemical foam clung to my jeans. It smelled sharp and sterile. Another officer was already heading toward the stairwell entrance, weapon drawn, but low. Not theatrical, just ready. Claire sank down beside me, breathing like she'd just finished a race she hadn't trained for. Frank hovered, agitated. "I told them something wasn't right," he said. "They said it was a fire suppression test. At 2 a.m. "Who said that?" the first officer asked. "Front desk, my supervisor. She texted me earlier, said there might be a drill." The officer's jaw tightened slightly. "What supervisor?" "Angela Morris," Frank said. "Night manager." The name hung there. Angela, the woman in the blazer. Paramedics arrived next, slower, more methodical. They cut my pant leg up to the knee and frowned at the swelling. "You torn it before?" one asked. "Meniscus," I said through clenched teeth. "Feels like you may have aggravated it," he said. "We'll need imaging." They cleaned my shin. Glass shards washed out in tiny clear pieces. Claire winced watching it, as if it were happening to her. Her own hands were flushed with saline and wrapped in gauze. Small, precise bandages that made it look less serious than it felt. Within 15 minutes, the service lane was full of uniforms and radios. The building's main entrance was blocked off. Guests stood in clusters under the awning, blankets draped over shoulders, watching. The officers who'd gone inside came back out with 2 people in handcuffs. The man in the cap and Angela Morris. She didn't look furious. She looked inconvenienced, like this had escalated beyond what she'd planned. The man kept his eyes down. They weren't bleeding. They weren't bruised. There had been no dramatic struggle inside, just control. One of the officers approached us. "Sir," he said to me, crouching down slightly, "can you tell me what happened?" I started at 2:17 a.m. The TV, the unplugged cord, the hallway feed, the texts, the fire alarm. He listened without interrupting, writing in a small notebook. Claire filled in details when I faltered names, camera angles, the chemical smell, the black van. "Did you see anyone else involved?" he asked. "Just them," Claire said. "And maybe whoever was driving that van." He nodded. "We've secured a vehicle leaving the lot," he said carefully. "We'll sort that out." It wasn't a promise. It was a placeholder. They transported me to Columbia St. Mary's for imaging. Claire rode in the front of the ambulance because she refused to let me go alone. She didn't ask if that was allowed. She just did it, and the paramedic didn't argue. Inside the ambulance, under the fluorescent lights, everything felt smaller. The adrenaline had drained out of me completely. My hands shook now the way hers had earlier. Claire stared at the closed rear doors like she expected them to open. "You were going to open the door," she said quietly. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement. "I know," I said. She nodded once. "Yeah." The MRI confirmed a partial tear, not catastrophic, but worse than before. Surgery would likely be recommended. My shin needed stitches, 7 of them, tiny black threads that looked almost decorative against the swollen skin. Claire's hands required no stitches, just careful cleaning and bandaging. The nurse warned her about possible infection from the glass and concrete dust. We gave statements again at the hospital. Different officer, more formal. When I mentioned the TV feed displaying internal security cameras, he frowned. "We've spoken with the cable provider," he said. "There was a routing issue. Some internal feeds were accidentally patched to guest channels." "Accidentally," Claire repeated flatly. "That's what we're told." "And the texts?" I asked. He flipped a page in his notebook. "Preliminary check suggests they were sent from a spoofing service. We'll subpoena records." "And the fire alarm?" Claire pressed. "Fire panel logs show manual activation from the 4th floor stairwell." He didn't say who activated it. He didn't have to. "Was this random?" I asked. He paused before answering. "We're still determining motive," he said. "It appears there was an attempt to access multiple rooms using a master key card. That card has been recovered." "Recovered from him?" Claire asked. "Yes, and the van, under investigation." It was all very procedural, very clean. Words like routing issue and manual activation. By the time the sun came up, the rain had stopped. The hospital windows showed a pale Milwaukee morning that looked nothing like the night we just lived through. The company sent flowers to my room before I'd even been discharged. A small card wishing you a speedy recovery. HR, Claire laughed when she saw it. "Speedy," she said. "That's ironic." She insisted on staying until I was cleared to leave. We didn't talk about what would have happened if we'd opened the door. We didn't talk about the look on Angela's face when the cuffs went on. We talked about normal things instead. The training we'd miss. The flight she'd need to rebook. The fact that we'd have to expense new clothes because hers were torn and mine were cut off in the ER. By noon, the hotel was back online. Wi-Fi working. Phones functioning. The lobby looked like it always had in the promotional photos, bright, neutral, forgettable. The hotel offered to comp our stay. We declined. I didn't go back for my things. An officer escorted Claire to retrieve our bags. She texted me a photo of the room before she left. The TV was off. The dresser was back in place. The broken door frame had been taped over with a temporary patch. Everything looked staged again. Normal. 2 days later, I was back in Chicago with a knee brace and a surgical consult scheduled. Claire sent me a screenshot of a local news article. 2 arrested in hotel safety breach. That was the headline. It mentioned unauthorized access to security systems, misuse of master keycards, and improper activation of fire alarms. It did not mention 2:17 a.m. It did not mention text messages. It did not mention a black van. Angela Morris was described as cooperating with authorities. The man in the cap was identified as a contractor with temporary system access. It sounded boring. It sounded solvable. Claire and I talked once more about it over video call a week later. "I keep thinking about the ticking," she said. "I know. I didn't imagine that right." "No," we both sat with that. After the surgery, I spent a lot of time at home, leg elevated, remote in hand. I didn't unplug my TV. I didn't tape over the camera on my laptop. I didn't double-check the locks more than usual. But at 2:16 a.m. one night, 3 weeks after Milwaukee, I woke up without knowing why. The room was dark, quiet. I lay there and listened. Nothing. Then my phone buzzed softly on the nightstand. Low battery. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. It was just a notification, just a battery warning, just the normal small demands of technology. I rolled over and plugged it in. The time on the screen read 2:17 a.m. The TV in my living room remained off, and I left it that way. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that felt wrong wasn't the email. It was the timestamp. I was standing in line at a Walgreens in Somerville with a wire basket of cough drops and a travel-size shampoo I didn't need, watching the self-checkout screens cycle through their little ads. Someone's kid was coughing, wet and emphatic, into the open air like he was auditioning for a medical textbook. The place smelled like floor cleaner layered over stale candy. My phone buzzed in my coat pocket, and I did the normal reflex. Half a glance, thumb hovering, brain already deciding whether to ignore it. DNA results ready. View your MATCHES now. Normal. Fine. I'd mailed the kit 3 weeks ago. Everyone at work had been doing it like it was a party trick. But underneath the subject line, the preview text on my lock screen showed the time the message was sent. Delivered 2:14 p.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow. It was 2:13 p.m. now. A minute early isn't an apocalypse. Servers hiccup. Time zones are a mess. I told myself it was some Gmail caching thing. The way your calendar sometimes insists a meeting is starting in 5 minutes when it's already halfway done. Still, I stared at the word tomorrow until the letters stopped being letters and started being a shape. The cashier called out, "Next." A man behind me had a Bluetooth earbud in, talking loudly about a roof leak. The kid coughed again. I shoved my basket forward, scanned the cough drops, listened to the beep, listened to my own breath inside my scarf. I kept the screen dark, kept my thumb still. It wasn't fear. Not exactly. It was that tight, practical feeling you get when you notice something out of place. Your front door not quite latched, your car window cracked open in the rain. The break from normalcy is tiny, and that's why it sticks. I paid, grabbed my bag, and stepped outside into sharp February air that made my eyes water. The street was wet and gritty, snow piled into gray humps at the curb like old laundry. Across the road, a bus sighed to a stop, and the doors exhaled warm air. That's when I unlocked my phone. My name is Caleb Mercer. I'm 32, and I've always had a complicated relationship with information. I like knowing things. I like spreadsheets, neatly labeled drawers, the satisfying click of a password manager auto-filling a login. I like the illusion that if you collect enough data, nothing can surprise you. It's a flaw dressed up as a personality trait, and it's gotten me into dumb situations, like handing my saliva to a company because my coworkers made it sound like a BuzzFeed quiz with science. I work in IT for a mid-size university in Cambridge. Not the glamorous kind where you're inventing the future, more like printers that won't print, faculty who swear their email ate an attachment, and students who think Wi-Fi is a moral right. I'm good at it because it's all systems, inputs and outputs, causes and effects. When something breaks, you find the point of failure. People assume that makes you calm. What it really makes you is restless when something doesn't fit. I walked 2 blocks toward my car with the Walgreens bag swinging at my side and opened the email while I was still moving, the way you shouldn't. The screen loaded in the cold, sluggish for half a second, then snapped bright. A clean header, friendly font, confetti-style dots like I'd won something. Your results are in. Under that, new DNA matches available. I tapped. The app opened to a list. Names, little circular profile icons, shared DNA percentages. Second cousins, fourth cousins. A cluster of strangers that might as well have been a list of usernames on a forum. I scrolled, more out of obligation than interest. Then the screen did that subtle refresh like it had just pulled new data. A new tile appeared at the top, pinned like it mattered. Close family, 49.8%, shared DNA, the relationship estimate underneath. It didn't try to be cute. Child or parent, my feet slowed without my permission. I stopped at the edge of a driveway while a car backed out, the driver glaring at me like I was a post. The name on the tile was Immerser, no photo, just a gray silhouette. And under the name, in smaller text, there was a detail I didn't remember being a thing. Year of birth, 2026. I read it twice, then a third time slowly, like changing my speed would change the meaning. 2026. Not unknown, not estimated, a specific year. And not just any year this year. I looked up at the street, at the normal world, a woman tugging a dog that didn't want to leave a snowbank, a FedEx truck idling with its hazard lights blinking, someone's music thumping faintly through a closed car window. My phone suddenly felt too bright, like it was betraying me. I did the math without wanting to. If it's 2026, and if it's accurate, then the person would either be a newborn now or not here yet, depending on the month. My thumb hovered over the match. I didn't tap. My skin felt too dry inside my gloves. I pulled one off with my teeth and rubbed my thumb against my palm like friction would reset me. Okay, I said out loud, because sometimes you talk to machines the way you talk to yourself. Okay, that's okay. A bug. A data entry error. Someone fat-fingered a year. 2006 turned into 2026. Or the user typed it wrong. Or the app pulled 2026 from a template. Or more likely, this is how it labels someone who hasn't filled out their profile, defaulting to the current year like those fake birthdays people put on Facebook. That last explanation was so plausible, it almost made me angry. I wanted it to be a glitch. I wanted it to be nothing. My brain sprinted ahead anyway, as if running far enough would find a wall. I tapped the match before I could stop myself. A new page loaded with more detail, a bar showing shared segments, little colored strips with chromosome numbers that meant nothing to me. Under potential relationships, it repeated parent-child in bold. Under shared matches, it offered none. Like this person existed only in a clean, empty room. Then, message immerser. A white button. Innocent. The Walgreens bag crinkled in my other hand as my grip tightened. I realized I was standing still in the cold, breath fogging. I looked around like someone might be watching me look at my phone. I wasn't doing this for fun. I hadn't even wanted the kit. 3 weeks ago, in the fluorescent break room, I'd been cornered by a conversation that started as small talk and turned into that thing people do where they treat your personal life like a puzzle they can solve with suggestions. Wait, you don't know your dad, Tara had said, peeling an orange with executive confidence. "It's not like that," I'd replied, and then immediately regretted speaking. But it was like that. My mother had raised me alone in upstate New York. She'd always been steady, practical, and she'd always been vague about the man whose last name I carried. Not secretive in a melodramatic way. More like she'd decided it was a drawer that stayed closed, and drawers stayed closed because that's what kept a house orderly. Now she was 61 and recently had a health scare, nothing catastrophic, but enough to shift the air around her. It made me look at the closed drawers differently. It made me feel irresponsible for not at least labeling them. So when my coworker Josh slid the kit across the break room table and said, "Dude, it's easy. You might find half-siblings. It's kind of wild," I'd taken it because I didn't know how to say, "I'm scared my mother will die and take the only map with her." That's the private fear I don't announce. Not that I'll be alone. I can handle being alone. It's that something important about me is missing, and I won't get another chance to find it. Now, staring at Immerser, year of birth, 2026, it felt like the drawer had opened itself while I wasn't looking. My phone buzzed again. A text. "Mara, you alive? We're still on for 3, Mara." Right. Today wasn't just Walgreens and existential dread. Mara Egan, 34. Female, appeared in my life a year ago when she moved into the second-floor unit of my building and knocked on my door, holding a misdelivered package like it was a peace offering. She works as a nurse at a clinic in Boston, and she has the kind of blunt kindness that makes you stop performing. She's also the one person I've told the messy version of things to about my mother, about the blank spot where my father should be, about how I sometimes feel like a photocopy missing a corner. We weren't officially anything. We were careful, slow, the kind of relationship that grows in the quiet spaces between shifts and exhaustion. The kind where you start leaving a toothbrush in someone's bathroom, but you don't call it moving in. And lately, with Mara, there had been a question hovering in the background, unasked but present, like a ceiling stain you keep pretending you don't see. Kids. Not now, maybe, but someday. She'd brought it up once gently after a friend's baby shower, and I'd felt my whole body lock up, not because I didn't want them, but because the idea of being someone's father felt like being handed a job title I hadn't trained for. My thumb hovered over the text box. I typed, "Yeah, running a minute late, on my way." Then I stared at the DNA match again. The app had a little info icon next to the birth year. I tapped it. A pop-up appeared with cheerful corporate clarity. Birth year is self-reported by users and may be approximate or incorrect. Okay, fine. That supports my bug theory. It also didn't explain the rest. I scrolled lower. There was a section called Family Tree, empty. Then Profile Details, mostly blank. But under Location, it said, United States, Northeast, which is about as specific as saying Earth. I locked my phone, then unlocked it immediately, like I could shake the page loose and have it change. It didn't. Immerser stayed there pinned, insisting. I got to my car, an old Subaru with a dented bumper and a faint smell of coffee that never leaves, and sat for a second with my hands on the steering wheel. The engine was off. The cold seeped through the door. I could hear a distant siren and the close sound of tires moving through slush. This is the part where a normal person would close the app and go meet their girlfriend and file it away as weird internet thing. I'm not always a normal person when information is involved. I opened the match again. The button message Immerser waited. A direct line to whoever had taken this test. Whoever had enough shared DNA with me that the company's algorithm, built for the boring truth of adoption and affairs and paperwork mistakes, had placed them in the most intimate category it had. Parent-child. My throat tightened in a way that didn't feel emotional so much as physical, like a muscle had decided to brace. There were mundane explanations. There always are. A lab mix-up. 2 samples swapped. A clerical error. Another Mercer out there, unrelated. And the system had stitched identities together like mismatched socks. Or some stranger had clicked the wrong box and typed 2026 because their hands were cold. But even mundane explanations have consequences. If my sample was wrong, then my health report could be wrong. If it was swapped, someone else might have my DNA in their account. If the match was real, then the birth year was the least of what didn't make sense. And if the match was real, then it meant there was a person out there. I stopped myself. I didn't want to finish the sentence. My phone buzzed again. Mara calling this time, I answered, trying to sound like my mouth wasn't dry. "Hey, you're not dead. Good," she said. I could hear traffic on her end, the muffled rhythm of turn signals, her voice slightly breathy like she'd been walking fast. "You said you were grabbing cough drops. You okay?" "Yeah," I said, automatically. Then, because she can hear the lie like it's a different pitch, I added, "I mean, mostly. I got my DNA results." There was a pause. "Oh, and it's weird," I said, watching my own reflection in the dark windshield. A tired man in a knit cap, eyes too focused, like he was trying to see through glass. There's a match. Close family. Like really close. But the profile says the person was born in 2026. Mara didn't respond right away. Background, I heard a crosswalk chirp, and then her footsteps stopping. "Born this year?" "Yeah, Caleb," she said, and her tone changed. Not alarm, more like the careful tone she uses with patients when they're reading something scary online. "Is it possible it's just a typo? Like 2006? That's what I'm telling myself," I swallowed. "But it's listed as parent or child. Half my DNA." Another pause, then, "Okay, that's not a second cousin issue." "No. What does the company say?" Like any disclaimer. "Self-reported birth year," I said. "So technically it could be wrong, but still." I could picture her face, eyebrows pinched, mind moving. The thing about Mara is she's not dramatic. She's seen real emergencies. If she gets quiet, it's because she's taking something seriously. "Do you want to talk about it in person?" she asked. "I'm supposed to meet you in like 15 minutes, I said. "I'm in my car." "Okay," she said. "Drive safe. Don't spiral," I laughed, but it came out thin. "Promises." "Caleb," she said, firmer. "Listen to me. Don't message some random person from your car in a Walgreens parking lot. If it's a mistake, you'll freak yourself out. If it's not a mistake, you'll want to think clearly." That landed because it was true. I stared at the message button again. The clean white rectangle that could start a conversation I couldn't put back in a drawer. "I could also call customer support," I said, like offering myself a lifeline. "Yes," she said. "That. Do that." I pictured myself on hold, listening to cheerful music, while a stranger with a headset explained, "Sometimes matches update as more users join." I pictured the helplessness of it. I hated it. Mara continued, "Or you can wait until I'm there and we can look together. Decide what to do. Wait, look together, decide." That sounded like the sensible option. It also sounded like surrendering control, which is exactly what my brain resists when it's scared. I watched a man in a puffy coat cross the street carrying a pizza box. Steam rose when he tilted it. Life continued, stubborn and ordinary. "Okay," I said, and I meant it. "I'll wait." "Good," Mara said, and I heard her exhale. "Meet me at the cafe, the one on Highland." "I'm coming now." "Love you," she said, and then, as if surprised by her own honesty, added quickly, like, "I mean drive." I smiled despite myself. "Yeah, drive." We hung up. I put the car in gear and pulled out, tires crunching over grit. The city slid past, brick buildings, bare trees, people hunched against the wind. My phone sat face down in the cup holder like it was a bad influence. At a red light, it buzzed again. Not Mara. Another notification from the DNA app. New information available for your close match. I didn't touch it. I gripped the steering wheel harder and felt my pulse in my fingertips. The light turned green. Cars moved. I moved. At the next light, I had a choice, clear as the lanes painted on wet asphalt. Keep driving to the cafe, sit down with Mara, do this like a person with a spine and a support system. Or pull over, flip my phone back over, and open the new information alone. My hand drifted toward the cup holder before I could stop it. Then I pulled it back, like withdrawing from a hot stove. I drove on, but my eyes kept flicking to the phone, face down, vibrating with whatever it wanted to tell me, whatever tomorrow had already delivered. And I knew, with the same steady certainty I get when I see a network diagram and spot the one point of failure, that we weren't going to be able to ignore this for long. Not after that second notification. Not after a name that matched mine. Not after a birth year that hadn't happened yet. The time I reached the cafe on Highland, the sky had shifted into that late afternoon gray that makes everything look a little flatter than it is. The windows were fogged from the inside, the warm blur of people hunched over laptops and ceramic mugs. I parked badly, too close to the curb, didn't fix it. My phone buzzed again before I even killed the engine. New information available for your close match. Important, please review immediately. That second line hadn't been there before. I stared at it. The word immediately felt deliberate. Corporate urgency. Liability language. I flipped the phone face down again and stepped out into the cold. Inside, the cafe smelled like burnt espresso and cinnamon. A grinder whined somewhere behind the counter. The floor was damp from tracked in slush. I spotted Mara at a small table near the window, coat draped over the back of her chair, dark hair pulled into a low ponytail. She looked up when I walked in and studied my face for half a second too long. "You look like you didn't sleep," she said. "I slept," I said. "I just didn't expect today to be this." She slid a mug toward me. "I ordered you something hot. Figured you'd need it." I sat down. My hands were still cold, and the heat from the cup felt too intense at first, like it didn't belong to me. "Okay," she said, leaning in slightly. "Show me." I unlocked the phone and turned it so she could see. The match tile was still there, pinned and calm and unbothered by my heart rate. Immerser 49.8%, shared DNA estimated relationship. Parent-child year of birth. 2026, Mara exhaled slowly through her nose. That's not subtle. I know. Tap the new information. My thumb hesitated just long enough for her to notice. "Caleb, I'm tapping," I said. The screen refreshed. The profile page loaded, and for a split second, nothing looked different. Then a new section appeared under the chromosome chart. Health alerts, potential direct match notification. What does that mean? Mara asked. I don't know, I said, already scrolling. Below it was a paragraph in tight, neutral font. Based on your genetic profile and that of your close match, our system has flagged a potential hereditary health risk that may require immediate medical consultation. Please confirm your contact details to proceed. There was a button underneath. Confirm identity to unlock details. The air between us shifted. Not dramatic, just heavier. This is how they get you to upgrade, I said automatically. They scare you. Is it asking for money? She asked. No, just identity confirmation. I tapped it. It asked me to re-enter my password, then to verify my date of birth. Then it sent a 2-factor authentication code to my email, the one with the tomorrow timestamp. I felt a flicker of irritation. Of course. What? It's sending the code to the same inbox that glitched earlier. Check it, she said. I opened Gmail. The code email was there. Normal timestamp. No tomorrow, no weirdness. I entered the code. The screen thought for a moment. A little spinning wheel. Then the page shifted again. A red banner appeared at the top. Action recommended. Possible autosomal dominant mutation identified underneath in smaller text. Your profile indicates a shared variant associated with familial adenomatous polyposis, FAP. This condition significantly increases risk for early onset colorectal cancer. Clinical correlation and genetic counseling strongly advised. For a second, I didn't process the words. They were too technical, too clinical. Then they rearranged themselves into something human. Cancer, Mara said quietly. I swallowed. It says possible. She leaned closer, reading. Autosomal dominant means if one parent has it, there's a 50% chance of passing it on. 50%, I repeated. The same number as the shared DNA. That doesn't mean you have it, she said quickly. These reports can flag variants that aren't actually pathogenic. They overcall things. I knew that. I did. I'd read enough disclaimers before spitting into the tube to understand the difference between consumer genetics and medical-grade testing. But the word dominant lodged itself in my chest. Is this because of the match? I asked. It says shared variant, she said. So it's comparing you and this immerser. So either I have it, I said slowly, or they do. Or neither of you do, she countered. It's a flag, not a diagnosis. I nodded. I didn't feel nod-worthy. The cafe noise seemed louder now, the hiss of milk steaming, a chair scraping against tile. Somewhere behind us, someone laughed too hard at something small. Mara reached across the table and squeezed my wrist. Okay. Step 1, breathe. I let air out. In, out. My mom never had cancer, I said. Not that you know of, she said gently. She's 61. That doesn't rule anything out. I stared at the screen again. Under the alert was another option. Schedule a genetic counseling call next available. Monday 9:30 a.m. Today was Saturday. 2 days, I said. That's not long, she said. It is if there's something I'm supposed to be doing immediately. Like what? She asked. I don't know, I snapped, sharper than I meant to. She pulled her hand back slightly, not offended, just recalibrating. Caleb, she said, spiraling. Because this is insane, I said, keeping my voice low but tight. A match to someone who supposedly was born this year, flagged as my child or parent, and now we share a cancer mutation. That's not just a typo. That's what, she pressed. I didn't have a word. Conspiracy sounded dramatic. Error sounded naive. It's either a massive data screw-up, I said finally, Or there's someone out there who's half me and carrying something that could kill them before they're 40. The words hung there. Mara's jaw tightened. Okay, that's the part that's real. If there's a child involved, I don't have a child, I said automatically. She met my eyes. You're sure? Yes. There was a beat too long after that, not accusatory, just heavy. I've never donated sperm, I said. Never had a one-night thing that resulted in a mystery baby. I would know. You would hope, she said softly. I hated that she was being rational. Look, she continued, lowering her voice further. There are documented cases of fertility clinic mix-ups. Wrong samples. Wrong donors. It's rare, but it happens. Or adoption records being wrong, or lab contamination. It's more likely something procedural than whatever your brain is inventing. Procedural. A system failure. That, at least, I understood. I scrolled further down the match profile, looking for anything concrete. There was a small icon next to location now. I tapped it. Last active. Today, 1:58 p.m. That was 15 minutes before I'd opened the first email. So they're active, I said. Okay, Mara replied carefully. So it's not a dormant account. And it says Northeast, I said, which we are. That's a big region, she said. But it's not California, I said. Or Germany. I tapped shared matches again. Still empty. How can you have a direct parent-child match and no shared matches? I muttered. 'Cause if it's actually your child, and you don't know your father's side, there might not be anyone else in the database yet, she said. That made too much sense. My phone vibrated again. Not the DNA app this time. A new email from the DNA company. Subject, urgent. Confirm biological relationship, inquiry Mara, and I both leaned in. I opened it. Dear Caleb, a user identified as eMercer has initiated a relationship verification request based on your shared DNA profile. To proceed, please confirm whether you acknowledge a potential biological relationship with this individual. Failure to respond within 48 hours may result in restricted access to certain features of your account. Sincerely, support team, she messaged you, Mara said. Or he, I said automatically, then caught myself. He could be anything. Does it show a message? I switched back to the app. There it was. A small speech bubble icon with a red dot. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my ears. I tapped it. The message was short. Hi, I think we need to talk. I was told to contact you if this match appeared. Please don't ignore this. There was no emoji, no extra punctuation, just that. I was told to contact you, Mara repeated under her breath. Told by who? I said. Maybe a parent, she said. Maybe a lawyer. Lawyer, I echoed. If there's a custody thing, or inheritance, or medical, this is not an inheritance situation, I said, sharper than intended. My mom's alive. I'm not saying your mom, she said. I'm saying if this person thinks you're their father. The word landed like a dropped plate. I'm not anyone's father, I said. You don't know that, she replied. We sat there, staring at the message like it might rearrange itself into something less loaded. There was a typing indicator for a second. Then it disappeared. Then appeared again. My throat felt tight. Okay, Mara said quietly. This is the time-sensitive part. 48 hours, I said. No, the health alert. If there's even a small chance this mutation is real, and this person is a newborn or pregnant, or whatever, waiting 2 days could matter. What do you want me to do? I asked. Message back, she said. Ask for context. Ask who told them to contact you. Ask how old they actually are. And if they say they're pregnant, I asked. Mara's eyes flicked to my face. deal with that, she said. I stared at the screen. My flaw, my compulsion to know, was clawing at me. Information is control. Control is safety. If I just ask the right questions, this becomes manageable. But another part of me, the part that hates being blindsided, wanted to throw the phone across the room and pretend none of this was real. Caleb, Mara said, softer now. Whatever this is, it's already in motion. Ignoring it doesn't stop it. I typed before I could overthink it. Hi, I'm confused. Can you explain what you were told and who told you? I hit send. The typing indicator popped up almost immediately. Then the reply came. I'm 19. My mother just gave birth. The hospital flagged a genetic risk and told her to use the database to find close relatives. Your name came up. They think you're the biological father. The cafe noise dropped away in my perception, like someone had turned a dial. 19. Mother just gave birth. Hospital flagged a genetic risk. My brain snagged on one detail and wouldn't let go. 19, I said. Mara leaned closer, reading over my shoulder. She's 19, she said, and she just gave birth, I repeated. And they think you're the father, Mara finished. That's not possible, I said. Caleb, she said carefully. How old were you 19 years ago? I did the math without meaning to. 19 years ago, I was 13. That's not, I started. Caleb, she said again, firmer. The numbers shifted. If she's 19 and her mother just gave birth, she's not saying she's the newborn, Mara said, parsing quickly. She's saying her mother gave birth. To who? I asked. To her sibling, Mara said. We both looked at the health alert again. Autosomal dominant, 50%. She's saying the hospital flagged something in the newborn, Mara said slowly. And they told the family to look for close biological relatives. And my name came up, I said. Which means either I'm the father of the newborn, I said, feeling the words scrape my throat, or the father of the 19-year-old. Mara didn't answer. My phone buzzed again before I could process it. Another message from Mercer. My mom is scared. She said she never told you. She said she didn't know how. She said your name was Caleb. The air in the cafe felt thin. Caleb, Mara said quietly. Did you ever? No, I said, and then stopped. Memory is not as tidy as spreadsheets. There are summers you don't catalog properly. Parties you half forget. Names you lose. I was 13, I said, 19 years ago. Okay, she said, then you're not her father. Unless she's lying about her age, I said automatically. Why would she lie about that? Mara shot back. I didn't have an answer. The phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't a message. It was a call. Unknown number. Boston area code. Mara and I stared at it together. It's them, she said. The phone kept vibrating in my hand. I had to decide. Ignore it and buy time, or answer and step directly into whatever this was. I swiped to answer. Hello. There was a pause. I could hear hospital sounds in the background, monitors beeping faintly, the soft echo of a hallway, a cart rolling over tile. A woman's voice came on the line, strained but steady. Is this Caleb Mercer? She asked. Yes. My name is Erin Collins. I'm 38, she said. I'm at Beit Israel Deaconess in Boston. I just had a baby yesterday, and I need to know if you're his father. Mara's hand closed around mine under the table, and for the first time since the Walgreens parking lot, I felt something other than confusion. I felt the ground shift. The cafe noise kept going like nothing had shifted. Milk steaming, grinder whining, someone arguing softly about oat versus whole. On the phone, Erin Collins was breathing like she'd just walked down a hallway too fast. I don't understand, I said, aware of how thin my voice sounded. How would the hospital even get my name? They didn't, she said. My daughter did. Mara's grip on my hand tightened. Your daughter, I repeated. She's 19, Aaron said. Evelyn. She took one of those home DNA tests last year for fun. When the pediatric geneticist mentioned a possible inherited mutation this morning, we logged into her account. Your profile was listed as a close family match. Parent or child. My stomach dropped again at the word parent. I was 19 years ago, I said. I can't be your daughter's father. There was a beat of silence. I could hear a monitor alarm chirp twice, then stop. I'm 38, Aaron said slowly. I was 19 when Evelyn was born. Mara's eyes flicked to me. 38 now. 19 when Evelyn was born. That math landed cleanly. But you said you just gave birth, I said. I did, she said. Yesterday to my son, the newborn. And the doctors think your son might have this mutation, Mara asked, leaning closer to the phone. Yes, Aaron said. They found multiple polyps during a routine scan because of a bowel obstruction. He's a day old, and they're already talking about colonoscopies when he's older. They asked about family history. I told them I didn't know the father of my first child's medical background. That's when Evelyn remembered the DNA site. The room felt too small, too warm. Who did you think Evelyn's father was? I asked, because that seemed like the root. Aaron hesitated. A boy I knew when I was 18, Caleb. We only saw each other that summer. My heart thudded once hard. What was his last name? I asked. I don't remember, she said. He was from upstate New York, visiting his grandmother in Maine. We met in Bar Harbor. Mara looked at me. I swallowed. My grandmother lived in Bar Harbor, I said. The espresso machine hissed behind us like a punctuation mark. But I was 13 that summer, I said again, more forcefully. What year? Aaron asked. I did the math quickly. 2007. That's the year, she said. A sound escaped my throat that wasn't quite a laugh. I was a kid, I said. I had braces. I still played video games in my room. I'm not accusing you of anything, Aaron said quickly. I'm trying to solve a medical problem. The geneticist said if the match is real, it would explain the inheritance pattern. Mara squeezed my hand again. Where are you exactly? She asked Aaron. Beit Israel, West Campus, Aaron said. The maternity wing. That was 10 minutes from where we were sitting. The geography of it made everything feel less abstract. Can we see the genetic report? Mara asked. I can send a photo, Aaron said, but they said they need confirmation from you. They need to know if you're willing to come in for a blood test. Today, I said. It's a weekend, she said. The pediatric team wants to move quickly. I closed my eyes for a second. 2 hours ago, I'd been buying cough drops. Now, a hospital in Boston wanted my blood. Send the report, Mara said. We'll look at it. The call ended with a promise to text images. I set the phone down on the cafe table and rubbed my face with both hands. Okay, Mara said. Let's line this up. I don't have a child, I said. I know, she said calmly. But something is connecting you to this family genetically. That doesn't make it true, I said. Agreed, she said. So we verify. My phone buzzed with incoming images. I opened them. Blurry photos of a hospital screen. A genetic test result with highlighted lines. The term APC genes circled in blue pen. Notes in the margin. Possible truncating mutation. Mara leaned in close enough that her shoulder pressed into mine. This is real, she said quietly. This isn't a phishing email. No, I said, it's worse. We left the cafe without finishing our drinks. Outside, the air felt colder than before, like the temperature had dropped while we were inside. We drive there, Mara said. We talk to the genetic counselor. We see what they actually know. And if they think I'm the father, I asked. Then we ask for a paternity test, she said. Not a consumer kit, a clinical one. I nodded. My brain felt like it was operating a half-second behind my body. We got into my Subaru. I pulled out onto Highland Avenue, merging into light traffic. The road sloped gently toward Cambridge Street, salt streaking the asphalt white. My phone buzzed again in the cup holder. Another message from Evelyn. Mom is upset. She says you'll deny it. She says you disappeared after that summer. I gripped the steering wheel harder. I didn't disappear, I muttered. What? Mara asked. Nothing. The car in front of me braked suddenly at a yellow light. I reacted a beat too slow. My tires skidded on the wet salt, and I felt the anti-lock brakes kick in, chattering under my foot. We stopped inches from the bumper ahead. Caleb, Mara said sharply. I'm fine, I said, though my pulse was hammering. Pull over for a second, she said. I'm fine, I repeated, but my hands were shaking now, just slightly. We turned onto a side street lined with triple-deckers, and I parked against the I stared at the dashboard. You're not thinking clearly, Mara said gently. This is exactly when mistakes happen. I leaned back in the seat and shut my eyes. I don't remember Bar Harbor like that, I said. I remember skipping rocks, eating lobster rolls. I remember my grandmother's porch light flickering. Memory isn't a recording, she said, especially from when you were 13. I wasn't having sex at 13, I said, almost angrily. I'm not saying you were, she said. Then what are you saying? She hesitated. Is there any chance someone could have used your DNA without you knowing? A hairbrush, a toothbrush, something from that summer. That's not how this works, I said automatically. You need saliva, a controlled sample. Okay, she said. Then we look at procedural failures. I opened the DNA app again. The match was still there. I tapped into the chromosome view and took screenshots. Then I noticed something new. Under the match details, there was a small line I hadn't seen before. Sample collection date, February 3, 2026. That was 3 weeks ago. The same week I mailed mine. That's weird, I said. What? Mara asked. Their sample was collected this month. So, she said. So if Evelyn took a test last year, like she said, why does this say February 3rd? Mara frowned. Maybe she retested. Or someone else did, I said. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I answered without thinking. Hello, Mr. Mercer, a male voice said, professional, controlled. This is Dr. Patel from Beit Israel's Pediatric Genetics Unit. Ms. Collins provided your number. I glanced at Mara. Yes, I said. I understand this is sudden, he continued. We're dealing with a neonate with a possible APC mutation. Time matters in these cases. I understand, I said. We need to confirm biological relationships to determine inheritance patterns. If you are the biological father, it significantly changes our surveillance protocol. And if I'm not, I asked. Then we expand our search, he said simply. There was no accusation in his tone, just logistics. Can you tell me how you're verifying identity? I asked, slipping into my IT voice. How do you know the match is accurate? We don't, he said. Consumer databases are not diagnostic. That's why we need you here. Blood draw, clinical panel, paternity testing if necessary. I hesitated. Mr. Mercer, he added, voice softening slightly. I have a 1-day-old infant in the NICU. I need clarity, NICU. That word rearranged the stakes. "We're on our way," I said. We pulled back into traffic, heading down Cambridge Street toward Longwood Medical Area. The buildings grew taller, more institutional. Ambulances idled near entrances. The sky had dimmed further. Halfway there, my phone vibrated again. A new alert from the DNA app. Count notice. Access restricted pending verification. "What now?" Mara muttered. I opened it. A red banner covered the top of my profile. "Due to reported discrepancies in biological relationship claims, your account has been temporarily restricted. Please contact support within 24 hours to prevent permanent suspension." "This is escalating," Mara said. "Reported discrepancies," I repeated. "So they flagged us." "Or Evelyn did," she said. I tapped into the messaging section. Evelyn had sent another message. "The hospital says if you don't cooperate, they'll have to report this. They think you're avoiding responsibility." "Avoiding responsibility," I said, heat rising in my face. "Caleb," Mara said, warning in her tone. I started typing. "I am not avoiding anything. I'm driving to the hospital right now." I hit send. The typing indicator didn't come back. Instead, another call came through. This time from my mother. I stared at the screen. "Don't ignore that," Mara said. I answered. "Hi, Mom." "Caleb," she said, breathless. "Why did a hospital in Boston call me?" My stomach flipped. "What?" I said. "They left a voicemail," she said, "asking if I could confirm your date of birth and whether there's a history of colon cancer in the family." Mara's eyes widened. "They called you," I said. "Yes," she snapped. "What is going on?" I felt the trap tightening. "They shouldn't have your number," I said. "It's listed as your emergency contact on that DNA site," she said. I didn't remember entering that. "Mom," I said carefully, "do you know anyone named Aaron Collins?" Silence. Then, softer, "No. Did you ever spend a summer in Maine when I was 13 and meet a 19-year-old named Aaron?" "I never left you alone with strangers," she said sharply. "Where is this coming from?" My throat felt tight. "I'm on my way to hospital," I said. "There's some kind of mix-up. I'll call you later." "Caleb," she said, voice suddenly small. "You're scaring me." "I know," I said. "I'm sorry." I hung up before she could ask more. Mara was staring straight ahead now. "They contacted your mother," she said quietly. "That's not normal," I said. "That's a privacy violation." "Or they're desperate," she said. We turned onto Brookline Avenue, traffic thick near the hospital cluster. Sirens in the distance. People crossing against the light. "This could still be a lab swap," Mara said. "Or someone used your name." "Why my name?" I shot back. "Because it's on the match," she said. "And if the sample collection date is this month, maybe someone created a new account and entered your information deliberately." The thought hit me hard. "Deliberately," I repeated. As if on cue, my phone vibrated again. A new email from the DNA company. Subject: legal notice. Inquiry from healthcare provider. I opened it with numb fingers. "We have received a request from a licensed healthcare institution regarding a potential biological relationship involving your account. Under applicable laws, we may be required to share limited identifying information." "Applicable laws," I whispered. Mara read over my shoulder. "They can't just give out your data," she said. "They can if there's a court order," I said. "Is there?" she asked. I scrolled. There it was, in sterile font. "If no response is received within 12 hours, preliminary data may be disclosed under emergency medical provisions." 12 hours, Mara said. "That's not 48, I said. No, we were pulling into the hospital garage now. concrete levels spiraling upward, fluorescent lights flickering slightly, the smell of exhaust and damp cement. I parked too fast, tires squealing slightly against the painted line. We sat there for a second, engine ticking as it cooled. "You can still walk away," Mara said softly. "Call a lawyer, refuse consent, let them sort it out." "And if the baby has something that could have been prevented?" I asked. She didn't answer. I opened my door. Cold air rushed in, mixed with the sterile scent that seems to hover around hospital campuses. My phone buzzed one more time before I stepped out. A new message from Evelyn. "We're not in the maternity ward anymore. They moved my brother to the NICU. They said it's urgent." I stared at the words. "They moved him," I said, "to the NICU," Mara confirmed. "And they think I'm responsible," I said. "Caleb," she said, steady. "You're not responsible for a gene you didn't know about. But genes don't care what you know." I stepped out of the car. The garage door closed behind us with a heavy mechanical thud. Point of no return. Because once I walked into that building, gave blood, signed forms, there would be a record, a test, an answer. And whatever that answer was, it would redraw my life. The hospital swallowed us the way big institutions do, without noticing. Beit Israel's lobby was bright enough to make your eyes feel dry. The air had that layered smell of sanitizer, coffee, and something faintly metallic. Shoes squeaked on polished tile. A volunteer in a red vest pointed people toward elevators like a traffic cop who'd done the same dance 1,000 times. Mara walked half a step ahead of me, purposeful, nurse brain online. I followed with my phone in my hand like it was a passport that could also explode. At the security desk, a woman in a Navy uniform asked for our IDs. Her name tag read, Sharon Lively, 52, female. "What's the reason for your visit?" she asked, voice neutral. "Pediatric genetics," Mara said. "We have a call in from Dr. Patel." Sharon took my driver's license, glanced at it, then glanced at my face. "Mercer." "Yes." She didn't smile. She didn't frown. She just nodded like she'd already heard 10 variations of this story today, which made it worse. If this was routine, what did that say about how often people got pulled into hospitals by surprise? "Visitor badges," she said, handing us stickers. "Where I can see him." We clipped them to our coats and moved toward the elevators. My phone buzzed in my palm. DNA co-support ticket updated. I didn't open it. Not yet. I kept walking. Elevator doors slid shut with a soft. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. A man with a rolling suitcase stared at the floor numbers like they were an argument. Mara leaned close. "We talked to Dr. Patel first. We keep it simple. We don't confess to anything you didn't do." "I didn't do anything," I said. "I know," she said. "But panic makes people volunteer the wrong details." The elevator opened on the maternity floor. The hallway was quieter, muffled, like the building was trying not to wake anyone. There were pastel signs and hand sanitizer stations every 20 feet. Somewhere behind a door, a baby cried with a thin, persistent sound that made my skin tighten. A young woman in scrubs met us near a nurse's station. Janelle Rourke, 27, female, that was on her badge. "Caleb Mercer?" she asked. "Yes, I'm Janelle. Dr. Patel asked me to bring you to the consult room." Her eyes flicked briefly to Mara's badge, then back. "Follow me." We passed postpartum rooms with doors half closed. We passed a family asleep in chairs, heads tipped back, mouths open. The exhaustion here had a shape. Janelle led us into a small room with 2 chairs, a table, and a computer monitor that was turned away like it was shy. "Dr. Patel will be in shortly," she said. "Do you need water?" My mouth was so dry I could feel my tongue sticking to my teeth. "Yes." When she left, Mara and I sat side by side, knees almost touching. The quiet felt staged like this was the calm moment before something slammed. "I hate this," I said. "I know," Mara replied. "I feel like I'm about to be accused of a crime I didn't commit." Mara's eyes moved across my face, reading. "Then keep your voice steady. Ask questions. Let them talk." The door opened. Dr. Patel stepped in with a folder under his arm and the kind of tired focus that made him look older than he probably was. He had kind eyes that didn't waste time. "Dr. Nikhil Patel, 41 male." "Mr. Mercer," he said, nodding. "MS. Mara Egan," she said. "I'm a nurse. I'm here with him." "Good," he said simply, as if that solved something. He pulled a chair close and sat. "I appreciate you coming in quickly." "I appreciate someone telling me what's going on," I said, trying to keep my tone level. He didn't flinch. "Fair, I'll be direct." He opened the folder and slid a page toward me. It was printed, official, not an app screenshot. "Our patient is a male neonate born yesterday," he said. He developed signs of intestinal obstruction. Imaging suggested an abnormal pattern, and during evaluation, we saw findings that raised concern for hereditary polyposis syndrome. "You mean FAP?" I said. "Yes," he said. "The APC gene is involved. Now, consumer DNA tests are not a clinical tool. I want to be clear. We did not tell anyone to use a commercial matching service. We told Ms. Collins to contact known biological relatives and gather family history." Mara's jaw tightened. "So the database, that was their choice." Dr. Patel nodded. "Yes, but now that we've been presented with a possible close genetic match, we need to sort signal from noise." I swallowed. "They think I'm the father." Dr. Patel looked at me. Really looked. "Ms. Collins believes you may have been the biological father of her 19-year-old daughter. That's complicated. But I'm not here to litigate that. I'm here because an infant is sick, and inheritance patterns matter." "I was 19 years ago," I said, sharper than I meant to. He raised his hands slightly. "I hear you. That fact makes it very unlikely you are the biological father of Miss Collins's daughter, which suggests either the match is misinterpreted, or there's another relationship in play, or the consumer data is wrong. Or someone's lying," I said. Dr. Patel didn't disagree. "All possibilities." Mara leaned forward. "What do you need from him right now?" "A blood draw for a clinical APC panel," Dr. Patel said. "And if Ms. Collins consents, a rapid paternity exclusion test with a buccal swab from the infant." He paused. "It won't be instantaneous, but we can have preliminary answers within hours, not days." Hours. That was a relief and a new kind of terror. "And my data," I said, voice tightening again. "Your staff called my mother." Dr. Patel blinked once, surprise real. "We did not." "I have the voicemail," I said. Mara said. "The hospital called his mother because she's listed as an emergency contact on the DNA account." Dr. Patel's expression shifted, something in his jaw tightening. "We have strict privacy protocols. We do not contact family members without authorization unless there's an immediate safety issue." "So who did?" I asked. Dr. Patel didn't answer immediately. He glanced toward the computer monitor, then back to us. "What's the name of the commercial company?" I told him. He wrote it down. Then he said, carefully, "Mr. Mercer, has anyone asked you to sign anything yet?" I frowned. "No." "Good," he said, "because There's a procedural trap people fall into when they're frightened. They sign forms without reading. You do not need to acknowledge paternity for us to treat an infant. Treatment consent is the mother's responsibility. Paternity is a separate legal matter. Mara's eyes narrowed slightly. Someone implied to Evelyn that refusing would be reported. Dr. Patel's mouth tightened. There is nothing to report in the way she described it. We document non-cooperation sometimes for care planning, but we don't threaten people into consent. Something cold unspooled under my ribs. So either she misunderstood, Mara said, or someone told her that. Dr. Patel nodded once. Exactly. He stood. I'll have phlebotomy come in. After that, I can bring you to speak with Miss Collins briefly. But I need you calm. I'm calm, I lied. He left the room. For a moment, Mara and I just sat there, listening to the faint hospital sounds through the wall. A distant intercom announcement, a cart rolling, soft footsteps. Then my phone buzzed. I opened the support ticket despite myself. A message from the DNA company. Ticket update. We have detected multiple logins to your account from new devices within the last 2 hours. For your security, access has been restricted. If you believe this activity is unauthorized, please call our security hotline. Multiple logins, I said. Mara leaned in. From where? I scrolled. It listed locations. Rough, vague. Boston, MA, 2 logins, Albany. NY, 1 login. My skin prickled. Albany, I said. Mara's eyes flicked up. Your mom's in upstate New York. She doesn't know how to log into this, I said. Then someone else does, Mara said, voice flat. A knock. A phlebotomist entered with a cart. Luis Herrera, 33, male. Caleb Mercer, he asked. That's me. He wrapped a tourniquet around my arm, swabbed with alcohol. The smell hit sharp and clean. I watched his hands, efficient, practiced. The needle slid in with a pinch that became a dull pressure. Blood filled the tube, dark and unreal. This won't hurt much, he said, like it was a joke and also a prayer. It's not the needle, I muttered. Louis gave a polite half smile without asking questions. He taped gauze over the puncture site, told me to hold pressure, and left. Mara watched me press the cotton to my arm. You're shaking. I'm not, I said, then realized my hand really was trembling. We need to call that security hotline, she said. I can't, I said. We're in a hospital. It'll be an hour on hold. Then we do what you do, she said. We triage. We identify the immediate threat. I stared at the logins again. Boston. That could be Evelyn on her phone. That could be Aaron. That could be anyone on the maternity floor with the password. Albany was the problem. Someone called my mother, I said. Someone logged in from Albany. Someone wants information. Or wants to lock you out, Mara said. The door opened again. Dr. Patel reappeared. Miss Collins is ready to speak, he said. 5 minutes. He led us down the hallway. Past a family clustered around a crib in the corridor. Past a nurse bouncing a swaddled baby, gently like she was trying to soothe herself more than the child. We turned into a small waiting alcove near a set of secure doors. A sign read NICU in quiet letters, as if spelling it softly made it less terrifying. Aaron stood there with a hospital wristband, hair pulled back messily, face pale with exhaustion. Her eyes were red around the edges, not from crying exactly, but from being awake too long in bad air. Evelyn was beside her, tall, thin, a sweatshirt hanging off her frame like she'd lost weight recently or never had it. Her hands were clenched around her phone. Evelyn Collins, 19, female, now in front of me, real and breathing. And Aaron, closer than a voice on a phone. Aaron Collins, 38, female. They both looked at me like I was either a solution or a threat. Caleb, Aaron said. Her voice cracked on my name. I didn't answer right away. I couldn't decide what tone to choose. Evelyn spoke first. You came. Yes, I said. Aaron took a step forward, then stopped. I'm not trying to ruin your life, she said quickly. I'm trying to save my sons. I understand that, Mara said, stepping slightly between us, not aggressive, but protective. We're cooperating. He gave blood. We'll do clinical testing. Evelyn's eyes flicked to Mara. Who are you? Mara said. I'm with him. Evelyn's jaw tightened. Okay, I looked at Aaron. I need to ask you something direct, I said. Did anyone from this hospital tell you to use a consumer DNA database? Aaron blinked. They told me to contact family. And did anyone tell you I'd be reported if I didn't cooperate? I asked. Evelyn flinched. A nurse said, Dr. Patel cut in calmly. No one on my team said that. Aaron looked between us, confused. Evelyn, what did you do? Evelyn's cheeks flushed. I messaged him. I told him it was urgent, because it is. That's not what I'm asking, I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. Did you give anyone my number? Evelyn hesitated. Aaron turned toward her. Evelyn, I didn't, Evelyn said too fast. Then she swallowed. I posted on a forum. My skin went cold. What forum? I asked. Evelyn's eyes darted away. A genealogy forum. People help you interpret matches. I didn't put his full info. Just the situation. Mara's voice sharpened. Did you include a screenshot? Evelyn's face told the truth before her mouth did. Aaron's mouth fell open. Evelyn, I was scared. Evelyn snapped. The baby was in pain and they were talking about genes, and Mom was freaking out, and I didn't know what to do. Dr. Patel's expression changed, annoyance, contained. That is not an appropriate use of patient information. It wasn't patient info, Evelyn shot back. It was my account, which used to identify a person, Mara said, voice tight. And now his account shows logins from Albany. Someone called his mother. Aaron stared at Evelyn like she didn't recognize her. You posted his name. Evelyn's eyes shimmered. I thought it would help. My heartbeat hammered against my ribs. The trap had a shape now. It wasn't science fiction. It wasn't fate. It was the internet doing what it always does when you feed it something raw. You handed my identity to strangers, I said, and hated how small my voice sounded. Evelyn's mouth opened, but she didn't have anything that could undo it. A man appeared at the edge of the alcove then, walking toward us with purpose. Mid-30s, black jacket, a lanyard around his neck with a badge turned conveniently away. He held a clipboard like it belonged. My eyes caught on the badge first, because that's what my brain does now, look for the point of failure. He stopped in front of me, smiled in a way that didn't reach his eyes. Caleb Mercer, he asked. Yes, I said cautiously. I'm with patient services, he said. We just need you to sign an acknowledgement form so we can update the file. Dr. Patel's head snapped up. What? The man didn't look at him. He kept his eyes on me. It's standard. We're just confirming the biological relationship so the care team can proceed. Dr. Patel stepped forward. No, that is not standard. Who are you? The man's smile tightened a fraction. I'm with patient services. I run pediatric genetics, Dr. Patel said, voice hard. I don't know you. Show your badge. The man's hand went to the lanyard, but instead of flipping it forward, he shifted his body slightly, blocking the view. The movement was quick, small, practiced. My pulse spiked. Mara leaned closer to me. Don't sign anything, she whispered. The man lowered his voice like we were sharing a secret. Mr. Mercer, we're on a clock. The company won't release details without your acknowledgement. This protects the infant. It's just a formality. He knew about the DNA company. He knew about the clock. Dr. Patel's voice sharpened. Step away from them. The man's eyes flicked to Dr. Patel, irritation flashing through the mask. Doctor, this is administrative. No, Dr. Patel said. It is. Sharon's voice came from behind us. Hey. I turned and saw Sharon Lively, security, walking toward us with her shoulders squared. Who's this? She asked, gaze fixed on the clipboard. The man's posture shifted, just a fraction, like a runner bracing to sprint. My name is, he began. Sharon held out her hand. Badge. He took a step back, then another. And then, without warning, he lunged forward fast, hand snapping out toward my phone, which I was still holding in my left hand. Instinct took over. I jerked back. The clipboard slapped against my chest. The corner of it caught my ribs like a blunt elbow. Pain flashed. Mara grabbed my wrist and yanked me away. Sharon moved in, reaching for the man's shoulder. He twisted, slipping past her, and bolted down the hallway. Everything after that came in jagged frames. Sharon shouting, "Stop," Mara yelling my name. Dr. Patel calling for security on his phone. Me stumbling after the man on pure, stupid adrenaline, because my phone, my proof, my only handle on reality, was suddenly a thing worth stealing. We hit the corridor leading to the elevators. The man shoved through a set of doors and slammed into the stairwell instead, taking it 2 steps at a time. Sharon was right behind him. Mara was behind me. The stairwell smelled like dust and old paint. My foot slipped on the edge of a wet step, someone's slush, and I caught myself on the railing. The jolt sent a hot line of pain through my side where the clipboard had hit. I gasped. "Caleb," Mara barked. "I'm fine," I lied again, breathless. The man glanced back once, eyes wide now, no smile left. He wasn't a staffer. He wasn't calm. He looked like someone who'd expected a quick signature and got a chase instead. He hit the landing and tried the door. Locked. He swore under his breath, real, panicked. Sharon caught up, grabbed his jacket. He jerked away, elbow catching her in the shoulder. She grunted, but didn't let go. She slammed him into the wall with a thud that reverberated through the concrete. "Hands," she snapped. He struggled. Sharon held. Mara was on her phone already, speaking fast, clear. "Security incident, stairwell, maternity floor." My side burned. I leaned against the railing, trying not to puke. The man's jacket twisted, and his lanyard flipped forward. The badge flashed. Not a hospital ID. A cheap plastic rectangle with a logo I didn't recognize, and the words "Patient Advocate" printed in a font that screamed home printer. Sharon yanked him harder. "You're not staff." His breathing was ragged. "I was trying to help," he panted. "Help who?" Sharon demanded. He didn't answer. Dr. Patel appeared at the stairwell door, face tight, and behind him 2 more security officers. One of them grabbed the man's wrists and snapped handcuffs on with quick, efficient movements. Officer Daniel Keene, 29, male. I saw his badge as he moved. The man's eyes flicked to me. Pure hate for a second, like I'd ruined something he thought he deserved. "Who sent you?" Sharon asked. The man shook his head, jaw clenched. Mara stepped close to me, her hand pressing lightly against my ribs. "You're hurt." "It's nothing," I said, but my voice came out strangled. She didn't argue. She just steadied me as the adrenaline drained and left me with pain and shaking legs. Dr. Patel looked at me, then at Sharon. "This is unacceptable." Sharon's mouth was grim. "We'll file it. Police will meet us." My phone buzzed again, like it had been waiting for the quiet moment to hit me. A new message notification from the DNA company. Mara saw my face and said, "Don't. Not now." I opened it anyway. One line, "Security alert. Your account email has been changed." My vision tunneled. "No," I whispered. Mara grabbed the phone, scanned the message, and her face went hard. "They're trying to take it from you." "They already did," I said. The man in cuffs laughed just once, short and ugly, before Officer Keene shoved him forward. Sharon looked back. "What did he just say?" "He didn't," I said, because my brain was too busy calculating loss. "Someone changed my account email." Dr. Patel's eyes narrowed. "Can you still access anything?" I tried to log in. "Locked. Password wrong. Recovery email not mine anymore." Mara swore under her breath, rare for her. "This is why he wanted your signature," she said. "He needed you distracted, or needed a photo of something, or needed to buy time." Evelyn's forum post. Albany login. My mother's voicemail. The trap wasn't closing now. It had already closed, and we were realizing the door had latched behind us. Sharon said, "We can get hospital IT involved." "I am hospital IT," I said automatically, then corrected myself through clenched teeth. "University IT. But yes, we need someone now." Dr. Patel's phone rang. He answered, listened, then his expression tightened further. "The infant's condition is worsening. We need to move." He looked at me, and for the first time his voice softened. "Mr. Mercer, I'm sorry about your account, truly. But right now I need you to decide, will you consent to a clinical test? It's the only way we cut through this mess." My ribs pulsed with pain. My throat felt raw. Mara's hand squeezed my shoulder. "Caleb," she said quietly, "this is the cleanest line through." I stared at Dr. Patel. Consent meant a record, a paper trail, an entry into a system I hadn't chosen. It also meant the baby might get answers faster, even if the consumer database had been weaponized. "I consent," I said. The words tasted like metal. Dr. Patel nodded once. "Thank you." He turned to the security officers. "Please escort Miss Collins and her daughter away from this area, and keep them safe." Erin's face was crumpled, stunned. Evelyn looked like she might throw up. None of that mattered in the tight, clipped urgency of the moment. A nurse appeared with a consent form. I signed with my good hand, the pen scratching paper like a tiny saw. Cost paid, door opened. We were marched not gently, but efficiently into the next phase. And somewhere out there in Albany or Boston, or a forum thread I couldn't see, someone now had the keys to my DNA account and was turning them, slow and deliberate, to see what doors they could open next. The blood test took 12 minutes. The waiting took 6 hours. They moved us back into the consult room after I signed the consent. The paper felt heavier than it should have, like the ink had weight. Mara sat close enough that our knees touched, her hand resting lightly on my thigh, not dramatic, just grounding. My ribs throbbed in a steady, annoying rhythm. Nothing broken, probably, just bruised from the clipboard and the stairwell railing. It hurt when I breathed too deeply. It hurt when I laughed, which I didn't. Outside the small window, the sky darkened from gray to ink. The hospital lights glowed harder. Footsteps passed in the hall, the occasional cry from somewhere distant. The world kept functioning. Dr. Patel came in twice with updates that weren't updates. The lab is running the panel. The NICU team is stabilizing him. His tone never shifted into panic, but his jaw stayed tight. Around 9, a hospital IT staffer came to speak with me about the account breach. Hannah DeWitt, 30, Female, thin glasses, precise voice. "We can't access your consumer account," she said. "That's outside our system." But the man detained downstairs had a prepaid phone and a list of usernames written down. Your name was among them. "A list," I repeated. "Yes," she said. "Looks like scraped data from a genealogy forum." I closed my eyes briefly. "Evelyn, I didn't mean," she'd started earlier. "I know," ID said, "and I had meant it. Panic makes people do loud things." Hannah continued, "If your email was changed, you'll need to go through the company's identity recovery. They'll likely require ID verification and possibly a notarized statement." "So someone now has access to my genetic profile," I said. "Potentially," she replied. She didn't sugarcoat it. "Can they alter results?" Mara asked. "Unlikely without leaving logs," Hannah said. "But they can view matches, download raw data if permissions weren't restricted." Raw data. The phrase felt obscene. Round 10:30, Dr. Patel returned with a stack of papers, and the kind of calm that meant something had resolved. "Preliminary results," he said, sitting down across from us. My hands went cold. "Your APC panel," he said, looking at me, "is negative for the truncating mutation identified in the infant." I blinked. It took a second to rearrange that into English. "I don't have it," I said. "Not the pathogenic variant we found in him," Dr. Patel confirmed, "which strongly suggests you are not the biological father." The air left my lungs in a long, shaky exhale. Beside me, Mara made a sound, half relief, half something else. "And the paternity test?" she asked. "Preliminary exclusion," Dr. Patel said. "You are not the father of the newborn." The words landed with a dull thud. Not the father, not the father. A weight lifted and something strange replaced it. Not joy, not even relief exactly. Just a hollow where the question had been. "What about Evelyn?" I asked quietly. Dr. Patel paused. "We requested a comparison between your sample and hers as well. Rapid analysis suggests you are not her biological father either. So the consumer match is wrong," Mara said. "Or manipulated," Dr. Patel said carefully. "We can't rule that out. But clinically, there is no parent-child relationship between you and Ms. Collins or her infant." The room felt suddenly too small for the amount of oxygen I needed. "So what happens now?" I asked. Dr. Patel's gaze shifted slightly, softening. "Now we focus on finding the actual carrier. We expand testing to Ms. Collins's extended family. We do our jobs." "And the account breach?" Mara pressed. Dr. Patel nodded once. "Security has contacted Boston PD. The individual detained claims he's part of a data recovery service. It appears he monitors public genealogy forums for vulnerable users, and then attempts to intervene under false pretenses, sometimes to obtain signed acknowledgments that can be used to pressure settlements." "Settlements," I repeated. "In cases of alleged paternity or inheritance disputes," Dr. Patel said. "It's not uncommon, common." The word chilled me more than anything else. Aaron and Evelyn were brought into the consult room next. Aaron looked smaller somehow. The adrenaline had burned off, leaving only exhaustion. Evelyn's eyes were red. "I'm sorry," Evelyn said immediately, before anyone else could speak. "I shouldn't have posted." "No," I said, and my voice came out steadier than I felt. "You shouldn't have." She flinched, but I didn't soften it. It wasn't cruelty, it was fact. Aaron stepped forward. "Dr. Patel told us," she said. "You're not." "I'm not," I said. Her shoulders sagged. Relief and embarrassment mixed in her expression. I thought I remembered you, she said quietly. From that summer. But memory plays tricks. I was 13, I said. I know that now, she said, eyes shining. I did the math wrong. I was so focused on Evelyn's age that I forgot the years. It wasn't malicious. It was panic. And the birth year on the profile, Mara asked. Evelyn swallowed. When I retook the test last month, I made a new account because I couldn't remember my old password. I put 2026 by accident. It auto-filled the current year, and I didn't notice. The simplest explanation, of course. And the February 3rd collection date, I asked. That was the new kit, she said. I thought maybe if I retested, it would clarify the match. Instead, it amplified it. And the hospital calling my mother, I asked. Erin shook her head. We didn't give them her number. Dr. Patel interjected. We did not contact her. That may have been related to the data breach. Hannah's words echoed in my head. Scraped data. Someone had taken the screenshot from the forum, matched my name to other databases, found a number, and made a call. A small, efficient human horror. I'm sorry, Erin said again. I nodded once. It didn't erase anything, but it acknowledged the wreckage. Around midnight, Mara and I walked back through the hospital lobby. It was quieter now. The volunteer desk was empty. A janitor pushed a mop slowly across the floor, headphones in. Outside, the air was sharp and clean. The city had settled into that late-night hush where even traffic sounds distant. We didn't speak until we were in the car. You okay? Mara asked softly. I stared straight ahead. I'm not someone's father, I said. No, she said. I'm not carrying that mutation. No, my DNA account is compromised. Yes, she said. I nodded slowly. It should have felt like a victory. Instead, it felt like surviving something you didn't know you'd been inside. We drove home in near silence. My side ached every time I shifted gears. By the time we reached Somerville, I was exhausted in a way that felt cellular. In the apartment, the familiar smell of laundry detergent and old wood hit me like proof that reality still existed. Mara kicked off her shoes and turned to face me. I'm staying tonight, she said. It wasn't a question. Okay, I said. She stepped closer and touched my ribs gently. I winced. Bruised, she murmured. You're going to feel that tomorrow. I feel it now, I said. She looked up at me, eyes softer than they'd been all day. You did the right thing. I signed my DNA over to a hospital and got chased in a stairwell, I said. You showed up, she corrected. That matters. I didn't argue. Around 2 a.m, when she was asleep beside me, I lay awake staring at the ceiling. My phone sat on the nightstand, screen dark. The DNA company had sent another email while we were driving home. Identity recovery initiated. They'd locked the account fully pending notarized documentation and multi-factor reset. It would take days. I opened the email and scrolled down to the bottom. There was a line I hadn't noticed before. In rare cases, incorrect close family matches may result from user error, laboratory sample mix-up, or intentional falsification. Intentional falsification. The phrase lingered. I thought about the man in the stairwell, about the list of usernames, about how quickly he'd known the words clock and acknowledgement. He hadn't looked surprised when Dr. Patel mentioned emergency data release. He looked irritated, like we'd ruined a plan. The next morning, my mother called again. Her voice was calmer, but tight. Are you okay? She asked. I'm okay, I said. Was it real? She asked. No, I said. It was complicated, but I'm not anyone's father. There was a pause. And the cancer? She asked. I don't have it, I said. She exhaled audibly. "I don't like that someone called me," she said. "I don't either," I replied. "Your father," she began, then stopped. I waited. "Your father didn't use the internet," she finished instead. It wasn't what I'd expected her to say. "Okay," I said. "I'm glad you're okay," she added, and hung up before the drawer opened any further. By Monday afternoon, the police had called to take a formal statement. The man in the stairwell had prior arrests for fraud. He'd targeted genealogy forums before, inserting himself into paternity disputes and offering mediation services that involved signatures and payment. No larger conspiracy, no elaborate genetic sabotage, just a man who'd figured out that fear and family make people sloppy. The clinical results were finalized by Tuesday. I received a secure portal link from Dr. Patel's office confirming again: no APC mutation, no biological relationship to Erin or her children. Erin sent one last message through the hospital system. "We found the mutation on my side. My uncle. Thank you for coming anyway." I stared at that message for a long time. Thank you for coming anyway. It felt both deserved and undeserved. Life slid back into shape in the following days. I went to work. I reset passwords. I called the DNA company and sat on hold for an hour while a polite man with a scripted voice walked me through identity verification. I sent a notarized affidavit swearing I was myself. Mara made soup and insisted I rest my ribs. The ordinary routines reassembled themselves around us. But there was a crack. Every time my phone buzzed unexpectedly, my heart jumped. Every time I logged into anything, I checked the login history twice. And once, 3 nights later, I opened the DNA app after my account was restored. The close family match was gone. No immerser. No 49.8%. Just distant cousins and blank silhouettes. I stared at the empty space where it had been. At the bottom of the match list, a small line of text read: "Recently removed matches may indicate updated relationship estimates." Recently removed. I closed the app. As I set the phone down, a final notification slid across the top of the screen, so brief I almost missed it. New match available, close family. It disappeared before I could tap it. When I reopened the app, there was nothing new. No banner. No alert. Just the quiet, curated list of strangers with shared DNA percentages that meant nothing and everything. I told myself it was a refresh glitch, a delayed notification, a system lag, and maybe it was. But that night, lying in the dark beside Mara, listening to her steady breathing, I couldn't shake the feeling that some part of my genetic life was still out there, searchable, copyable, misinterpretable. That even if I wasn't someone's father, my code had been out in the open long enough for someone to try to claim me. And that was harder to close than any drawer. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, my house reset itself while I was at work, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away and don't leave early. The first thing that didn't make sense was the smell. Not smoke, not gas. Something smaller and meaner than either. like when you open a brand new plastic shower curtain and it hits the back of your throat. A manufactured smell, clean in the wrong way. I stood on my own porch with my work bag cutting into my shoulder, keys out, thumb hovering over the little home icon on my phone like that would explain it. The late afternoon sun made the street look soft and ordinary. Kids on scooters, a lawn sprinkler ticking, somebody's dog barking at nothing in particular. My front windows were dark. That part was explainable. Cloud cover, curtains pulled. Maybe I forgot to turn on a lamp, but I hadn't pulled the curtains. I never did. I hated the way it made the house feel closed in. I tried the key. It slid in smooth, turned. The deadbolt clicked back with the normal metallic certainty it always had. And then the door opened a few inches and stopped, like it was pressing against something soft. Not a chair, not a shoe. Soft, springy. My pulse didn't spike, it just retimed itself, like it was waiting to be told what the situation was. Hello, I called, because that's what you do when you're trying to keep your own voice from sounding like fear. The smell came out through the crack. Fresh paint, almost. Fresh vinyl. Fresh something. I put my shoulder lightly into the door. It gave another inch, then another, and the edge of it rubbed along something that whispered against the wood. A dragging sound, like paper, but thicker. A moving box. That's what my brain offered up. A package slid behind the door, except I hadn't ordered anything big. And when the door finally swung open enough for me to step inside, what I saw wasn't a box at all. It was a sheet of clear protective plastic, the kind contractors tape over floors when they're sanding drywall. It was stretched across my entryway and taped down with blue painter's tape. Some of it was folded and wrinkled where the door had pushed it. It made a soft crackle when it moved. I stood there with one foot still outside, like I could undo everything by not crossing the threshold. The inside of my house looked empty. Not totally empty. My coat rack was still there, screwed into the wall like always, but the hooks were bare. No scarf, no old hoodie, no dog leash, because I didn't have a dog. But I kept the leash anyway from my last relationship like a stupid talisman I couldn't admit was stupid. The narrow table where I normally dumped my keys was gone. So was the bowl I used to catch loose change. The framed photo of me and my sister at Lake Michigan gone. The plant that always looked half dead no matter what I did gone. The walls were a different shade of white. Not wildly different, just newer, cleaner. Like the difference between a shirt you've owned for years and the same shirt on a store shelf. My mouth went dry. I stepped over the plastic. It made a little popping sound under my shoe, tiny trapped air bubbles giving up. The house smelled like a renovation. I lived alone. I had been at work all day, 10 hours of spreadsheets, and a fluorescent lit conference room, and too much coffee. My job was in downtown Chicago. I had left at 7:15 this morning. I could tell you because I had checked the time twice, the way I always did when I left, because I carried this private fear that I'd forget something obvious, something humiliating, my laptop, my fly down, my stove on, and someone would notice and quietly decide I wasn't competent. It was a ridiculous fear for a 31-year-old woman who had never actually done any of those things. But that wasn't how fear worked. My name is Emily Klein, 31, female, and standing in the entryway of what looked like my house wearing my shoes and my work blazer. I could feel that fear trying to attach itself to the situation like Velcro. This is my fault. I messed up. I forgot something. I signed something. I clicked something. No, that was my brain trying to keep the universe orderly. If it was my fault, it was explainable. My phone buzzed in my hand, impatient. I hadn't even realized I'd opened it again. 2 missed calls. 1 voicemail from Maya. My sister, Maya Klein, 29, female, could call at exactly the wrong moment without even trying. I stared at her name until the screen dimmed and brightened again. I didn't listen to the voicemail. I walked deeper into the house instead, as if moving would make it less unreal. The hallway that led to the kitchen was clear. The runner rug I always tripped on was gone. The floorboards were visible, scuffed in a way that looked consistent, like they'd always been bare. The air felt different too. Less dusty, cooler. There was a faint hum, and after a second I realized it was the thermostat fan running. Weird. My HVAC never ran that quietly. I turned left into the living room and had to stop because my body did an old muscle memory move that didn't match the room anymore. I reached to set my keys on a side table that wasn't there. My couch was gone. Not moved. Gone. In its place, nothing. Just empty hardwood, taped seams of plastic sheeting at the edges like someone had planned to keep it pristine. The TV stand was gone. The bookshelves. My throw blanket with a little cigarette burn I'd been angry about for a week before deciding it made it lived in. The lamp I hated, but never replaced because the light was good for reading, gone. The only thing still in the living room was a single folding chair, metal legs, gray plastic seat. Someone had set it facing the wall, not the space where the TV used to be. Facing the wall like it was waiting. My first thought was burglary, because it's the closest word we have for my home has been violated. But burglary didn't look like this. Burglary looked like drawers pulled out, things tossed, broken glass. This looked organized, reset. I walked to the kitchen. I expected the clatter of something falling, my own footsteps echoing, a neighbor's music through the walls. The neighborhood outside was normal loud. Inside, the house had that staged, muffled quiet of an empty rental. In the kitchen, the cabinets were closed, all of them. The counter was clear except for one object, a laminated sheet of paper, carefully placed near the center like a restaurant menu. I stopped 3 feet away from it. There were no magnets on the fridge. My grocery list and the postcard from Lisbon gone. The fridge itself looked newer too. Not the stainless steel one I'd bought used, but a white one with a small dent in the corner like it had been moved in a hurry. My stomach did a slow, deliberate drop. I could already hear my own voice calling 911 and trying to sound rational, and the dispatcher asking me if someone was in the house, and me saying I didn't know, and them telling me to leave immediately. And I could also hear the other version, me staying, trying to figure it out, because leaving felt like admitting it was real. The laminated sheet fluttered slightly when the HVAC kicked on. It wasn't moving from wind. It was moving from the house breathing. I backed away a step, eyes flicking to the hallway again, because the other fear, older, quieter, finally showed itself. That there was somebody here still. That I was late. My phone buzzed again. Maya calling back. This time I answered before I could talk myself out of it. Maya said immediately, breathless, like she'd been holding it. Okay, you're home, right? You're home. I looked around the kitchen that was technically mine but didn't recognize me. I just got here. I tried calling you, she said. I tried calling you twice and you didn't pick up, and I was about to drive over and Maya, I said, sharper than I meant, then softer. What's going on? There was a pause, a swallow. Maya did that thing where she pretended she was fine until the last possible second, like it was a performance she could keep up if she didn't blink. I got something weird in the mail, she said. I stared at the laminated sheet on my counter. Okay, it's not dangerous weird, she said quickly, like she could preempt the idea. It's addressed to you. But it came to my apartment. To you, my throat tightened. Why would it come to you? I don't know, she said. That's why I called. It's one of those big manila envelopes. No return address. Just your name, your full name, and my address underneath. I didn't move, but I felt the room tilt slightly, like my body was trying to find a stable angle to stand in. What does it say? I asked, though I hated myself for asking. I could have told her to throw it away, to bring it unopened to the police, to not touch it at all. Those would have been smart. Instead, I asked what it said. I haven't opened it, she said, almost defensive. Didn't want to open it, I thought. I don't know what I thought. I thought maybe you'd know. Maya, I said, and my voice wavered on her name. I cleared my throat. My house looks wrong. Silence on the line, but not the cliché kind. The real kind, Maya's breathing going shallow, her brain doing quick math. Wrong how, she said carefully. Like I searched for a sentence my mind would accept. Like someone renovated it. Like it got reset. A tiny noise from Maya, half laugh, half disbelief. What? I'm not kidding, I said. My furniture is gone. There's plastic on the floor. The walls look repainted. There's a laminated paper on my counter like instructions. Emily, she said, voice suddenly sharp in the way only my sister could be. Are you in the house right now? I hesitated. It felt ridiculous that question mattered, that my position in my own home was a choice. Yes, I admitted. Get out, she said. No softness. No debate. Get out and call the cops. I haven't seen. I don't care, she cut in. You're telling me your house is empty and taped up like a crime scene, and you're standing in it like it's fine. Get out. My face went hot. Okay. I backed toward the hall, phone pressed to my ear, eyes sweeping corners, and doorways the way I'd seen people do in movies, and always thought looked melodramatic. But it wasn't melodrama when the air smelled like fresh paint and your stuff was missing. A floorboard creaked somewhere above me. I froze, listening. Another sound followed, softer. Not footsteps, more like a shift, a weight adjustment. Maya must have heard my breath catch. What? She whispered. I think someone's upstairs, I said. Emily, get out now, she said, voice trembling with anger and fear at once. Leave. My feet moved before my brain could argue. I walked fast down the hall, not running, because running felt like panic, and I didn't want to give panic control. I stepped over the plastic again, the tape pulling slightly under my shoe, and grabbed the door handle. That's when I noticed the second strip of tape. Someone had taped the latch. Not to keep the door closed, tape wouldn't do that, but to show if it had been opened, like a seal, like someone had wanted to know if I came home. My hand shook as I pulled the door open. The tape tore with a quiet, guilty sound. Outside, the street was still normal. The sun was still doing its easy fall light thing. A neighbor's garage door was open across the way. A man in a Cubs cap was spraying something with a hose like his biggest problem today was pollen. I stepped onto my porch and pulled the door shut behind me. The lock clicked automatically. For one dizzy second, I stared at my own door like it was a stranger's. Maya was still talking. Do you see anyone? Are you safe? Where are you? I'm outside, I said. I'm on the porch. Okay, she said, voice tight. Okay, call 911. Leaving right now. Don't, I said instinctively, because my private flaw, my need to handle things myself before asking for help, reared up. Wait, just wait. Emily, I'm calling, I said, and looked down at my phone, thumb hovering over the emergency call slider. But Maya, what if it's nothing? What if it's some stupid mistake? There was a long beat. Then Maya said, quieter, nothing doesn't smell like fresh paint. I swallowed. My eyes flicked to my car. It was parked where I left it, untouched. The windows were intact. That small normalcy was almost worse, like a joke with a clean punchline. Across the street, the man in the Cubs cap looked over, just briefly, as if my posture had pinged his radar, and then looked away again. He didn't come over. No one did. People didn't intrude unless you gave them a reason. A gust of wind pushed dry leaves along the curb. The house behind me stayed closed, sealed, holding its new clean breath. My thumb hovered between actions. Call the police and make this official, messy, real. Or do the thing I always did when something felt off, try to solve it quietly first, find the explanation that let me keep control. Maya said my name, softer now. M, you don't have to do it alone. I stared at the screen, at the options my phone offered like they were simple. Inside, something thumped subtle, like a cabinet door settling, or a footstep placed carefully to avoid creaking. I didn't know if I imagined it. I didn't know if I wanted it to be real, because if it was real, it meant I wasn't crazy. I had to choose, and whichever choice I made, I could already feel it tightening the world around me. I didn't call 911. That's the part I keep replaying. Instead, I stood on my porch with my thumb hovering over the screen and let the air decide for me. It smelled like cut grass and gasoline from someone's mower down the block. Normal, real. The house behind me didn't look dangerous from the outside. It looked like it had always looked. Beige siding, 2 narrow windows, a hairline crack in the concrete step I'd meant to patch. I'm coming over, Maya said into my ear. I could hear her grabbing her keys, the metallic jangle, the echo of her apartment stairwell in Wicker Park. Maya, I'm already in the car, she said. If someone's in there, I don't want you alone. My instinct was to argue, to tell her she was overreacting, to downplay it, because that's what I did, shrink things until they fit into a box I could handle. But the house had already shrunk itself into something I didn't recognize. Okay, I said finally. Just drive safe. You too, she said automatically. And then, after a beat, don't go back in. We hung up. I turned slowly and looked at my front door again. The tape I'd torn dangled from the latch in a crooked blue strip. The small tear I'd made was visible. If someone had set that seal, they'd know it was broken, which meant if someone was inside, they knew I was here. The thought crawled up my spine, slow and deliberate. Across the street, the man in the Cubs cap had finished hosing down whatever he was hosing. He was watching me now, not openly, but with that peripheral attention neighbors use when they sense something off but don't want to be rude. I walked down my porch steps and across my small front lawn, more to put space between me and the door than anything else. My car sat at the curb, dark blue Honda Civic, 2016, nothing fancy. I unlocked it and got inside. The interior smelled like old coffee and fabric seats that had absorbed too many winters. Familiar, my safe box. I locked the doors. For a second, I just sat there, hands on the steering wheel, watching my own house through the windshield. If there was someone upstairs, they weren't making any obvious moves. No silhouette at the window. No curtain twitch. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I stared at it. Let it ring twice. 3 times, then I answered. Hello. Silence at first. Not the hollow click of a robocall. The faintest sound of breathing. Close to the mic. Slow. Who is this? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. A man spoke, low and measured. American accent. Maybe late 30s or 40s. You weren't supposed to be home yet. My chest tightened, but my voice came out flat. Who is this? A pause. Then, almost conversationally, you should have stayed at work. The call ended. I stared at the phone screen until it dimmed. My reflection stared back at me, slightly warped by the glass. My house was directly behind that reflection. He hadn't shouted. He hadn't threatened. He de-stated a scheduling error. My brain latched onto the timeline immediately. If he expected me later, that meant something was still in progress. Something time-sensitive. The laminated paper on my counter, the folding chair, the plastic sheeting. I dialed 911 before I could overthink it. The dispatcher was calm in a way that made everything sound manageable. I gave her my address, told her I'd come home to find my house altered, told her about the taped latch, about the call. Is anyone inside the residence right now? She asked. I don't know, I said. I heard something upstairs. Are you in a safe location? I'm in my car, doors locked. Okay, officers are on the way. Stay in your vehicle if you can. Do not re-enter the house. The line clicked off. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. 5 minutes passed, then 7. Every car that turned onto the block made my heart jerk. Every pedestrian looked suspicious. The Cubs cap neighbor disappeared into his garage. Then my phone buzzed again. Maya, where are you? She demanded. In my car, I said. I called the police. Good. I also got a call. There was a sharp inhale on the other end. What? A man, I said. He said I wasn't supposed to be home yet. A silence that felt heavier than the earlier ones. Maya said slowly. This isn't random. No, I said. It's not. Did he threaten you? Not directly. That's worse. I watched as a squad car finally turned onto the street. Blue and red lights flickered, but no siren. The car rolled to a stop in front of my house. Relief hit me so hard it almost made me laugh. 2 officers got out. The first was Officer Daniel Ruiz, 38, male, average build, close-cropped dark hair, expression that hovered between professional and tired. The second was Officer Jenna Clark, 27, female, blonde ponytail tucked under her cap, alert eyes scanning windows and door frames. I got out of my car and met them halfway up the lawn. You the homeowner? Ruiz asked. Yes, Emily Klein. He nodded. Walk us through what you found. I told them. The plastic, the missing furniture, the taped latch, the call. Clark scribbled notes in a small pad. Ruiz looked at the front door, then at the torn tape. You've got security cameras, Clark asked. Doorbell cam, I said, and one in the living room. Accessible from your phone? Yes. Pull it up. My fingers felt clumsy as I opened the app. The live feed showed the front door from the outside. Static image of the officers' backs. Scroll back to today, Ruiz said. I did. At 8:14 a.m., I saw myself locking the door and walking to my car. At 9:03 a.m., a white van pulled up. No logo. 2 men got out, both wearing generic contractor hoodies, baseball caps pulled low. They approached the door. One of them produced a key. My stomach flipped. The footage showed the door opening smoothly. No forced entry. They went inside. They did not come back out. I scrubbed forward. 10:37 a.m. The van still there. 11:52 a.m. Still there. 1:16 p.m. still there. At 2:03 p.m. the van drove away. No footage of them exiting. Could be they left out the back, Ruiz said calmly. There is no back gate, I said. The yard is fenced. Clark glanced at Ruiz. Let's take a look inside, Ruiz said. Maya's voice was still faintly audible from my phone speaker, where I'd forgotten to hang up. Don't go in with them, she hissed. I'll be right here, Ruiz assured me, misunderstanding. They approached the door cautiously, hands near their belts but not drawn. Ruiz knocked first. Chicago PD, he called. If anyone's inside, come out now. Nothing. He tried the knob. It opened. They stepped inside. Clark's voice echoed faintly from within. Plastic sheeting in the entry, Ruiz. Living rooms cleared. They moved methodically. I stood on the lawn, heart thudding in a steady, painful rhythm, listening to the muffled commentary through the open doorway. Kitchen clear. Upstairs. A pause. Floorboards creaking under their weight. Bedroom clear. Second bedroom clear. Bathroom clear. They came back down after what felt like an hour, but was probably 3 minutes. No one inside, Ruiz said. But the van, I started. We'll check the back, Clark said. They did. No one. No sign of forced entry anywhere. Ruiz said carefully. The footage shows them entering with a key. Do you have contractors scheduled? Landlord. I own the house, I said. No contractors. Anyone else have a key? My sister, I said automatically. And my ex. The word felt heavier than it should have. Name, Clark asked. Mark Dalton, 34, male. And when did you two break up? 8 months ago. Still in contact? Not really. Ruiz exchanged a look with Clark. We'll need his information, he said. I gave it to them. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Here's the thing, Ruiz said. Without forced entry, and with video showing what appears to be authorized access, this may be a civil matter. We'll file a report. But unless we can establish a crime, they took my furniture, I said. They repainted my walls. He nodded. That's property damage, possibly theft, but we need proof of ownership, inventory, receipts. A procedural maze, of course. And the call, I pressed. Unknown number, Clark said, could be spoofed. We'll log it. Maya pulled up then, her car screeching a little too sharply to the curb. She got out before the engine was fully off and marched toward me. Maya Klein, 29, female, dark hair in a messy bun, oversized sweater, eyes already flashing. What the hell is going on? She demanded, not caring that the officers were there. I filled her in quickly. She looked at the house like it had insulted her personally. Can we go inside? She asked Ruiz. You can, he said. We've cleared it. The word cleared felt meaningless. We stepped back into my house together. Maya stopped in the living room, staring at the empty floor. Oh my God, I know. Her eyes moved to the folding chair facing the wall. What is that? I don't know. She walked toward the kitchen and spotted the laminated sheet. You didn't look at this? No. Why not? I swallowed. I was waiting. For what? I didn't have an answer. She picked it up. Wait, I said sharply. Maybe don't. She flipped it over. It wasn't instructions. It was a checklist. At the top, in bold black print, reset, phase 1 complete. Below it, bullet points. Living area cleared, personal items removed, surfaces, sanitized walls, restored appliances, replaced, entry monitored. At the bottom, a line left blank. Phase 2, 6:00 p.m. It was 5:18. Maya looked at me slowly. Emily, she said, very quietly, what happens at 6? I didn't know, but I knew something did. Outside, Ruiz's radio crackled faintly. Clark was speaking to someone on it. The light in the kitchen flickered once, then steadied. I glanced at the thermostat. The display glowed a soft blue, set to 60 degrees. I never set it below 68. The air was getting colder. Maya grabbed my arm. "We need to leave." "Or," I said, the old stubbornness rising up like it always did when I felt cornered, "we need to figure out what phase 2 is." "Are you insane?" She snapped. "If they're coming back at 6, then we don't want to be here when they do." Her phone buzzed in her hand. She looked at the screen, her face drained of color. "What?" I asked. She turned the phone toward me. A photo. My living room empty, taken from inside the house. Timestamped. 5:21 p.m. sent from an unknown number. Below it, a single line of text. "You broke the seal." We were standing in that room, which meant whoever took that photo was either still here or had access to the cameras I thought were mine. Maya's grip on my arm tightened painfully. "Emily," she whispered, "we are not alone in this." And somewhere in the house, something clicked like a relay switching on. The click came from the hallway ceiling. Not loud, not dramatic, just a clean, mechanical snap, like a thermostat relay or an old breaker switching over. Maya and I both looked up at the same time. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Yes. The air felt colder already. Not just from the thermostat, from the awareness that something in this house was still actively doing things. Outside, I could hear Officer Ruiz talking to someone on his radio near the curb. Clark's boots crunched on the gravel path along the side of the house. They hadn't left yet, which meant whoever sent that photo either wasn't physically inside anymore or had access to something else. "Cameras," I said out loud. Maya's eyes snapped to me. "What? If they took that photo from inside, maybe they're not inside. Maybe they're in my camera system." I moved toward the small hallway closet where my router and camera hub sat mounted on a plywood board. The plastic sheeting extended halfway down the hall, taped carefully along the baseboards. The tape lines were straight, measured, intentional. The closet door was slightly ajar. I never left it open. I pulled it wider. The router was there. The camera hub too, both powered on. But the Ethernet cables had been rerouted neatly, tied with white zip ties I didn't recognize. A small black box, about the size of a deck of cards, was velcroed to the wall beside the hub. "That wasn't there," I said. Maya leaned in. "What is that?" I crouched down, heart thudding. The box had no brand name, just a tiny green LED blinking steadily. A micro SD slot on the side. A thin antenna. "It's not mine," I said. "Unplug it," she said immediately. I hesitated. The checklist in the kitchen flashed through my mind. Entry monitored. "If it's recording," I started. "Good," Maya snapped. "Let it record us unplugging it." I reached in and pulled the small black box free. The Velcro ripped with a tearing sound that seemed too loud for the hallway. The green light blinked faster for a second, then went dark. We both exhaled at the same time. Outside, Ruiz's voice carried faintly through the open front door. "You've got unauthorized device here," he called. I held up the box as he stepped inside. This was connected to my system. He took it carefully. "Clark," he called over his shoulder, "we've got a piggyback." Clark came in, eyes narrowing at the device. "That's a wireless bridge," she said, "or something like it. You recognize it?" I asked. "Could be a cheap off-the-shelf transmitter. Could be custom. We'll have tech take a look." Ruiz turned to me. "Anyone in your life know how to do this?" The answer came too quickly. Mark, Maya said. I shot her a look. What? She said. He works in it. Network security, I corrected automatically. Ruiz raised an eyebrow. He designs systems, I said, corporate stuff. And you're sure you didn't give him access to your cameras? I changed the passwords when we broke up. Clark gave a small, skeptical hum. Passwords can be guessed or reset. My throat tightened. Phase 2 is at 6, Maya said suddenly. That's less than 30 minutes. Ruiz checked his watch. We're not leaving you alone, he said. But unless there's an immediate threat, we can't sit here all night. The house felt like it was listening. Attempt 1, kill the system. Can we shut everything down? I asked. Power, internet. If someone's remote, Clark said, that would cut their access. And if someone's physically here, Maya asked. Then they'd still be here, Ruiz said evenly. I walked to the breaker panel in the basement. The basement door was at the end of the hallway, opposite the kitchen. Normally, it stuck a little. Tonight it opened too smoothly. The stairs creaked as I went down. The air smelled like concrete and laundry detergent. Familiar, grounding. Halfway down, I froze. There was light coming from under the basement door at the bottom of the stairs. I never left the basement light on. My pulse jumped. Maya, I whispered upward. She appeared at the top of the stairs with Ruiz behind her. There's a light on, I said. Ruiz moved past me, hand near his holster, and descended slowly. The door at the bottom was closed. The thin line of yellow light under it glowed steadily. He reached for the knob, paused, looked back at us. Then he opened it. The light flicked off immediately. The room went dark. Maya made a sharp sound. Ruiz stepped inside, flashlight snapping on in one smooth motion. The beams swept across concrete floor, furnace, old washer and dryer, the shelves where I kept paint cans and holiday decorations. Empty. He stepped to the light switch, flicked it. Nothing. Clark came down behind us. Power S out down here, she said. Or bulbs blown, Ruiz muttered. He shined the light up at the fixture. The bulb was intact. He traced the wire along the ceiling. It had been cut, cleanly. The copper ends curled slightly inward. I felt something in my chest tighten in a way that wasn't panic, it was anger, precise, directed. They were down here, I said. Recently, Clark agreed. And the light? Maya asked. Ruiz stepped back toward the stairs. Residual glow, he said. If someone just flipped it off when we opened the door, it can look like that. I replayed it in my mind. The instant the knob turned, the light vanished. Explainable, terrifying anyway. We went to the breaker panel. Ruiz opened it. Half the switches had been flipped off already. He looked at me. You do this? No. Internet line, Clark asked. I followed her gaze to the cable running along the ceiling joists. It had been severed too, neatly. Didn't just monitor you, Clark said. They prepped. For what? Ruiz flipped the breakers back on. Upstairs, the house hummed back to life. The thermostat display brightened. The faint whir of the fan resumed. Internet won't come back without the line, Clark said, so remote access is likely cut. I clung to that word, likely. We went back upstairs. Attempt 1 had partially worked. We'd found and disabled the monitoring device. Cut remote access. But the basement wiring proved something else. Whoever did this had planned for us to investigate. They de-staged the house like a project. Phase 1 complete. Phase 2 at 6. Attempt 2, call Mark. I didn't want to. That alone told me I should. Give me his number, Ruiz said. I pulled it up, fingers stiff. Ruiz put the call on speaker. It rang 3 times. Daniel Ruiz, Chicago PD, Ruiz said when Mark answered. We're at Emily Klein's residence. We need to ask you some questions." There was a pause on the other end. Then Mark's voice, steady, irritated. "About what? Were you at her house today?" "No. Do you have a key?" "I did. I gave it back." "When?" "Months ago." I closed my eyes. That wasn't true. I'd never gotten it back. I'd meant to ask. Then it felt petty. Then it felt too late. "Have you accessed her security system recently?" Clark asked, stepping closer to the phone. "Why would I?" Mark said. "Because someone piggybacked a transmitter onto it." A longer pause this time. "That's not me," Mark said finally. "I don't do that kind of thing." "What kind of thing is that?" Ruiz asked. "Breaking into someone's house," Mark snapped. I opened my eyes. "Mark," I said, stepping toward the phone despite myself. "Did you know I wasn't supposed to be home yet?" Silence. Then, softer, "What? You heard me." "I have no idea what you're talking about." There was something in his tone, not outrage, not fear, confusion. "Where are you right now?" Ruiz asked. "At my office, downtown." "I can send you my badge log." "Do that," Ruiz said. The call ended. Maya stared at me. "You never got the key back." "I forgot," I said. The words tasted small. "You forgot," she repeated. "My flaw. Shrink things, delay uncomfortable conversations. Assume it'll be fine." The clock on the microwave ticked to 5:42. The house felt colder now. Not just temperature, emotionally stripped. Like the walls had been wiped of history. Then we heard it. A low mechanical hum. It came from the living room. We all turned at once. The folding chair. It wasn't moving. But behind it, the wall, the freshly painted wall, was vibrating faintly. A subtle tremor. Maya grabbed my arm again. "What is that?" she whispered. Ruiz stepped forward cautiously. He pressed his palm to the wall. "It's hollow," he said. "That wall isn't hollow," I said. "There's brick behind it. This is 100-year-old house." He knocked on it. Instead of the dull thud of plaster over brick, it gave a lighter, boxed sound. Clark circled around, examining the baseboards. "The trim's new," she said. "Look at the nails." I stared. They hadn't just repainted, they debuilt something. The hum grew louder, then, abruptly, it stopped. The silence afterward was worse. Maya's phone buzzed again. She flinched like it had shocked her. Another message from the unknown number. This time, not a photo. A countdown. And beneath it, "Please be seated." The folding chair seemed to loom larger now, positioned perfectly in front of that altered wall. "Bomb," Maya whispered. Ruiz shook his head slowly. No visible wiring, no smell, no ticking. More likely a scare tactic. "Or something else," Clark murmured. My heart hammered against my ribs. If they'd hollowed out that wall, if they'd built something behind it, at 6:17 minutes, we needed to leave. That was the logical move. But if we left, and whatever was behind that wall activated, would it burn the house down? Destroy evidence? Trigger something worse? Ruiz made the call. "Everyone out," he said. "We clear the perimeter and call in additional units." We moved toward the door, and that's when it happened. The front door slammed shut. Hard, not from wind, there wasn't any. Not from a person, no one was near it. The latch clicked, automatically locking. Clark lunged for it, twisting the knob. It wouldn't turn. "Deadbolts engaged," she said. "I didn't touch it," I said. Ruiz crossed the room in 3 strides and tried the knob himself. Solid. Maya's breathing went ragged. "Back door," Clark said. We ran to the kitchen. The back door was there. Except it wasn't mine. It was white, new. No pet scratches near the bottom. No dent from when I dropped a chair into it last summer. The knob didn't match the rest of the house. Ruiz grabbed it. Locked. "Windows," Maya said. We rushed to the living room. The windows were still there, but the lower sashes had been screwed shut. Fresh screws, clean heads, not painted over. We hadn't noticed, because we hadn't tried. The countdown on Maya's phone ticked to 001403. My house hadn't just been reset, it had been reconfigured. We were sealed inside. Point of no return. The countdown hit 001000, and the house felt smaller. Not physically, Chicago bungalows don't move, but in the way your skin feels too tight when you're stuck somewhere with too much happening inside your own head. Maya's phone glowed in her palm like a warning flare. Ruiz stood at the front door, jaw working, shoulder pressed hard to the frame, as if force alone could persuade a deadbolt. Clark was already moving, scanning seams, hinges, trim, looking for what didn't match. I stood in the living room, staring at the folding chair like it was an insult. Please be seated. In front of the hollow wall. The hum had stopped, but the memory of it stayed in my teeth. Maya's voice cut through. We have to do something, now. Ruiz turned, eyes sharp. You two stay away from that wall. Clark didn't look up. It's not just a wall, it's a panel. What kind of panel? Maya asked. Clark ran her fingers along the baseboard, fresh trim, fastened with finished nails, probably over a framed insert. Someone built a false wall inside your living room. Why? I asked, though my throat was tight enough that the word came out thin. Ruiz checked the time on his watch again. Whatever S at 6, we're not going to wait for it to happen in here. He reached for his radio. The device crackled once, then spat a burst of static so loud all three of us flinched. Clark tapped her own radio. Dispatch, 12 David, more static. Then nothing, just a flat hiss. Jammed, Clark said. Ruiz looked at me. Cell, I lifted my phone. 1 bar, then none. It's not connecting. Maya tried hers. Same, outside help wasn't coming. Not in time, not if someone had planned this right, which they had. The microwave clock blinked once, then corrected itself, as if it had never been wrong. 5:50. A small detail. A stupid detail. It made me want to throw something, because it felt like someone else had their hands on the controls of my normal life. Ruiz moved into the living room, stopping several feet behind the folding chair. Emily, he said, voice careful like he was approaching a stray dog. Did you see the backyard when you came in? No, I said. I stayed at the front. Any way out besides doors and windows? There's a basement window well, I said, small, in the laundry room. But we didn't check if it's blocked, Clark finished, already moving toward the hall. Maya grabbed my sleeve. You're not leaving me in here, she hissed. I'm not leaving you, I snapped back, louder than I meant to. And softer, because the sound of my own voice startled me. I'm not. My flaw, right there, control, manage it, keep it contained, fix it myself. Now the fix was bigger than me, and I hated how powerless that made me feel. Clark's footsteps thudded down the basement stairs. A moment later she called up, it's barricaded. Ruiz's shoulders dropped a fraction, like a weight settling. Of course it is. Maya swallowed hard. What happens at 0? I glanced at her phone. We can't just sit in that chair, I said, and even saying it felt ridiculous. Ruiz's eyes flicked to the hollow wall again. We don't know what the mechanism is. Could be a release, could be a trigger, could be nothing. Then, why the countdown? Maya demanded. Because someone wanted us to feel it. Because someone wanted us to choose wrong. The house made a small sound, an electrical click from somewhere above us, and the HVAC fan increased in speed, a steady rush that made my ears strain to hear anything else. Clark came back up, face tight. Basement window is screwed and sealed. They used construction adhesive. Ruiz nodded once, decision settling in his posture. Okay. He took a slow step forward. Maya's grip tightened on my arm until it hurt. Ruiz, listen, he said, voice low but firm. Someone is inside this system door's power comms. They want you seated in front of that wall at 6. That tells me the wall is part of the threat. If we can breach it before 6, maybe we can disable whatever is behind it. Or we set it off early, Clark said. Or we find a way out through it, Ruiz countered. My stomach rolled. You want to cut through my wall. I want to get you out alive, he said. Maya shook her head. With what? We don't have tools. I did. The thought hit me with a sharp clarity that felt almost like relief. My toolbox, I said. Garage. Maya stared. You don't have a garage. My shed, I corrected, voice faster now. Behind the house. Side gate from the driveway. If they sealed the backyard, the shed might still have tools. Ruiz looked toward the kitchen. Back door's locked. Kitchen window, I said. Over the sink it slides. Maya's eyes widened. We saw screws. Not that one, I said, and I wasn't sure if I was remembering correctly or just desperate. It's newer. I replaced the lock last year. Ruiz didn't argue. He moved to the kitchen, Clark right behind him. Maya and I followed, tight in the doorway like we didn't want to spread out too far in a house that had turned hostile. Ruiz tried the back door again. Locked. He looked at the kitchen window above the sink. Clark climbed onto the counter, bracing one knee, fingers probing the frame. She tugged. The window shifted half an inch. Unlocked. Got it, she said. Relief flashed through me, hot and brief. Then the window stopped moving. Clark's brow furrowed. She leaned closer. Something S on the track. She slid her fingers underneath, feeling a screw, not visible from inside, driven up through the bottom track at an angle, just enough to catch the window when it opened. Maya let out a sound that wasn't words. They thought of everything. Clark's jaw tightened. She looked at Ruiz. If we can get the screw out, with what? Maya snapped. Our fingernails. Ruiz scanned the kitchen. Knives, flathead, something metal. My eyes fell on the new white fridge. The dented corner, the plain handles. Magnets were gone. Notes were gone. But a drawer handle on the counter, one of the new cabinet pulls, looked slightly loose. I stepped forward and tried it. It wiggled. I yanked. It came off in my hand with 2 short screws still threaded into it. A piece of metal, a makeshift tool. My hands shook as I held it out. This. Clark took it, wedged the thin edge under the screw head on the window track. She twisted. Nothing. She adjusted, bracing harder, and twisted again. The screw moved a fraction. The countdown ticked in Maya's palm. 000503. Clark worked fast, breath short, forearm muscles trembling. The screw turned slowly, stubbornly, like it had been set with intention. Like whoever did this wanted us to burn time. Then it lifted enough for her to grab it. She pulled it free with a sharp jerk. The window slid open with a sudden smoothness. Cold air rushed in. Not outdoor cold, mechanical cold. The HVAC had been overworking, and now it spilled out into the world like an exhale. Clark shoved her shoulders through the opening. Ruiz grabbed the back of her vest and steadied her as she wriggled out. Jenna, Ruiz said, voice tight. Do not go far, just the shed, tools. Clark nodded once and dropped outside. The kitchen felt instantly emptier. Maya pressed her forehead to the counter. That's one of us outside. It's 2 of us still inside, I said, and heard how brittle my voice sounded. Ruiz stayed by the window, peering out, one hand near his holster. "Hurry," he muttered. The countdown hit 00:03:30. We stood there listening to the world beyond my house. A car passed, tires on asphalt, someone yelling a kid's name down the block. Normal sounds, cruelly normal, like the neighborhood didn't know my living room had become a trap. Then Clark's voice hissed faintly from outside. "Shed's locked." Ruiz swore under his breath. "Can you break it?" "Padlock," she said. "I can try to pry." Maya's phone buzzed again. Another message, a single line. "Phase 2 requires compliance." Maya's face crumpled with fury. Compliance, like we're training dogs. Ruiz's eyes never left the window. "Emily, any chance you have a key hidden?" I did. Everyone does. The idea of being locked out terrified me more than it should have. "Under the third stone by the hydrangea," I said, and felt stupid immediately. Like I'd confessed something personal. Ruiz relayed it. "Clark, third stone by hydrangea." A moment later, she said, "Got it." My lungs released a breath. The countdown hit 00:02:10. We could still get tools. We could still breach the wall. We could still get out. That was the story my mind tried to write. Then I heard it, not upstairs this time, right behind the hollow wall. A faint scuffing sound, like something being dragged along plywood. Slow, deliberate. Maya's eyes snapped to mine. Ruiz turned, face hardening. The folding chair sat in front of the wall like an invitation. The scuffing stopped. Then the hum started again, louder than before, vibrating through the floor. It wasn't electrical buzz. It was motor-driven, something spooling up. Maya's phone showed 00:01:33. "Ruiz," I whispered. "What is that?" He didn't answer. He moved into the living room, taking position between us and the chair, gun now drawn, but pointed down, not at the wall, because you don't shoot drywall hoping it fixes your problem. The house lights flickered. 1, 2, 3 times, then steadied. The hum rose in pitch. The smell of fresh paint sharpened, and under it another smell, hot plastic. Clark shouted from outside, muffled through the open kitchen window. "I'm coming back in tools. Now," Ruiz barked. The countdown hit 00:01:00. Maya clutched my arm. "We can't stay." "Window," I said. "We can go out the window." Ruiz shook his head sharply. "If we leave the house unsecured," Maya snapped, voice cracking. "It's already." A hard thump from behind the hollow wall cut her off. A panel shifted. The baseboard lifted a hair. Ruiz moved fast. He grabbed the folding chair and yanked it aside like it burned him. The chair scraped across the floor, shrieking metal on wood. The hum peaked. The wall gave a sudden, shallow bow outward, as if pressure was building behind it. Maya stumbled back, dragging me with her. "Emily," Ruiz said, voice urgent, "get to the kitchen window." Now, my feet moved before my brain caught up. Maya followed, breath coming in gasps. Ruiz stayed in the living room. He was the only one with authority in the room, and I watched him choose a line to hold like it was instinct. The countdown hit 00:00:30. Clark's hands appeared at the window, pushing something inside, a red metal crowbar. Then her face, tense, sweaty. "Go," she hissed. "Go, go." Maya swung one leg over the sink, grimacing as her hip bumped the metal faucet. She started to wriggle through. I didn't move. My eyes were on Ruiz. He was standing in my living room, my cleared out, wiped clean living room, staring at that wall, as if staring could stop it. My private fear wasn't being embarrassed or looking incompetent. It was losing control and having someone else pay for it. Maya snapped, voice sharp. Move. The wall made a cracking sound, not like breaking plaster, like splitting plywood. The panel bowed again. Ruiz lunged forward and slammed his shoulder into the section just above the baseboard, bracing his weight like he was trying to keep something from opening. The hum became a scream. 0, 0, 0, 0, 10. I grabbed the crowbar with both hands and ran back into the living room. My shoes slid on the plastic sheeting. My heart felt too large for my chest. Emily, no, Ruiz shouted. But I was already there. The wall shuddered, and the seam at the base opened a fraction. A ribbon of air blew out, cold and sharp, carrying that hot plastic smell stronger now. I jammed the crowbar into the seam. Metal scraped. I levered. The seam widened, and I saw something behind it. Not a person. A metal cylinder, strapped upright between studs. A thick hose coiled around it like a sleeping snake. A small control box with wires leading upward. Not a bomb, a fire suppression canister. No, too big, too industrial. Ruiz saw it too. His eyes widened just a fraction. Propane, Clark breathed from behind me, having rushed in from the kitchen with her weapon drawn. She pointed at the cylinder's label. My stomach dropped. The cylinder wasn't propane for grill. It was a compressed gas canister, industrial, maybe for paint spraying, maybe something else. But the smell now made sense. Solvent, plastic, something flammable. They weren't going to blow us up like a movie. They were going to fill the room, reset, sanitized, restore surfaces. Surfaces sanitized. The countdown hit 000003. Ruiz grabbed my collar and yanked me backward just as the control box behind the wall clicked. A valve hissed. White fog burst from the seam in a forceful plume, blasting into the living room like someone had opened a pressurized fire extinguisher the size of a person. It hit my face, and I gagged immediately, eyes burning. Maya screamed from the kitchen doorway. Clark grabbed my arm and dragged me toward the hall, shouting, "Window! Window!" The fog spread fast, low at first, then rising, swallowing the floor, crawling up the walls. It didn't behave like smoke. It was heavier. It rolled and pooled, a chemical mist. Ruiz coughed once, hard, then again, his shoulders jerking. He tried to push into the fog toward the panel, crowbar still in my hand, but Clark shoved him back. "Out," she yelled. "Daniel, out." He resisted for half a second, stubborn, protective. Then his knees buckled slightly as he sucked in another breath. That breath cost him. His hand went to his throat. His eyes watered instantly. "Ruiz," I shouted, voice raw. He shook his head, trying to wave us away, trying to speak. Nothing came out but a strangled rasp. Clark wrapped an arm around his torso and hauled him toward the kitchen, moving with pure adrenaline. Maya was at the window, half in, half out, hands shaking as she tried to make space. "Go," Maya screamed. "Go, go." Clark shoved Ruiz up onto the counter. He tried to help with his arms, but his coordination was gone, body fighting for oxygen. His face had turned a terrifying blotchy red. The fog reached the kitchen doorway. It smelled like paint thinner and melted plastic. It made my lungs seize as soon as it touched the back of my throat. I climbed onto the counter, hands slipping on the smooth surface, and shoved Ruiz's boots toward the window. Clark pushed from behind, her jaw clenched so hard her cheek muscles stood out. Ruiz's legs disappeared outside first, then his hips, then his shoulders. He got stuck for a second, vest catching on the frame. Clark swore and yanked. The vest tore slightly with a ripping sound. Ruiz slid out, dropping to the ground outside with a dull thud and a choking grunt. Maya fell out after him, landing awkwardly on the grass. She cried out, pain sharp and immediate, her ankle. The way she grabbed it told me before she said anything. Clark shoved me. "Emily," I wriggled through the window, scraping my forearm on the track. Pain flared bright. Blood smeared on the white paint. I dropped outside and hit the ground hard enough to knock the breath out of me. For a second, I lay there on damp grass, staring up at the sky like it was a miracle. Then I rolled over and coughed until my chest burned. Behind me, the kitchen window belched fog like the house was exhaling poison. Clark dropped out last, landing in a crouch, gun up immediately, scanning. "Daniel," she barked, kneeling by Ruiz. He was on his side, gasping, one hand clawing at the grass. His eyes were wide, wet, unfocused. Clark ripped open his vest collar, trying to get air to his neck. "Stay with me, stay with me." Maya sat up, clutching her ankle, face pinched in pain. My foot, I know," I rasped, crawling toward her. My lungs felt like sandpaper. My eyes streamed. Clark pulled her radio again, no signal. She cursed and grabbed her phone. No service. Ruiz managed a thin, ragged inhale, then another. He wasn't unconscious, but he was struggling. "Move him," Clark said to me. Away from the window. We grabbed Ruiz under the arms and dragged him across the yard. He was heavier than I expected, dead weight when your own arms were shaking. His boots tore grooves in the grass. Maya tried to stand and nearly fell. I caught her under the shoulder, and pain speared through my scraped forearm. We got to the side of the house, near the driveway, where the air was cleaner. Ruiz lay back, chest rising and falling in shallow jerks. Clark pressed her fingers to his wrist, then his throat, eyes locked, calculating. He's breathing. He's breathing. The fog inside the house intensified. Through the window, the living room was white. Blank, reset. A new message pinged on Maya's phone. Signal flickered for 1 second, just enough. She looked at the screen and then at me, eyes wide with something close to nausea. "What?" I asked. She held it out. A photo, taken from outside this time. All 4 of us in the yard. Maya on the ground clutching her ankle, me bent over coughing, Clark kneeling over Ruiz. Timestamp. 6:00 p.m. text beneath. Phase 2 complete. Clark stared at it, then at the house. Her face hardened into something cold. "They're still watching," she said. Ruiz coughed again, weaker this time, and turned his head toward me. His voice was shredded, barely a whisper. "Emily," he rasped. "Keys." I blinked at him. "What?" He swallowed painfully. "Key access. The white van. The key. Mark's missing key. The hidden spare under the hydrangea. My stupid little secret stone. The transmitter. The cut wires. It wasn't one thing. It was all of it. And it wasn't over just because we got outside." I looked at my house, my emptied house, breathing chemical fog into the evening air, and I understood, with a sick clarity, that the reset wasn't about furniture. It was about control. And now they'd proved they could do it with us inside. The immediate threat had resolved. Phase 2 had fired, and we survived. But the cost was laid out in front of me. Ruiz struggling to breathe, Maya's swelling ankle, my scraped arm and shredded nerves, and the knowledge that someone could still reach into my life like a hand into an open drawer. We weren't dead, but we weren't safe, not even standing under an open sky. The first real siren didn't arrive. until the fog had already thinned into something you could pretend was just an ugly memory. It started faint, far off on a main road, then got louder, rolling down the side streets like sound bouncing off brick. Clark had managed to get a single bar of service by walking halfway down my driveway and holding her phone up like an offering to the sky. She spoke in clipped bursts: address, officer down, chemical exposure, possible booby trap, request for fire and hazmat. Stay with me, she kept saying to Ruiz, not pleading, just commanding. Breathe, in, out, slow. Ruiz tried. Every inhale sounded like sand dragged across metal. His eyes had gone red-rimmed and glassy, and the skin on his neck blotched in patches, like his body couldn't decide if it wanted to swell or shut down. Maya sat on the grass near the driveway, her hands wrapped around her ankle, face pale with pain and anger. She stopped crying out. That was never her style. Now she just stared at the house like she was memorizing it for court. I held my forearm against my stomach, the scrape burning where the window track had bitten me. It wasn't a dramatic injury, just skin and blood, and a sting that kept reminding me I had been dragged out of my own home like an intruder. Clark glanced up at me. You okay? I swallowed. My throat felt raw, like I'd been yelling for hours, even though I hadn't. I'm here. She nodded once, as if that was the only answer she needed. We didn't go back toward the kitchen window. We didn't even look directly at it after a while. The house could do whatever it wanted with itself. The white fog continued to leak and drift, clinging low to the floor inside like it was searching for corners. When the first fire engine turned onto the block, neighbors finally came out. Not in a swarm, not the way TV shows love to do it, but in hesitant pockets. Someone in slippers, holding a phone up to record. A teenager pretending not to care. The Cubs' cap neighbor standing in his garage doorway with his hose still in his hand. He looked more confused than frightened, like he'd missed the start of something and didn't know how bad it was supposed to be. The fire truck pulled up hard, brakes squealing. 2 firefighters hopped out first, then a third, and then a captain in a white helmet who took in the scene in one glance. Open kitchen window, fog, officer on the ground, another officer kneeling, 2 civilians coughing. Hazmat, someone shouted. We got chemical dispersal. The word dispersal sounded clinical and calm, which made it worse. They moved with practiced efficiency. Masks, gloves, a stretcher. Ruiz got an oxygen mask pressed to his face before he could protest. Clark tried to speak to the paramedic, but her voice broke mid-sentence. She blinked hard once, angry at herself, then kept talking, forcing the words out. Maya's ankle was wrapped in a compression bandage, then strapped. One of the EMTs asked her to rate her pain from 1 to 10, and Maya barked a humorless laugh. It's annoying, she said, and the EMT nodded like he'd heard that answer from people who didn't want to give pain the satisfaction of being acknowledged. Someone asked me if I'd been sprayed directly. I shook my head. I wasn't sure. It all felt like it had hit everything at once. They guided me to the sidewalk, made me sit on the curb. Another paramedic shined a light in my eyes, asked me to follow his finger. He had that steady, friendly voice that could have been comforting if my brain didn't keep sprinting back into the living room, to the seam in the wall, to the hiss. You feeling dizzy? He asked. No, I lied. Then, after a beat, maybe. He scribbled something on a clipboard and handed me a small paper cup of water. The water tasted like plastic, Or maybe everything did now. Behind him, firefighters in full-face respirators went into my home. Watching them disappear through my front door made my stomach twist. My door had been the boundary between me and whatever this was, and now it was just an opening in a set. Clark stayed close to Ruiz as he was loaded into the ambulance. He gripped her wrist weakly when they lifted him, as if he didn't want to let go of the only stable thing left. "I'm coming," she told him. "I'm right behind you." He tried to speak through the oxygen mask, but it came out as a wet cough. The paramedic adjusted the mask and told him not to talk. Ruiz's eyes flicked toward me once, brief, apologetic, like he was sorry he couldn't fix this cleanly. Then the doors shut and the ambulance pulled away. Clark watched it go. She looked suddenly younger without her confidence holding her up. "I should be in that ambulance," Maya said quietly. Clark turned. "He's stable." "Stable doesn't mean okay," Maya replied. Clark's gaze slid to my house again. "No," she said, "it doesn't." 2 hazmat techs emerged 20 minutes later carrying the cylinder and the control box in a sealed tub. They moved like they were handling something that could still bite. A firefighter captain spoke to Clark, then to a detective who had arrived in an unmarked sedan, then to someone in a suit who looked out of place on my street. There were too many uniforms now, too many radios, too many people stepping carefully over my front lawn like the grass itself was evidence. When the detective finally approached me, she crouched so her face was level with mine, as if we were talking about something private. Detective Laura Hennigan, 45, female, dark hair cut blunt at her jaw, eyes that looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with lack of sleep, and everything to do with years of seeing the worst versions of people. "Emily Klein?" she asked. "Yes, I'm Detective Hennigan," she said. "This is going to be a lot of questions. We're going to do it twice. Once now, once again when you've slept. I want you to know that forgetting details is normal." I almost laughed at the idea of sleeping. She started with the basics. When did I leave for work? Who had keys? Did I have contractors? Any recent disputes? Any threats? When she asked about Mark, my throat tightened. "Ex-boyfriend," I said. "He had a key at one point." "At one point," she repeated. "Do you have that key now?" I shook my head slowly. Maya made a sharp sound beside me, half breath, half accusation. Detective Hennigan wrote something down. "We'll talk to him," she said. It wasn't reassurance. It was procedure. "And the envelope," Maya blurted suddenly. Her voice was shaky now, the anger burning down into something more frantic. "The envelope that came to me." Hennigan looked at her. Envelope. Maya realized in that moment that we hadn't said it out loud to anyone official yet, not really. It had been drowned out by fog and radios, and trying to keep Ruiz breathing. "I got mail for Emily today," Maya said. "At my apartment. It's unopened. I left it there." Hennigan's eyes sharpened slightly. "Didn't you bring it?" Maya's face flushed. "Because I drove here like a maniac because my sister's house was," she gestured helplessly. "Because I didn't know." Hennigan nodded once. "Okay, don't touch it. We'll send someone." Maya stared at her. "You can do that." "Yes," Hennigan said. "We can do that." The normality of that sentence hit me oddly hard. We can send someone. Like there were systems and steps and forms, and people whose job it was to make sure objects were handled correctly. Like the world still had rules. While Hennigan spoke with Clark, I sat on the curb and watched my street settle into a new shape around the event. Kids had been pulled inside. Curtains moved. People spoke in low voices. The The Cubs' capped neighbor walked over finally, hose set aside, and stood awkwardly a few feet away. "You okay?" he asked. His voice was cautious, like he didn't want to intrude on something too big. I looked at him and realized I'd never really looked at him before. We lived across from each other for almost 2 years, and I only knew him as Guy with the Cubs hat. "I don't know," I said honestly. He nodded slowly as if that made sense. "I'm Tom," he offered. 51, male. He almost smiled, but it didn't quite work. "If you need anything, phone, charger, water, place to sit." "Thanks," I said. And then, because my brain was still trying to anchor itself in small, safe facts, I asked, "Did you see the van?" Tom's brow furrowed. "Van. White. No logo. This morning." He shook his head. "I was at work until 3. My wife works from home, but she's in the back room. I can ask." "Please," I said. He nodded and hurried back across the street. Maya leaned her shoulder against mine. She smelled like her shampoo, something citrusy, and it made my eyes sting in a different way than the chemical fog had. "You didn't call me back right away," she said softly, not accusing, just stating. "I didn't want to freak you out," I said. She gave a quiet laugh that held no humor. You came home to a house that looked like it had been wiped." I was already freaked out. I stared at my hands. They were trembling slightly. I pressed my palm down on my knee to steady it. "I thought I could handle it," I admitted. "I know," Maya said, and there was love and frustration tangled together in those 2 words. "That's your thing." "My thing, my flaw. Manage it, make it smaller. Keep it inside the box." It had been a comfort before. Now it was a crack. I watched as firefighters carried out my couch, my actual couch wrapped in plastic. For a moment, my heart lifted. Proof it hadn't been erased. Proof I wasn't imagining my own belongings. Then I realized what they were doing. They weren't returning it. They were bagging evidence. My life, tagged and moved, as if it belonged to someone else. Detective Hennigan came back, holding her phone up. "We have a warrant request in process for your camera provider," she said. "We're going to pull logs. We're also going to have a tech team come through the house. It's a crime scene now." The words crime scene landed with a dull finality. "Can I started, then stopped, because I didn't know what I was asking. Can I go home? Can I get my laptop? Can I grab my passport? Can I just exist?" "You can't stay here tonight," Hennigan said, reading my face. "Not until we clear it and change every access point. Locks, windows, anything that's been modified." Maya's head snapped up. "She can stay with me." Hennigan nodded. "Good. It should have made me feel safer. Instead, something cold settled in my gut. The envelope. The fact that my name had been sent to Maya's address. The fact that the message came to Maya's phone. This wasn't just my house. It was my network, my routines, the quiet map of my life. "Do you have pets?" Hennigan asked. "No," I said automatically. Then I thought about the old leash that had been on my coat rack, now gone, and felt sick in a strange, petty way. "Any firearms?" "No." "Any medications in the house?" "Just ibuprofen," I said. She wrote it down anyway. Clark came back over, her face pale now that the adrenaline had drained. "Ruiz is at Northwestern," she said quietly. "They're treating him for inhalation injury. He'll be okay, but he's not okay." I nodded. Words didn't come. Clark looked at my scraped arm. "You should get checked too." "It's fine," I said, automatically minimizing. Maya shot me a look. "You're going." "I'm fine," I repeated. Clark's voice sharpened slightly. "Emily, you inhaled something unknown. You got out fast, that's good, but you need a medical record. If you develop symptoms later, you need documentation. A procedural reason." It landed better than concern. "Okay," I said. Hennigan handed me a business card. It looked absurdly plain for something tied to this day. "If you remember anything, call me." I took it. The sun sank lower, the street lights flickering on. The fire truck lights painted my house in intermittent red for a while, making the windows look like blinking eyes. At some point, Tom's wife came over with a phone charger and a bottle of water. Tom hovered behind her, hands shoved in his pockets. "I didn't see the van," his wife said apologetically. "I was in meetings all morning. I'm sorry." "It's okay," I said, and meant it. It wasn't her job to notice the quiet ways the world shifts. By the time Maya and I limped to her car, her ankles strapped, my lungs sore, it was fully dark. Clark stayed behind to coordinate with Hennigan. She squeezed Ruiz's torn vest in one hand, like she didn't want to let go of anything that still felt solid. Maya drove with her jaw clenched, one hand on the wheel, the other gripping my phone because mine had started acting strange again, service blinking in and out like a weak heartbeat. We didn't talk much, not because we didn't have anything to say, but because every sentence felt like it would open a door we weren't ready to walk through. At Maya's apartment, the stairwell smelled like fried onions from someone's dinner and the dusty warmth of old radiators. Ordinary, safe. She unlocked her door and we stepped inside. Her living room was cluttered in the way mine had been before it was wiped. Throw pillows, a pile of laundry on the couch, a mug ring on the coffee table. It made my throat tighten. "I'm going to get the envelope," Maya said immediately, voice brisk, trying to become functional again. "It's in the kitchen," she added, as if my legs were attached to her voice. "On the counter. I didn't touch it after I came here." We stood in front of it, a large manila envelope, no return address. My name printed neatly, Maya's address beneath. It looked harmless, like paperwork, like tax documents. Maya put on rubber dish gloves from under her sink. She handed me another pair. I stared at them. "Do we really need?" "Yes," she said, and the firmness in her voice made me comply without argument. She slid a butter knife under the seal carefully and opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Thick, matte, like the laminated checklist, but not laminated. At the top, in the same bold font, Reset, Phase 3 pending below it, a short paragraph. "Thank you for participating. Compliance improves outcomes. Failure to comply creates waste." And then at the bottom, something that made my stomach hollow out. "Next appointment, Saturday, 9:00 a.m. It wasn't tomorrow. It wasn't a countdown. It was a scheduled time, like this was a service, like my life was a project timeline. Maya's hand trembled slightly as she held the page. "What does that mean?" I stared at the words until they blurred. "It means," I started, and realized I didn't know what it meant, not fully. But I knew what it implied. They didn't just want to scare me. They wanted to condition me, to make me respond to their schedule the way I responded to work meetings and dentist appointments. A knock at Maya's door made both of us flinch hard. Maya froze, knife still in her gloved hand. Another knock, firm, normal. I held my breath. Maya moved slowly to the peephole and looked. Her shoulders dropped slightly. "It's a cop," she whispered. She opened the door. A uniformed officer stood there holding a clear evidence bag. "Ma'am." "Maya Klein?" "Yes. Detective Hennigan sent me for the envelope," he said. Maya held up the already opened paper, guilt flashing across her face. We opened it. The officer's expression didn't change much. "Okay, I'll take it." I need you to explain exactly how you handled it." Maya nodded, swallowing. I stood behind her, the paper still visible in her hand, and felt the day settle into something that would keep going long after tonight. The officer bagged the sheet carefully, asked a few questions, then left. The door clicked shut. Maya locked it, then locked it again, as if the second click could erase something. She leaned back against it and looked at me. "You're staying here." "I know," I whispered. Maya's eyes filled, not with melodrama, but with exhaustion. "I hate this." "I know." She pushed off the door and limped toward her couch. "We're changing your number," she said, "tomorrow, and my locks, and you're buying new locks, and you're getting therapy because you always think you can handle everything by yourself." And she stopped abruptly, pressed a fist to her mouth, and breathed through it. I sat on the edge of her coffee table. My hands were still shaking, even now, even here. Outside, a car passed. Headlights briefly swept across the curtains. Ordinary. Maya's phone lay on the couch. Mine lay beside it, both dark. The room was quiet in a way that felt safe for about 3 seconds. Then Maya's phone screen lit up. No sound, just light. A new message preview appeared at the top. Unknown number. Maya and I stared at it. Neither of us moved. The preview text was short. Confirmation received. No countdown this time. No photo. Just an acknowledgement, like the system had registered something. My skin prickled. My stomach clenched. Maya slowly turned her phone face down, as if that could make it untrue. We sat there in the warm, cluttered living room that smelled like onion and laundry soap, and listened to the radiator hiss. Almost ordinary. But the cracks were there, running under everything. And I knew, with an awful clarity, that I would never again walk through my own front door without wondering who else had been invited inside. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is My Uber Passenger Never Cast a Reflection. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed wasn't the reflection. It was the condensation. My windshield had that thin winter film on it, a skim of fog that made the streetlights look like they were wrapped in wet gauze. I'd been running the defroster for 10 minutes, fan on 3, heat just warm enough not to roast me, and still the glass kept breathing back at me. Every time I wiped the inside with the edge of my sleeve, it came back in a slow bloom, like the car didn't want to stay clear. "Come on," I muttered, not because I thought the car could hear me, but because talking out loud keeps your brain from spiraling when you're alone in a moving box at midnight. I was stopped at a red light on 14th Street, a block from U Street, facing east. The city was doing its usual night shift. A Metrobus hissed at the curb. Someone laughed too loud outside a corner store, and a siren turned somewhere far away without getting closer. The smell in my car was stale coffee, and that faint plastic warm scent from the charger brick that never quite cools down. I tapped the glass again with my sleeve. Nothing dramatic, No sudden chill, no lights flickering. Just that persistent fog that wouldn't behave. The Uber app chimed on my dash mount. New request. Pickup, 11th and W name, Miles. Rating, 4.92. Destination, Arlington, Rosslyn area. The little blue line drew itself across the map like it had somewhere important to be. I hesitated for half a second, thumb hovering over accept, and in that pause, my eyes flicked to the rearview mirror out of habit. A face flashed there, not mine, not a passenger. My back seat was empty. Just the quick, wrong impression of a face where there shouldn't be one, like my brain misfired on a shape. I snapped my gaze to the back seat. Nothing. Black upholstery, a folded blanket I kept for drunk people, a couple of empty water bottles rolling slightly with the vibration of the engine. Normal. The only thing moving was the faint shimmer of the fog on the back window. The light turned green. The car behind me honked immediately, like they'd been waiting to be angry. I accepted the ride. That's the hook of it, I guess. A tiny break from normalcy that still had a dozen explanations. My heater was struggling. My mirror caught a poster or a headlight at an angle. My brain invented a face because it was late and I'd been driving for hours. Except it kept happening. I'm not someone who thinks the world is out to get me. I'm the kind of guy who reads reviews before buying a phone case. I like explanations that fit in a spreadsheet. My name is Ethan Mercer, 34, male. And at the time, I was driving Uber part-time in Washington, D.C., because my real job, in IT support at a nonprofit paid like it, was still 2011. I had a lease on a Honda Accord I couldn't really afford, and a student loan balance that barely moved no matter how many payments I made. The easy answer to why I was out at midnight on a weekday was money. The private answer was uglier and quieter. I didn't like going home to my apartment when it was empty. Not after the divorce papers, not after the echo of her toothbrush cup still sitting under the sink, because I hadn't had the nerve to throw it away. Driving gave me noise and purpose. It gave me little tasks with clear endpoints. Pick up, drop off, 5 stars, repeat. And if I'm being honest, I had a small fear that didn't feel big enough to say out loud to anyone, that I was starting to miss things, forgetting stuff. Not in the dramatic, can't recognize your own name way. More like walking into a room and not remembering why. Reading a sentence twice, seeing a face in a mirror that wasn't there. My dad started with those kinds of mistakes before the real decline. Everyone joked about it until it wasn't funny. I'd watched him misplace his wallet, then his keys, then the route to a grocery store he'd been going to for 20 years. I told myself I was too young to worry about that. But worry doesn't care what you tell it. I turned onto 11th Street, heading north, and the fog on the windshield, finally thinned like it, was satisfied with whatever it was doing. My dash clock read 12:07 a.m. The air outside had that sharp edge you only get in the middle of winter in D.C. Not a soft snow cold, more like a metallic bite. As I drove, my phone's screen brightness dipped, sensing darkness, and I had to squint at the GPS. A little ding from the app reminded me to keep moving toward the pickup. The route took me past a row of brick townhouses with iron railings, and those narrow front steps that always look like they belong in a movie. Half the windows were dark, few were lit with that warm yellow that makes you think of people eating late dinners or falling asleep on couches with the TV on. At 11th and W, the curb was a mess of parked cars and a delivery truck half in the bike lane. I slowed, hazard lights on, scanning for someone looking at a phone. That's the tell. Everyone stares down, then looks up at your headlights like you're an answering machine that might have the wrong message. A man stepped out from the shadow of a tree. He wasn't dramatic looking, not hooded and mysterious, just neat. He wore a dark pea coat that fit correctly, not too big, not too trendy jeans. Black shoes with a slight shine. His hair was dark, short on the sides, longer on top like it had been styled earlier, and was now relaxing into itself. He carried a small bag, maybe a laptop, maybe a gym bag, hard to tell. He walked toward my passenger side rear door, then paused, checking the license plate like people do when they're being careful. I cracked the window a couple inches. Cold air poured in, bringing the smell of wet pavement and cigarette smoke from somewhere. "Miles?" I asked. He leaned slightly toward the opening. His face was pale in the streetlight, but not ghost pale, just winter pale. "Yeah," he said. His voice was calm, mid-30s maybe, hard to judge. "Ethan, that's me." He nodded once, like we'd completed a transaction, and opened the rear passenger door. Miles Dawson, 36, male, climbed into my back seat with a kind of quiet confidence that made me think he was used to being in other people's cars. He didn't slam the door. He didn't fumble with the seatbelt. He sat centered, upright, and when he clicked the belt in, it sounded louder than it should have. "You headed to Roslyn?" I asked, pulling away from the curb. "Yes," he said, "near the Key Bridge Marriott." "Got it." The app confirmed the destination. Estimated time, 12 minutes. For a moment, it was just a ride. The kind of ride I'd done 100 times. A clean passenger, a short trip, probably no weird detour requests. I glanced up at the rearview mirror to check traffic behind me. And that's when I saw it. Or didn't. Miles's face was there, solid, lit by the glow of the streetlights slipping past. I could see his eyes, his nose, the line of his mouth. I could see the shape of his head against the headrest. Behind him, where the rear window should have reflected the interior, where there's usually a faint, doubled image of whoever's in the back seat, there was nothing. Not dark, not shadow, just blank. Like the glass behind him was refusing to participate. I blinked once hard, as if my eyes had something on them. The normal explanation floated up immediately: angle, lighting, tint. My rear window was a little dirty. The glare from the streetlights was messing with contrast. Mirrors do weird things. I adjusted the rearview mirror slightly, tilting it down, then back up. Miles watched me in the mirror, not suspiciously, more like, "Are you okay? Everything all right?" he asked. "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Just this mirror's loose. Sorry." He nodded as if that settled it. "No problem." I turned onto Florida Avenue. The city opened up a bit, wider lanes, fewer pedestrians. The sound in the car was the low hum of tires and the occasional rattle from something in my center console I kept meaning to fix. Miles didn't speak. He wasn't on his phone. I could see his hands resting in his lap. No nervous tapping. No scrolling. He stared ahead, past my head, as if he was watching the road through me. That should have been a relief. Passengers who talk a lot can be exhausting. But the quiet, paired with that blankness in the mirror, made my mind keep circling like a tongue worrying a sore tooth. I checked again. Quick glance. Still no reflection from him. The headrest reflected faintly. The outline of the seat. Even the pale rectangle of my own face in the mirror, overlaying the darkness behind. But where his face should have doubled, the mirror showed only the back seat's darkness, as if he wasn't there. It wasn't like he was invisible. I could hear him breathe, slight and measured. I could smell a faint cologne, something clean, not overpowering, like cedar and soap. I took a slow breath and forced myself to focus on driving. People die in cars because drivers get distracted by stupid things. I'd seen enough near misses to respect that. At the next light, a cyclist rolled up beside me and waited, balanced on one foot. The rider glanced in at me, then past me, and I watched their eyes flick to the back seat, like they registered miles. So he was there. To other people. World. My phone buzzed a text from my sister. "You awake? Dad S. asking about you again." I didn't answer. Not because I didn't care, but because if I answered, I'd have to think about him asking, and I didn't have room in my head for that right then. Miles shifted slightly in the back seat. The seatbelt strap slid against his coat with a soft whisper. "You drive nights a lot?" he asked. "A few nights a week," I said. "Depends. Busy." "Usually." I kept my voice casual. "Tonight's been." "Okay, people still go out like nothing's happening," he said. "What do you mean?" He paused. "I mean nothing. Just," he let out a small breath through his nose, almost a laugh without humor. "Never mind." The light turned green. I drove. For a while, the ride returned to normal. We crossed toward Georgetown, the buildings getting older, prettier, more expensive. The streets narrowed, and the headlights caught the wet shine of brick sidewalks and puddles in the gutter. A couple walked under an awning, shoulders pressed together, their conversations swallowed by the night. Miles's voice came again, quiet. "Do you ever get that feeling, driving like you're watching yourself do it?" I tightened my grip on the wheel without meaning to. "You mean like autopilot?" "Yeah," he said. "Like your hands know what to do, but you're not sure you're the one doing it." I forced a small laugh. "That's just fatigue, man. Happens to everybody." He didn't laugh back. "Does it?" I checked the mirror again, almost involuntarily. Still nothing. At a stop sign near the edge of Georgetown, I found myself looking for other reflective surfaces. My side mirror, the glossy black trim around the window, the faint sheen of the back seat's leather. I caught glimpses of him in my peripheral vision, in the real world, but in anything reflective, he seemed to fall away. Not like a magic trick, more like a camera refusing to focus. A car behind me flashed its headlights, impatient. I went. We approached the bridge toward Rosslyn. The Potomac below was a dark, moving sheet, and the wind off the water made my car rock slightly when we hit the exposed span. The sound changed here more hollow, the rumble of tires louder against the bridge surface. My phone's GPS voice said, "In 1 mile, keep right." The road was familiar. I'd done this route plenty. There were always cops somewhere near the bridge, always tourists, always the occasional drunk weaving on a scooter. And then in my rearview mirror, something finally appeared where Miles's reflection should have been. Not his face, not his body, a smear, like a fingerprint dragged across glass. A subtle distortion in the air, warping the streetlights behind him into a thin, wavering ribbon. I swallowed. Miles leaned forward slightly, as if he could sense my attention. "You okay up there?" I wanted to say yes. I wanted to keep the ride simple. But my heart had started doing that annoying thing where it tries to climb out of your chest and take over your decisions. "Can I ask you something?" I said, and immediately regretted how tight my voice sounded. Sure, I picked my words carefully, because there are 1,000 ways to sound crazy and only one way to sound normal. "Do you mind if I adjust the mirror again?" I said. "It's been acting weird." Miles was quiet for a beat. Then, "Go ahead." I reached up with my right hand, still watching the road, and tilted the mirror down and up again. The movement was small, controlled. The smear moved with the mirror, stayed in the same place relative to him, like it belonged to him. My mouth went dry. Up ahead, near the Rosslyn exit, I saw the glow of blue lights on the shoulder police, maybe a traffic stop. The kind of thing that usually makes you slow down without meaning to. In my head, 2 options presented themselves with the blunt simplicity of survival math. Keep going. Drop him off. Tell myself mirrors are imperfect and brains are worse. Or pull over near the police lights, make it look like a car issue. Ask for help. Put other eyes on the situation before I drove any deeper into whatever this was. My hands stayed steady on the wheel, but my thoughts weren't. Miles sat quietly behind me, breath measured, as if he was waiting for my decision. The GPS voice repeated, calm and indifferent, "Keep right." And I had to choose. I didn't take the Rosslyn exit. I don't remember making the decision in some heroic, cinematic way. I just felt my right hand drift, slow but definite, and the car edged toward the shoulder instead of the ramp. The blue lights ahead painted the wet asphalt in jittery pulses. A Virginia State police cruiser sat behind a stalled SUV with its hazards blinking weakly. Miles leaned forward slightly. "You missed the turn." "Yeah," I said, already flicking on my hazard lights. "Engine S been acting weird. Figured I'd check it before I crossed the bridge fully." That was half true. The engine had been fine all night, but if I needed a reason, that one sounded practical. He leaned back again. "We're close." "I know." I pulled in about 30 yards behind the police cruiser, leaving space. The wind off the river rocked the car again, harder this time. My dashboard clock read 12:19 a.m. The officer near the SUV glanced over at me, assessing. His hand rested casually near his belt, but not tense. I rolled my window down halfway. Cold air flooded in, sharp and metallic. I turned in my seat. "Look," I said, keeping my voice level, "I'm not trying to be weird. I need to check something." Miles's eyes held mine for a second longer than comfortable. They were brown, ordinary, no flicker, no twitch. "Check what?" he asked. "Mirror," I said before I could stop myself. A pause, not dramatic, just long enough to feel like it meant something. "What about it?" he asked. "I think it's distorting things. I just want to step out and look at the back window from outside." "You're pulling over because of a mirror." His tone wasn't mocking. It was measured, almost clinical. "I've been driving for hours," I said. "I'd rather not cross into Arlington if something's off." He studied me. "You seem anxious." "I'm fine." "You're not." Words weren't aggressive. They were observational. That made them worse. I pushed the door open. The wind shoved it back toward me, and I had to brace it with my shoulder as I stepped out. The cold slapped my face hard enough to clear my head a little. The officer near the SUV called out, "Everything all right?" "Yeah," I said, raising a hand. "Just checking my car." He nodded once and went back to the stranded driver, a woman in a puffer jacket clutching her phone. I walked around to the rear of my car. The taillights glowed red against the damp pavement. The rear window was slightly fogged from inside, but not opaque. I leaned down and looked through it. Miles sat exactly where he should be, upright, seatbelt on, hands folded loosely. He was looking down at his phone now, screen dim. I shifted slightly to change the angle. The glass reflected me faintly, my coat, my face, the police lights flashing behind. And him. For a second, I saw his reflection in the rear glass, faint but present. A normal double image. Nothing missing. Nothing smeared. I exhaled, a laugh escaping before I could stop it. Idiot, I muttered to myself. Fatigue, glare, anxiety, that's all it was. I straightened and walked to the driver's side door. When I got back in, Miles didn't look up. All good, he asked. Yeah, I said, a little too brightly. Just fog. Looks fine from outside. That's good, he said. I adjusted the mirror again. Blank. The rear window behind him was just darkness. No reflection of his face. No faint double of his shoulders. The headrest still reflected. The shape of the back seat still reflected, just not him. My stomach tightened. I glanced back physically, twisting in my seat. He was there, solid, breathing. I looked back at the mirror, nothing. I felt a spike of heat in my chest that had nothing to do with the heater. Okay, I said under my breath. Okay, what? He asked. I forced a steady inhale. Have you had anything to drink tonight? He blinked slowly. No, I hesitated. Any medications? Anything that would, I don't know, mess with lighting. Mess with lighting. His voice stayed calm, but I saw his jaw tighten slightly. I'm just asking. Are you feeling all right? He asked. The words landed too cleanly. The officer's blue lights strobed through the cabin, slicing across Miles's face. For a fraction of a second, in the mirror, I saw the smear again, thin, warping, like heat rising off asphalt. Then it was gone. I need you to step out of the car, I said. He stared at me. I'm sorry. I just need to make sure everything's okay. Outside, with the glass, you already checked. I need to check with you out of the seat. Silence filled the car, thick and mechanical. The engine hummed. The wind rattled something loose under my hood. Miles's expression changed, not anger, not fear, calculation. You think I'm doing something? He asked quietly. I don't know what I think. You're accusing me of what? I'm not accusing you of anything. You just asked me if I'm on medication that affects lighting. I swallowed. I'm trying to figure something out. What? I didn't answer. He looked past me toward the police cruiser. You want to involve them? That hadn't been the plan, not directly, but the possibility hung there. Do you? He asked. No, I said quickly. Too quickly. He nodded once, as if confirming something to himself. I have a meeting early, he said. I requested a ride. You accepted it. I haven't done anything to you. I know, then drive. His voice wasn't raised. It wasn't threatening. It was firm in a way that made it clear he expected compliance. My heart thudded hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. This was the part where my private fear crept in. The fear that I was misperceiving something real. That I was about to humiliate myself in front of a stranger and a police officer because my brain decided to glitch. I imagined walking up to the officer and saying, "Excuse me, my passenger doesn't reflect in mirrors." I could see the look, the questions, the suggestion that maybe I shouldn't be driving tonight. I needed this income. I needed the distraction. I couldn't afford a report in the Uber system about erratic behavior, but I also couldn't ignore what I was seeing. Just humor me, I said. Step out for 30 seconds. No, the word was soft but final. Why not? Because I don't feel safe getting out on a bridge shoulder at midnight while my driver is acting unsettled. Unsettled. I'm not unsettled. You pulled over because of a mirror. That's not illegal. No, he agreed. It's not. We stared at each other through the thin space between seats. Behind us, the officer finished with the SUV. The cruiser's blue lights shut off, plunging the area back into ordinary darkness. The police car pulled out, past us slowly. The officer glanced in, curious but not stopping. And just like that, my safety net rolled away. Miles watched the cruiser disappear. "Well," he said, "there goes your audience." The wind rocked the car again, harder this time. A truck thundered past in the next lane, making my Accord shudder. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. I ignored it. It buzzed again. Same number. Miles's eyes flicked to the screen. "You going to get that?" he asked. No. It buzzed a third time. Against my better judgment, I tapped accept and put it on speaker without thinking. "Hello." Silence for a beat. Then a faint sound, breathing. Not heavy, not exaggerated, just present. "Hello," I repeated. The line clicked dead. I stared at my phone. Miles didn't move. "Spam," I said, though it didn't sound convincing even to me. "Probably," he agreed. The GPS chimed again, impatient. "Proceed to route." I made a decision that felt like compromise. "Fine," I said. "We'll finish the ride." I eased the car back into traffic. As we drove off the bridge into Roslyn, the buildings rose around us, glass and steel catching the streetlights in fractured patterns. The Marriott sign glowed red ahead. I kept my eyes on the road. I forced myself not to look at the mirror. For almost 30 seconds, I succeeded. Then instinct won. I glanced up. The smear was stronger now. Not just a faint distortion, more like the air behind him was subtly bending. His physical form was there in the car, but in the mirror, the space he occupied seemed to ripple like heat haze. My hands tightened on the wheel. "Tell me something," Miles said. "What? Have you been sleeping?" "Yes." "How much?" "Enough." "You don't look like it." I let out a short breath. "You're not my doctor." "No," he said, "but you're responsible for me right now." The words hit harder than they should have. Responsible. If I was losing it, even a little, that wasn't just my problem. It was his too. We approached a red light at North Lynn Street. The Marriott was 1 block away. My phone buzzed again. Same unknown number. And this time, a text followed. "You're looking at it wrong." The message preview flashed across my screen before I could stop it. My chest tightened so fast it almost hurt. Miles saw it. I knew he saw it from the way his eyes flicked down. "Friend of yours?" he asked. I didn't answer. Another text. "Mirrors only show what's behind you." I felt a thin thread of panic unravel in my gut. Hit the brakes a little too hard as the light changed, earning a honk from the car behind me. "Pull over," I said. "We're almost there," Miles replied. "Pull over," I repeated, but this time it was to myself. I veered into a narrow side street just before the hotel entrance, tires splashing through a shallow puddle. I stopped under a dim street lamp. The engine idled. My phone buzzed again. Look forward. I didn't want to. I didn't. I stared straight ahead at the windshield. The glass was clear now. No fog. Just the empty street stretching in front of me. Then, slowly, I shifted my eyes not to the mirror, to the windshield itself. For a fraction of a second, in the faint reflection of the dashboard lights on the glass, I saw something where my own reflection should have been. A gap, not Miles, not a smear. A space where my face should have faintly echoed back at me. I blinked hard. It was gone. My breath came shallow. Behind me, Miles's voice was very steady. "You see it now, don't you?" I didn't turn around. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice thin. "I want to get out of this car," he said. The passenger side rear door handle clicked. and I realized I had hit the child lock earlier in the night without thinking. The door didn't open. He tried again. Nothing. We were alone on a narrow Rosslyn side street. No police lights, no bystanders, just the two of us, and my phone vibrating again in my lap. The child lock clicked again under Miles's hand. Nothing. He leaned forward, voice still steady, but thinner now. Unlock it. I didn't move. The narrow side street we'd pulled onto ran parallel to North Lynn Street, 1 block west of the Marriott. To our right was a low concrete parking garage entrance with a metal roll-up gate halfway down. To our left, a line of bare trees and a strip of sidewalk that led back toward the bridge. A single street lamp flickered overhead, not dramatically, just a faint pulse like it couldn't decide how bright it wanted to be. My phone buzzed again in my lap. You locked him in. My throat tightened. Unlock it, Miles repeated louder now. This isn't funny. It's not funny, I said. My voice sounded far away to me, like I was hearing it through a wall. Another buzz. Now you're both behind something. Who's texting you? He asked. I don't know. That's not an answer. I forced myself to look at the rearview mirror. The smear was there again, faint, but unmistakable, like heat rising from asphalt behind his head. It shimmered slightly with each pulse of the street lamp. You can see something, can't you? He asked. I didn't respond. Is it me? He pressed. The question hit too close. Just hold on, I said, fumbling for the child lock switch on the driver's door. My fingers felt clumsy, like they belonged to someone else. I flicked the lock off. There, I said. He pulled the handle. The door opened a few inches before I instinctively hit the central lock button. The click echoed loud in the small space. He froze. You just locked it again. I didn't mean to. You did. I didn't. My heart was beating so hard my vision felt slightly narrowed at the edges. He leaned forward until his face was level with my shoulder. I could feel his breath on the side of my neck now. Listen to me, he said lower. You're not well. You don't get to say that. You're seeing something that isn't happening. You don't know that. He held my gaze in the mirror. For a second, just a second, I saw his reflection fully. Clear, crisp, no distortion. Then the smear rolled back over it like oil over water. I sucked in a breath. Okay, I said abruptly. We're going somewhere with more light. Good, he replied quickly. Yes, that's good. Attempt 1. I pulled out of the side street and turned right onto North Lynn Street. The Marriott's red sign glowed to my left now. Instead of pulling into the hotel loop, I drove past it and made a left at the next light, heading toward Wilson Boulevard, where the buildings were taller and the storefronts brighter. Rosslyn at that hour wasn't busy, but it wasn't empty either. A few people stood outside a late-night pizza place near Clarendon Boulevard. Headlights slid past in steady intervals. I aimed for a brightly lit 24-hour CVS on Wilson. The fluorescent lighting inside would be harsh enough to strip any illusions down to their bones. You're taking a detour, Miles said. I need better lighting. You already checked outside. I need you out of the car. He exhaled sharply. Fine. We pulled into the CVS parking lot. It was mostly empty, 2 cars near the entrance, 1 at the far corner. The white light overhead was unforgiving, almost clinical. I parked under the brightest lamp I could find and killed the engine. The sudden quiet felt wrong. Unlock it, he said. This time I did, deliberately. He opened the door and stepped out. I watched him through the side mirror as he straightened his coat and looked around the lot. He looked normal, annoyed, not dangerous, not unstable. I stepped out too. The cold hit me again, sharper now that adrenaline was fading into something heavier. My legs felt weak. "Stand there," I said, gesturing toward the front of the car. He stared at me like I was insane, but complied. I walked to the front bumper and looked at the windshield from outside. The glass reflected the parking lot lights, my own shape, the CVS sign glowing red, and him, clear as day. His reflection stood next to mine in the glass, slightly distorted by curvature, but unmistakably present. I circled to the passenger side, checking the side mirror. There he was. I went to the rear of the car again, looking through the back window. Reflection. Normal. My chest tightened in a different way now, not fear of him. Fear of me. He watched my face as I walked back around. "Well?" he asked. I didn't answer. I opened the driver's door and slid back in, hands shaking. I adjusted the rearview mirror. Blank. The smear crept back in, faint but deliberate. My mouth went dry. Attempt one had failed. Outside, reality behaved. Inside, it warped. Miles leaned into the open rear door, not getting back in yet. "You see," he said quietly. "Nothing's wrong. Get in," I said. He hesitated. "Are you going to lock me in again?" "No." He studied me, then slid back into the seat. As soon as the door shut, the air in the car felt thicker, warmer, claustrophobic. I checked the mirror again, smear. "Tell me what you're seeing," he said. "I'm seeing you not reflect." "That's impossible." "I know, so it's you. I know." He leaned back, running a hand through his hair for the first time. The first crack in his calm. "Jesus," he muttered. "You need to end this ride." "I will." "When?" "Soon." Another buzz from my phone. Outside works. Inside doesn't. My stomach dropped. Miles saw the screen light up again. "Block the number," he said. "I will." I didn't. Attempt 2. I needed a third party. Someone neutral. Not police, too high stakes. But someone who could confirm what I was seeing from inside the car. I restarted the engine. "We're going to the gas station on Lee Highway," I said. "Shell. It's 2 minutes." He didn't argue this time. I drove north on Wilson, then right onto Fort Myer Drive, looping toward Lee Highway. The road curved under the overpass. The hum of tires on concrete amplified in the underpass tunnel, echoing around us. For one terrifying second in the tunnel, all I saw in the mirror was darkness, no smear, no reflection of anything. Then the streetlights resumed, and the smear returned. My breath hitched. That was just the tunnel, I told myself out loud. "What?" he asked. "Nothing." We pulled into the Shell station at the corner of Lee Highway and North Nash Street. The neon sign buzzed faintly. A single clerk stood inside behind thick glass. A man in a hoodie pumped gas at the far pump, earbuds in. I parked near the entrance. "Stay here," I told Miles. "Not a chance," he replied, opening his door before I could stop him. We both stepped out. I walked straight into the station. The clerk, a middle-aged man with tired eyes and a name tag that said Ravi, looked up. "Evening," he said. "Hey," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can you do me a favor?" He looked wary already. "My mirror's acting weird," I said. "Can you just look in my rear view from the driver's seat and tell me if you see my passenger clearly?" There it was, said out loud. Ravi blinked. "Your mirror." "Yeah." He glanced past me at Miles standing by the pump, arms folded. "Is there a problem?" Ravi asked carefully. "No, I swallowed. "I need to know if it's me." He hesitated, then shrugged. "Okay." We walked back out together. Miles's jaw tightened. "What are you doing?" "Just verifying," I said. Ravi climbed into the driver's seat. He adjusted the mirror slightly. He looked into it for a long second, then another. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might black out. "Well?" I asked. Ravi frowned slightly. "I see him. Clearly, yes. No distortion, no blur." Ravi glanced at me. "It's a mirror, man." Miles exhaled slowly, almost a laugh. Satisfied, my ears rang. Ravi climbed out, looking at me differently now. "You okay to drive?" he asked. "Yes," I said automatically. He didn't look convinced, but went back inside. Attempt 2 failed. Now it wasn't just perception, it was isolation. Whatever was happening only to me. Miles leaned against the car. "You need to call someone," he said quietly. "I can't." "Why?" "Because if I tell them what I'm seeing, they won't let me drive." "Maybe you shouldn't be." The words felt like a punch. "I'm taking you to the hotel," I said through clenched teeth. "Then I'm done." He watched me for a long second, then nodded. We got back in. As soon as the doors shut, the smear returned in the mirror like it had been waiting. My hands trembled on the steering wheel. My head throbbed behind my eyes, a dull pressure that felt like a migraine building. We pulled back onto Lee Highway, heading south toward the Marriott. Halfway down Fort Myer Drive, my phone buzzed again. I didn't look. Then it buzzed again, and again, relentless. Finally, I snapped and glanced down. A flood of messages from the unknown number. "He's not the problem, you are. You're behind something. Look again." My vision tunneled. "Stop looking at your phone," Miles snapped. "I'm not, you are, and you're swerving." I jerked the wheel slightly to correct. For one horrible second, headlights filled my windshield, an oncoming car in the adjacent lane as I drifted. I corrected hard. The tires screeched. Our fishtailed slightly on damp pavement before stabilizing. The other driver honked long and furious. My heart slammed against my ribs. "That's it," Miles said sharply. "Pull over, now." I did, not in a controlled way. I jerked into a narrow turnout near the base of the bridge ramp, tires bumping the curb. The engine idled rough. I stared at the windshield. In the faint reflection of the dashboard lights, I saw myself. Clear. Behind me, nothing. Not Miles. Not a smear. Just empty back seat. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I might throw up. Slowly, deliberately, I turned my head. Miles was there, solid, breathing, eyes locked on me. "You saw it," he said. I couldn't speak. "You saw yourself without me." My phone buzzed one final time. I looked down. A single message. "Now you can't go back." At that exact moment, my dashboard lit up with a warning chime. "Engine overheat, pull over safely." Steam began to curl faintly from under the hood, and we were at the base of the Key Bridge ramp again, traffic streaming past on either side. No easy shoulder, nowhere safe to abandon the car. Retreat wasn't an option anymore. The car wasn't going anywhere. The engine warning light didn't blink. It glowed. "Engine overheat, pull over safely." Steam began pushing out from under the hood in thin, uncertain threads that turned thicker by the second. The smell followed a sweet, chemical tang of hot coolant and something metallic. We were at the base of the Key Bridge ramp, where Fort Myer Drive bends and traffic splits. Cars streamed past on both sides, headlights carving white streaks through the damp air. There was a narrow shoulder, barely a car's width, hugging a concrete barrier. I eased us onto it. The engine coughed once, then again. "Turn it off," Miles said sharply. I did. The sudden silence inside the car was violent. No engine hum, just the hiss of steam and the roar of traffic 5 feet away. My hands were shaking so badly I had to press them against my thighs to steady them. "Pop the hood," he said. I pulled the latch. "You stay inside," he added. "No," I said automatically. I'm not. Stay inside, he repeated firmer. You're not steady. He opened his door and stepped out into the rush of wind and passing cars. For a split second, as he exited, I saw his reflection fully in the rearview mirror. Crisp, whole. Then the door shut, and the mirror showed only the empty back seat. I sat there, breathing shallow, trying to swallow down the rising panic. The phone buzzed again in my lap. I didn't look. I couldn't. Outside, Miles walked around to the front of the car and lifted the hood. Steam rolled up, thicker now. He leaned back, instinctively avoiding the burst of heat. Through the windshield, I could see him as a solid shape in front of the car. But in the faint reflection of the dashboard lights on the glass, his form flickered, like it couldn't decide whether to be there. You're doing this, I whispered to myself. The thought hit me like cold water. Not him, not mirrors, me, the texts, the angle of reflections, the overheating, the near accident. I grabbed my phone. The latest message glowed on the screen. Look forward. My pulse pounded in my ears. I looked at the windshield. For a second, all I saw was steam drifting past the hood and Miles's outline moving in the glow of headlights. Then, faintly, I saw my own face reflected in the glass. And behind me, nothing. Not empty back seat. Not smear, just black. Like something had erased the space where depth should be. My throat closed. Another message. You locked him in. Another. You almost killed him. Another. You don't see what's behind you. The words hit harder now. Not mystical, not cryptic, literal. Behind me, I turned slowly. The back seat was empty. Miles was outside. Of course it was empty. But my mind filled it anyway with the image of him sitting there, silent, watching me. My breathing sped up. There was a hard knock on my window. I flinched so violently my knee hit the steering column. Miles stood outside, face flushed from the cold, motioning for me to roll the window down. I did. It's the radiator, he said. Coolant's low. There's a leak. You shouldn't have been driving. His voice wasn't accusatory anymore. It was practical. I didn't see any warning, I said. You were distracted. That landed. Another car blasted its horn as it passed too close to the shoulder. And stay here, he continued. It's not safe. There's nowhere else. There's a turnout up the ramp, 50 yards. If we push it with the engine off, we can coast. Push it, I repeated, staring at him. It's downhill slightly before the incline. We can get momentum. The idea felt insane. But so did sitting here with steam pouring out and traffic flying by. My phone buzzed again. I snapped. I unlocked it and dialed the unknown number back. It rang once, twice, then connected. Breathing. The same soft, controlled breathing. Who is this? I demanded. Silence. Stop texting me. A faint click. The call ended. Another text arrived immediately. You can't see yourself clearly. My chest tightened. Miles was watching my face through the open window. What are they saying? He asked. I looked at him. Really looked. Solid, real, concerned. They're saying I can't see myself clearly, I said. He exhaled slowly. Okay, he said. Listen to me. You're exhausted. You're panicking. And someone is messing with you. How would they know where I am? You're driving with the Uber app open. Your phone number's attached to your profile. Anyone you've driven tonight could have saved it. The idea hit like a slap. A passenger, not him. Someone earlier, watching, texting, playing on my fear. My stomach dropped. I had a guy earlier, I said slowly. Union Station. He kept asking weird questions about night driving. Miles nodded. There you go. Pieces started to click into place, not neatly, not comfortably. but enough to feel less supernatural. But that didn't explain the mirror. Or did it? My mind raced back to the tunnel. The lighting shifts, the angle of the rear view, the way the interior light and dashboard glow reflected at night, the way fatigue makes your eyes lag, your brain fill in gaps. I closed my eyes for a second, too long. When I opened them, headlights were filling the windshield. A truck was drifting slightly toward the shoulder. "Miles," I shouted. He jumped back just as the truck roared past, inches from the open door. The wind slammed it partially shut. "That's it," he snapped. "We move now." He closed the hood and ran back to the driver's side. "Put it in neutral," he said. "Release the brakes slowly." "You're serious?" "Yes." Traffic thinned for a brief gap. "Now," he yelled. I shifted into neutral and eased off the brake. The car began to roll, slowly at first. Miles pushed from the driver's door frame, then moved to the rear quarter panel as we gained slight downhill momentum. The steering wheel felt loose without engine power. The brakes were heavy. Cars honked as they passed, confused by the slow-moving sedan on the shoulder. "Keep it straight," he shouted. "I am." The incline toward the ramp loomed ahead. We were losing speed. "More," he grunted, pushing harder. I felt the car slow, then stop, halfway between shoulder and turnout. Traffic on both sides. Nowhere to go. My heart pounded so hard my vision blurred. "We're stuck," I said. "No," he said through clenched teeth. "We're not." He moved behind the car and put both hands on the trunk. "On 3, he said. "Release brake and steer right. There's traffic." On 3, a gap opened. 1, 2, 3, I released the brake. He shoved with everything he had. The car lurched forward, tires bumping over rough pavement. I cranked the wheel right. We rolled into the narrow turnout just as headlights surged past where we'd been. I slammed the brake. Silence, except for my ragged breathing. Miles stumbled forward, catching himself on the trunk. He leaned over, hands on knees, sucking in air. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then I looked at the mirror. It reflected the empty road behind us. No smear, no distortion, just night. I turned slowly. Miles was still outside, breathing hard. I checked the windshield reflection. Face stared back at me. Behind me, the back seat, empty, normal. My phone buzzed again. I picked it up with shaking fingers. One final message. Look forward, I looked. Steam still curled from the hood, but thinner now. The turnout was safer, concrete barrier on one side, a small patch of gravel beyond. Miles walked back to my window. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded, though it felt like lying. "You need a tow," he said, "and probably a break from driving." I let out a hollow laugh. "You think?" He gave a faint, tired smile. "Can I get out now?" he asked. The absurdity of the question hit me. Of course he could. I unlocked the doors. He opened the rear door and grabbed his bag. Before closing it, he leaned down so his face was level with mine. "For what it's worth," he said quietly, "I was always there." I didn't know if that was reassurance or something else. He shut the door. As he walked away toward the Marriott lights in the distance, I watched him in the side mirror. Clear, solid, reflecting like any other man under streetlights. My phone vibrated once more. Unknown number. I declined the call. Then I powered the phone off. The night felt larger without the buzzing. Alone in the car, steam thinning, traffic rushing past, I became aware of the physical toll. My hands were scraped raw from gripping the wheel too hard. My right knee throbbed where it had slammed into the column. A dull headache pulsed behind my eyes, deep and insistent. I rested my forehead, against the steering wheel. No magic, no ghosts, just exhaustion, fear, and someone who had figured out exactly which nerve to press. After a minute, I lifted my head and checked the mirrors one last time. Everything reflected exactly as it should. But the damage wasn't in the glass. It was in the doubt. I had almost driven into traffic because I couldn't trust what I saw. I had locked a stranger in my car because I couldn't separate perception from reality. And even now, sitting in that turnout with coolant dripping somewhere under the hood, I couldn't shake the memory of the smear in the mirror. Resolved, but not clean. The tow truck took 40 minutes. I remember that because I checked my watch every few minutes like it might speed things up. The steam from under the hood thinned into nothing long before the truck arrived. The night settled back into its ordinary rhythm, cars rushing past toward DC, the distant hum of the river, the occasional siren threading through the air and fading again. Without the engine running, the car felt smaller, quieter. The adrenaline crash came in waves. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. I kept flexing my fingers, watching the skin around my knuckles where I'd scraped them pushing the car. Tiny crescents of red where the steering wheel's stitching had dug in too hard. I powered my phone back on after 10 minutes. No new messages. The unknown number was still there in the call log, sitting at the top like it had earned that spot. I blocked it. Then I deleted the thread. Then I stared at the empty screen, as if that should feel like something definitive. When the tow truck finally pulled up, the driver, a heavy-set guy in his late 40s with a beard and a reflective jacket, climbed down slowly and assessed the car. "Overheat?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. He nodded like that was the least surprising thing in the world. "Radiator hose probably cracked. Happens more when it's cold. People don't notice the slow leak until it's too late." I nodded, grateful for the normalcy of mechanical failure, something that could be unscrewed and replaced. He winched the car up onto the flatbed with methodical movements. The metallic clank of the hook, the whine of the cable, the solid thud as my Accord settled into place. It all felt grounding. "Where to?" he asked. "Apartment," I said automatically. Then I hesitated. If I went home, I'd be alone with it, with the mirror, with the quiet. "Actually," I said, "there's a 24-hour urgent care on Wilson. Can you drop me near there?" He shrugged. "Sure." We rode in silence in the cab of the truck. The heater blasted warm air that smelled faintly of coffee and diesel. I stared at the windshield the entire time, watching the reflection of the dashboard lights, making sure my face looked back at me when it should. It did. At the urgent care, I paid him, thanked him, and stepped out into fluorescent brightness. Inside, the waiting room was nearly empty. A woman with a toddler slept slumped in a chair. A man in construction boots scrolled on his phone. The receptionist looked up with professional fatigue. "What brings you in?" "Headache," I said, "and maybe anxiety." She didn't react to that word, just handed me a clipboard. Nurse who took my vitals, early 30s, calm voice, steady hands, asked routine questions. "Any recent injuries? Loss of consciousness? Visual disturbances?" I paused at that last one. "Just stress," I said. "Long night driving." My blood pressure was high, not catastrophic, just elevated. "Probably dehydration and fatigue," she said. "You driving for work?" "Yeah, take a break," she said plainly. "Brains don't like being pushed." They gave me fluids, advised rest. No dramatic diagnosis. No psych evaluation. no one looking at me like I'd stepped off the edge of something. By the time I left, the sky had begun to pale faintly at the horizon. Not sunrise yet, just the suggestion of it. I called my sister as I stood outside. She picked up on the second ring. "You're up early," she said. "I haven't slept." A pause. "What happened?" I leaned against the brick wall of the clinic and told her a version of it. Not the smear, not the reflection, just the overheating, the near accident, the panic. "You scared yourself," she said gently. "Yeah, and maybe you need to not drive at midnight for a while." I stared at the parking lot, at my reflection faintly in the clinic's glass door. Behind me, empty space. "Maybe," I said. When I got home, after a rideshare back to my apartment, the place felt the same as always. Same couch, same kitchen counter, same toothbrush cup under the sink. But I moved through it differently. I didn't turn on the TV. I didn't check email. I went straight to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. It was an ordinary mirror, cheap frame, slight distortion at the edges. I stared at my own face. "You're here," I said quietly. My reflection said it back. I turned off the bathroom light. In the dimness, with only hallway light spilling in, my face became softer, less defined. For a split second, my brain tried to do it again, tried to erase something behind me. I turned the light back on immediately. Enough. I slept for almost 12 hours. When I woke up, the headache was dull but manageable. My knee had stiffened overnight, bruising blooming under the skin in dark purple shapes. My phone was quiet. No missed calls, no new messages. I opened the Uber app. A notification waited. Passenger reported erratic driving behavior. My stomach dropped. I tapped it. The report was brief. Anonymous. Driver appeared distracted and made unsafe stop on bridge shoulder. No mention of reflections. Mention of mirrors. Just that. I closed my eyes. That was fair. I submitted my own note through support, citing mechanical failure and providing the tow receipt. I didn't elaborate. Later that afternoon, I received an automated message. My account was temporarily under review pending investigation. Not permanent suspension. Not yet. Just review. It felt like being put on probation by something faceless. I sat at my kitchen table and replayed the night in small, clinical pieces. The smear, the texts, the overheating, the tunnel, the way Miles had said I was always there. I looked up his name in the ride history. Miles Dawson, 4.92 rating, no profile photo, no prior rides with me. I searched the unknown number online. Nothing tied to a name, just a VoIP service. It could have been anyone. That night, I walked to a nearby grocery store instead of driving. I noticed reflections everywhere. Store windows, car doors, refrigerator glass in the frozen aisle. Checked each one unconsciously. Everything behaved. At checkout, the cashier, a teenage girl with tired eyes, handed me my receipt. "Have a good one," she said automatically. "You too," I replied. Outside, the streetlights flicked on as dusk settled. I paused at the corner, waiting for the walk signal. In the darkened window of a closed storefront, I saw my reflection again. Behind me, cars moved. People walked. I forced myself not to turn around immediately. Instead, I watched the reflection. It stayed. Solid. When the walk signal chirped, I crossed. The Uber review process took 3 days. They reinstated my account with a warning about safe driving practices. I didn't log back in. Not that week. Maybe not for longer. Instead, I scheduled an appointment with a neurologist. It felt dramatic, maybe unnecessary, but I needed someone to tell me I wasn't sliding into the same slow erosion I'd watched in my father. The neurologist was patient, asked questions, ran simple cognitive tests. Nothing alarming surfaced. Stress can do strange things, he said, especially when you're primed to look for decline. Primed. That word stuck. I left with no diagnosis beyond fatigue and anxiety. On the metro ride home, I caught my reflection in the train window as it tunneled underground. For a brief second in the darkness between stations, the window became a mirror. My face floated there, suspended in black. Behind me, the carriage was a blur. And in that blur, for the smallest fraction of a heartbeat, I thought I saw a shape that didn't quite line up with anyone sitting there. A shoulder at the wrong angle, a head slightly too still. Then the train burst back into light, and the window became transparent again. People, seats, poles, normal. I didn't look back to confirm. I didn't need to. The rational explanation was easy. Reflections in moving glass distort. The brain fills gaps. Fatigue lingers. Gripped the pole and focused on the forward motion of the train. Mirrors only show what's behind you. That's true. But sometimes what's behind you is just memory, fear, exhaustion. And sometimes, if you stare long enough, your own mind becomes the thing that refuses to reflect clearly. When I got home that evening, I covered the rearview mirror of my car with a folded parking receipt. Just for a few days. Not because I thought something would be there, but because I didn't trust myself not to look for it. The world kept moving. Cars kept reflecting. And every so often, when I catch my face in glass at night, I still feel that small, stubborn question rise up. What if I'm looking at it wrong? That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here, dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that felt wrong was the receipt. Not the order itself. Late night burrito bowl, extra guac, 2 churros like someone was trying to bribe their own insomnia. That part was normal. It was the address line that made my thumb pause on the screen. Delivery. 14.5 Larchmont Spur. My app did that little spinning wheel like it was thinking hard, then dropped a pin in the middle of a river. I was already rolling because you don't sit in a running car at 11:47 p.m. in February and let indecision eat your gas. The heater was half working. The fan had a click in it like a playing card in bike spokes, and my phone was clamped to the dash mount at an angle that always made maps look slightly judgmental. Outside the windshield, the city had that wet glass look, streetlights smeared on the asphalt, taillights stretched into red commas. It had been raining earlier, and now the air smelled like cold stone and exhaust. I tapped the address, copy, paste into Google Maps. Nothing. I tried Apple Maps. Nothing. I tried the app's built-in navigation again, and watched it stubbornly insist the customer wanted dinner delivered to a moving patch of dark water. A glitch, I told myself. The app occasionally did stupid things. It once sent me to W8th Cent without a city, which is like asking a bartender for a drink. Another time it insisted an address in my zone was across the ocean, and the pin landed off the coast like it wanted me to toss a pizza into the Atlantic and call it done. I could still explain this. I pulled to the curb under a street lamp that flickered at regular intervals. Not spooky, just old. And the light made my dashboard look like a cheap aquarium, green digits, wet reflections, my hands pale on the wheel. I zoomed out, zoomed in. The pin jittered like it was trying to snap onto a grid line that didn't exist. The order notification chirped again. Leave AT door. Do not knock. A normal request. People didn't want their roommates waking up. People didn't want their dogs exploding into noise. People didn't want to see the face attached to their hunger. Still, do not knock always carried a faint edge, like a whisper in a hallway. I took a breath and hit the call button. The phone rang twice, then went to voicemail. No personalized greeting, just the automated voice. The person you are calling is not available. I tried the in-app message. Hey, I can't locate the address on my maps. Can you confirm cross streets? 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. My stomach did that tiny sinking thing it did whenever I saw an order that might turn into wasted time. Time was money, and night deliveries were a string of small decisions that either kept you afloat or didn't. Take the long drive for a bigger tip. Skip the confusing apartment complex. Gamble on the customer who never answers. Behind me, a car hissed through a puddle. Far off, a siren rose and fell, not close enough to care about me, just part of the city's background music. Somewhere, a metal gate slammed, the sound echoing between buildings. I checked the name on the order. Avery, no last initial. No profile photo. That wasn't unusual, but it didn't help. The app timer ticked. Deliver by 12:06 a.m. A small break from normalcy, I reminded myself. Explainable. Address formatting error. 14.5 could have been 14.12, and some systems hated fractions. Spur could be a private road or a dead-end service lane. Maybe it was behind a building and the pin was wrong. I typed Larchmont Spur into a regular browser search. It suggested Larchmont Avenue, Larchmont Boulevard, Larchmont Station. No spur. I stared at the receipt again. The restaurant had printed it without flinching, which meant the address had passed through at least one system without anyone's eyes catching. Or maybe it had caught and they didn't care, because their job ended at the counter. A horn beeped behind me. Not angry, just the quick polite tap that meant I was blocking a spot someone wanted. I eased forward, found a gap, and slid in behind a parked SUV with a baby ON board sticker that looked sun-bleached and tired. I opened the insulated bag and checked the food, more out of habit than suspicion. The paper bag was warm against my fingers. It smelled like cilantro, lime, and fried sugar. The churros were in a small box with cinnamon dust on the seams. Everything normal. And then there was the other thing. Tucked under the handle, stapled to the paper bag like an afterthought, was a second slip of paper, not the restaurant receipt. It was thinner, white and plain, like torn printer paper, and someone had written on it in clean block letters. Use Service Road. No lights. My first thought was, the customer left a note at checkout. Some places allowed that. Sometimes it printed. Sometimes the staff scribbled it if their printer didn't cooperate. My second thought arrived right after, quieter and more annoying. No lights, like my headlights, like street lights, or like don't bring attention. I held the paper closer to the dash light. The ink was fresh enough that it still had that slightly glossy look. The letters were too even to be a frantic scribble. It looked like someone who wanted to be understood. I set it on the passenger seat, face up, and stared at it longer than I meant to. A laugh burst out of me, too sharp, and then I stopped myself and looked around as if anyone could hear. No one cared. People at midnight moved through their own bubbles of purpose, keys, smoke, the quick shuffle from car to door. I wasn't scared. Not yet. I was irritated, and a little curious in a way I didn't like admitting. That was my flaw, if you could call it that. Curiosity that didn't know when to keep its mouth shut. It was why I clicked on news articles about home invasions, and then regretted it at 2 a.m. It was why I said yes to dares as a kid, and then acted surprised when I got hurt. It was why I kept doing night deliveries, even after my mother asked me, more than once, in that careful tone of hers, if I couldn't just do it during the day. My private fear wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was simpler and more embarrassing. It was being stuck somewhere with a dead phone and no one answering. Not dramatic stranded in the desert stuff, just modern helplessness. The kind where you're on the side of a road with a flat tire and you realize you don't remember any numbers because your brain outsourced that to a glass rectangle. The kind where your location is shared, but the blue dot is wrong. The kind where you can see houses and lights and people and still feel invisible because you can't make the system connect you to help. I checked my battery. 23%. I had meant to bring my charger in from the apartment. I had left it plugged into the wall next to my bed like a bad habit. My car charger had died 2 weeks ago, and I kept forgetting to replace it because I kept thinking, it'll be fine for one more shift. The app buzzed again with a message. Avery, you're close. Take the service road. That was it. No cross street. No clarification. Like service road was an obvious choice the way the highway was obvious. I typed back, can you send a pin or nearest intersection? My maps aren't finding Larchmont Spur. 3 dots, then nothing. I looked at the map again, and now that I was paying attention, the pin wasn't just in the river. It sat at the edge of a dark strip that ran parallel to the water, like a maintenance path. A line of nothing between a rail yard and the riverbank. The kind of road you didn't drive unless you had a reason. My app offered an estimated route anyway. It highlighted streets I recognized, then ended with a pale gray line that wasn't labeled, just a suggestion of asphalt. The city on either side of me felt suddenly more present. The hum of my engine, the faint rattle in my door, a bus sighing at a stop somewhere, kneeling down, its hydraulics complaining. A couple laughing too loudly as they crossed a street, their voices bouncing off storefront glass. I could go home, I told myself. I could cancel. Mark it undeliverable. The app had a button for that, buried under menus like it wanted you to feel guilty for using it. But I also pictured the order total and the potential tip. Late night orders were sometimes generous, and if I didn't deliver it, I'd still smell cilantro in my car for hours, like a reminder. My phone vibrated again. Avery, do not call. Just drop it at the door. Use the service road. You'll see the gate. A gate. Okay. That was at least a concrete thing. I swallowed, suddenly aware of the dry taste in my mouth. I hadn't eaten since late afternoon. I lived off gas station coffee and the occasional fries someone forgot to pick up, which was sad and also true. A car pulled up beside me and idled. The driver glanced over, not aggressive, just a quick check on why someone was sitting with their interior light on. Their face was lit blue by their own phone. When they looked away, I felt weirdly alone again. I started the car properly, shifted into drive, then paused with my foot on the brake. In my rearview mirror, my eyes looked tired. I'd been doing deliveries on and off for almost a year, ever since my day job at an event company started cutting hours, and then cut me entirely. My name is Mason Reed, 28, male, and I'd gotten good at the small rituals that kept night work feeling normal. Lock the doors, keep the bag zipped, don't step inside anyone's house, even if they insist. Trust your gut, but also don't be dramatic. I wasn't brave. I wasn't reckless. I was just a guy trying to make rent without thinking too hard about what that meant after midnight. I did a quick mental check, like I always did when something felt off. Keys, in ignition, wallet, back pocket, pepper spray, center console. Legal, cheap, and probably useless if it came to it, but it made my hand feel less empty. Phone, 22% now. Food, warm. Weather, cold. Police, not my friends, but not my enemies. If I called them because Google Maps doesn't have this address, I knew exactly how that conversation would go. They'd ask if someone threatened me. I'd say no. They'd tell me not to trespass on private property. They'd suggest I cancel the order. End of story. Which left the decision exactly where it started, with me. I turned the volume up on the radio, not because I needed music, but because I needed another sound in the car that wasn't my thoughts. Some late-night host was talking about sports in a voice that made everything feel routine and dumb. I pulled away from the curb and followed the route the app suggested. The streets near downtown were still awake, bars spilling noise, clusters of smokers under awnings, delivery vans double, parked with hazard lights blinking like slow heartbeats. I drove through familiar intersections, past the same mural of a giant orange cat I'd passed 100 times, past a convenience store where the clerk always nodded like we shared a secret. Then the buildings thinned. The lights spaced out. Warehouses replaced apartments. The river smell came back, mud and metal and old water. Streetlights here were taller and fewer, their pools of light separated by long stretches of dimness that made the road feel like it was being revealed to me in pieces. The app told me to turn left onto a road I'd never noticed before. There was no sign that said Larchmont Spur, just a narrow entrance between a chain-link fence and a concrete barrier. A small reflective marker that might have once had a number, but now just shone blankly when my headlights hit it. A service road. My phone screen dimmed briefly, then brightened again. 20%, like it was counting down for my attention. I slowed, looking for a reason to not do this. A no trespassing sign, a locked gate, a clear dead end. Something that would let me tell myself honestly that I tried. Instead, I saw what Avery had promised. A gate, metal, sliding, half open like someone had left it that way on purpose. No padlock visible. No security booth. Just an opening wide enough for my car. Beyond it, the road continued, hugging the dark line of the river on one side and the rail yard on the other. The yard lights were far off, orange and industrial, and I could hear, faintly, the clank of something shifting, train cars settling, or maybe just my imagination pulling sound out of the air. My hands tightened on the wheel. I stopped at the gate, engine idling, headlights washing the gravel and weeds in front of me. My car's beams made the world ahead look like a narrow tunnel. If I drove through, I was committing, not to danger necessarily, but to being somewhere I couldn't easily explain if something went wrong. If I didn't, I'd cancel and go back to the bright streets and tell myself I was smart. My phone buzzed one more time. Avery, please. I'm watching the road. Don't waste time. I stared at the message until the screen went dark and my reflection stared back. The choice sat there with me in the idling car: reverse and leave, or roll forward through the half-open gate and deliver food to an address that didn't exist on any map. I put my foot on the gas, just enough to feel the car lean forward, and held it there. I eased the car forward. The tires rolled over loose gravel with a soft crunch that sounded louder than it should have. The gate didn't creak. It just stood there, half open, patient. I didn't turn off my headlights. No lights could mean a lot of things. It could mean don't flash your brights into someone's bedroom window. It could mean the streetlights were out and I shouldn't rely on them. It could mean something more specific and more ridiculous, and I wasn't ready to interpret it that way. The service road narrowed almost immediately. On my left, the river moved slow and black, the surface broken in places by pale reflections from distant lamps. On my right, chain link fence stretched along the rail yard, topped with coiled wire. Every few seconds, there was a metallic knock from somewhere deep in the yard, like someone tapping a wrench against steel. The app still showed a route, but the gray line floated in empty space. No street name, no nearby businesses, just the blue dot of my car inching forward. I checked my battery. 18%. The radio crackled and lost signal, dissolving into static. I turned it off. The car felt suddenly smaller without background noise. My phone buzzed. Avery, you kept your lights on. I stared at the message. I hadn't told them I was through the gate. The only way they'd know was if they could see my headlights. A small prickle worked up the back of my neck, not fear exactly, more the awareness of being observed. I typed back, I need them to see the road. 3 dots. Then, just dim them when you get close. Please. The please softened it, but only a little. How close? I muttered and didn't send it. The road curved gently. Weeds brushed the side of my car with a dry shhht sound. There were no houses visible yet, just the river and fence, and the occasional utility pole with no lamp attached. Then I saw it. A low building set back from the road, almost blending into the dark. 1 story, flat roof, concrete block. No visible signage. A single porch light burned near a metal door, casting a cone of yellow that didn't reach very far. That had to be it. Slowed, then clicked my headlights down to parking lights. The road ahead dimmed. My heart sped up in a way that annoyed me because nothing had happened yet. The app showed I was 200 feet away. My phone vibrated again. Avery, stop before the door. I'll come out. I didn't like that. Leave at door was one thing. I'll come out changed the script. I pulled to a stop about 30 feet from the building, engines still running. My lights were low enough that the building looked like a shape cut out of the dark. For a few seconds, nothing moved. Then the metal door opened and a figure stepped into the porch light. A man, tall but thin in a way that made his jacket hang loose. He lifted a hand, palm out, not waving, just signaling. He walked toward my car at an easy pace, not hurried. I cracked the window before he reached me. He stopped a few feet from the driver's side, staying just outside arm's reach. Smart or cautious, I'm Avery, he said. His voice was normal, a little hoarse, like he'd been talking earlier or maybe just didn't drink enough water. He looked about 35. Pale, dark hair pushed back with his fingers, clean shaven, no visible injuries, no obvious signs of anything. I'm Mason, I said automatically. He nodded. Thanks for coming. Most drivers cancel. I almost asked why, but instead I lifted the bag slightly. Burrito bowl, 2 churros. Yeah. He glanced back at the building, then back at me. Listen, I need a favor. There it was. I'm not going inside, I said, not harsh, just clear. No, nothing like that. He stepped a little closer, lowering his voice. I need you to drive this around the back. The back. There's another door. My sister's there. She won't answer me, but she might answer you. I felt my shoulders tighten. Why would she answer me? She thinks I'm trying to take her somewhere. Are you? His mouth twitched, almost a smile. No, she's just not well, paranoid lately. She locked herself in. If she sees it's a delivery, she'll open up. That explanation landed in my chest and sat there heavy. I had delivered to plenty of awkward situations, couples mid-fight, parents whisper yelling about money, roommates pretending they didn't hear each other. But this was different. You can just leave it, I said. If she's hungry, she'll grab it. She won't open the front, he said quickly. She thinks I'll be there. I hesitated. My private fear, the dead phone, the stuck place, pressed at the back of my mind. This wasn't that. This was something else. But it was adjacent. How long has she been in there? I asked. Since about 9. It was now after midnight. She has her phone, I asked. Avery's jaw tightened. She smashed it. Of course she did. A train horn blew in the distance, long and low. The sound rolled over us, then faded. I can't get in, Avery continued. She locked the back door too. The windows are reinforced, long story. She's had episodes before. If she doesn't take her meds tonight, it's going to get worse. I studied his face. No wild eyes, no sweating. He seemed tired more than anything. Why not call for help? I asked. I did. He gestured vaguely toward the city. They said if she's not actively harming herself or anyone, they won't break in. And if I push it, they'll escalate and she'll never trust me again. He looked at me in a way that made me feel like I was being handed something fragile. I just need you to drive around back, he repeated. Knock, say your delivery. If she opens, I can talk to her through the doorway. That's it. It sounded simple when he said it. It also sounded like a situation that could tilt sideways fast. What's the address back there? I asked, stalling. He let out a breath that might have been a laugh. Same building. I glanced at my phone. 15%. If I drove around back and something happened, if my car got blocked in, if my phone died, if she panicked and thought I was part of something, I would be exactly where I hated being. Off map, low battery, no clean exit. Avery seemed to read something in my face. I'll stay where you can see me, he said. I won't come near you unless you ask. Why not just text her from my phone? I said. Let her see a different number. She won't trust that either. We stood in that strange in-between. The river moved. The rail yard clanked. Somewhere behind the building, a loose piece of metal rattled in the wind. I don't want trouble, I said finally. I don't either. Is she violent? No, he said quickly. Then slower, not usually. That usually hung there. And if she does open, then you leave. I'll tip you extra for trying. There it was, the transactional solution. I looked at the building again. No other cars visible. No other lights. Okay, I said before I could talk myself out of it. I'll drive around. You stay here. Relief flashed across his face. quick and unguarded. "Thank you." He stepped back, raising his hands slightly like he was showing he meant no harm. I rolled up the window and put the car in drive. The service road narrowed further as it curved behind the building. The gravel gave way to cracked asphalt. There was a dumpster tipped slightly on one side and a stack of wooden pallets leaning against the wall. No streetlights here, just my parking lights and the faint glow from the rail yard bleeding over the fence. The back of the building had a metal door identical to the front. No porch light. I stopped about 10 feet away and killed the engine. Instant quiet. The kind that makes every small sound feel intentional. I grabbed the bag, stepped out, and shut the door gently. The air was colder back here, less shielded from the river. It smelled faintly of damp cardboard and oil. I walked to the door and knocked. Not loud, just firm. Nothing. I waited, listening. At first I heard only the river and the distant metallic clanks. Then movement inside, a scuff, a pause. I knocked again. "I'm with delivery," I called. "Food order for Avery." Silence. Then a voice muffled through the door, female, young. "He's there, isn't he?" "No," I said automatically. "He's at the front." A pause. Then, sharper. "Is he alone?" The question hit me in a way I didn't expect. "As far as I know," I said, which was technically true. "You're lying," she said, but it didn't sound angry. It sounded tired. "I'm not," I said, and realized how unconvincing that probably sounded through a closed metal door at midnight on an unmarked service road. There was a scraping sound, like something heavy being moved. My heart rate ticked up. "Can you slide it back and leave?" she asked. "I can," I said quickly. "I'll set it down and step away." I crouched and placed the bag at the base of the door. Then I stepped back 5 paces, hands visible, like I was the one being assessed. I heard the faint click of a lock, then another. Then the door opened an inch. A chain held it. I caught a glimpse of her face through the gap. Early 20s. Pale, dark circles under her eyes. Hair pulled back too tight. She looked at me, not through me, not past me, at me. "Is he still out there?" she asked. "At the front," I said. "He said you haven't taken your meds." Her expression changed instantly, anger flashing across her face. "Don't listen to him," she said. "He just wants me to leave." "Leave where?" She hesitated. The chain rattled slightly as she leaned closer. "Did he tell you this address isn't on maps?" she asked. My stomach dropped a fraction of an inch. "No," I said carefully. She let out a short, humorless laugh. "He likes that," she said. "He likes that no one can find it." Behind me, somewhere toward the front of the building, I heard the faint crunch of gravel. I turned my head instinctively. When I looked back at her, her eyes were wide now. "He's not supposed to be back there," she whispered. The chain slid free. The door opened wider. And that's when the lights along the rail yard fence snapped on all at once, bright white floodlights that washed the back of the building in sudden glare. I flinched, blinking. From the front of the building came the sound of another engine. Not mine. Another car pulling in through the gate. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I didn't need to look to know the battery was lower. Behind me, tires rolled over gravel closer. The woman stepped fully into the doorway, barefoot on cold concrete, and grabbed my sleeve. "That's not his car," she said. The floodlights hit like a slap. White, industrial glare poured over the back lot, bleaching color out of everything. The cracked asphalt turned chalky. The dumpster threw a hard-edged shadow. The woman's face went flat and pale. I turned toward the sound of the second car. Headlights cut around the side of the building from the front, bouncing off the fence and pallets. The engine was low and steady, not revving, not racing, just confident. "That's not his car," she repeated, gripping my sleeve tighter. My brain tried to lay out the geography cleanly, like a diagram. Front of building, metal door, porch light, Avery. Side of building, narrow strip of asphalt connecting front to back. Back of building, me, the woman, my car parked 10 feet away facing the door. Beyond that, river on one side, rail yard fence on the other. Only one way in and out, the half-open gate at the front. The second car rounded the corner and came into view. Dark sedan, government beige, no visible logos. It rolled to a stop between my car and the path back to the front, blocking me in. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out in a navy jacket with reflective lettering across the back. Railway security. I felt a strange, quick rush of relief, so strong it almost made me laugh. Not kidnappers, not some silent convoy, just security. He was mid-40s, stocky, shaved head, flashlight already in his hand. He looked annoyed more than anything. "What the hell is going on back here?" he called. The woman let go of my sleeve and stepped back toward the doorway, like the light itself had pushed her. "I didn't call them," she said under her breath. I raised both hands slightly, still holding nothing. "Delivery driver," I called out. "I was told to use the service road." Security guy swept his flashlight beam across my car, then over the building, then landed it on the woman. "And you are?" he asked her. She didn't answer. Footsteps crunched on gravel from the front. Avery appeared around the corner, hands out, same gesture he'd used with me. "It's fine," he said quickly. I told him to come around back. Security turned his head slowly. "You can't be back here after 11 without clearance." "We live here," Avery said. Security snorted. "This is rail property." "No," Avery said, and there was an edge in his voice now. "It's leased." The two men stared at each other in a way that suggested this wasn't their first conversation. I stayed very still, my phone buzzing faintly in my pocket like an insect trying to escape. "Your floodlights triggered motion," security said, "and I've got a report of a vehicle entering through the gate." "That's me," I said. My voice sounded too loud in the bright lot. Security turned the flashlight on me. The beam was blinding up close. I squinted. "You got ID?" I did. In my wallet, in my back pocket. The act of reaching for it suddenly felt like a choice with consequences. I glanced at Avery. His jaw was tight. The woman hovered just inside the doorway. I pulled my wallet slowly and handed over my driver's license. He studied it under the floodlight glare. "You know this road isn't public, right?" he said. "No, sir," I said automatically. The address was on my app. He held the flashlight under his chin now, which made him look like he was telling a campfire story he didn't enjoy. "Address?" he asked. 14.5 Larchmont Spur, I said. He blinked once. "There's no Larchmont Spur," he said flatly. The woman let out a quiet sound, half a laugh, half something else. Avery stepped forward. "It's the old designation." Security ignored him. "You need to leave," he told me. Now, that should have been simple. "Attempt 1, leave," I nodded. "Okay." I moved toward my car, aware of everyone watching the small decisions of my body. I opened the door, slid into the driver's seat, and turned the key. Nothing, just a thin clicking sound. My stomach dropped. I tried again. The engine coughed once, then died. Battery, of course. I'd been idling with lights on. I'd killed the engine in the back lot. The cold didn't help. I stared at the dash. The lights flickered faintly. Behind me, security's voice sharpened. Problem, I swallowed and got out again. Car won't start. He walked over, flashlight beam bouncing across my hood. Pop it, he said. I pulled the lever and lifted the hood. The metal was cold under my fingers. The engine looked normal, which meant nothing to me. Security leaned in, sniffed once like he could smell a lie. Battery's weak, he said. You got cables? No, he exhaled sharply through his nose. You've got to be kidding me. Avery took a step forward. I can, security shot him a look that stopped him mid-sentence. You, security said to Avery, go inside. She won't, Avery said, gesturing toward his sister. Security's flashlight flicked to her. You live here? He asked. She hesitated, then, yes. You got a lease? Avery answered before she could. Yes. Security looked unconvinced. My phone buzzed again. I slipped it out. 10%. A text from the delivery app, customer waiting. Complete order soon to avoid penalty. I almost laughed. Can you jump me? I asked security. He hesitated just long enough to make it uncomfortable. I'm not supposed to, he said. Liability. I'll sign something, I said. Or you can just watch me sit here until my phone dies and your floodlights stay on all night. He stared at me for a long moment. Then he walked back to his sedan. Attempt 2, get a jump and leave. He popped his trunk, pulled out cables with the resigned air of someone who's done this too many times. We hooked them up. His engine idled steady. Give it a minute, he said. The floodlights hummed overhead. The woman had retreated into the doorway again, watching. Avery stood halfway between us and the building, not close enough to be accused of interfering, not far enough to be uninvolved. I tried the ignition again. The engine sputtered, then caught. Relief flooded through me so hard my hands shook. Keep it running, security said. I will. I closed the hood carefully, like loud movements might scare the engine back to sleep. Security unhooked the cables. You're leaving, he said. Yes, sir. I slid into the car again. The headlights cut back on at full brightness. I shifted into reverse and froze. The path back to the front of the building was blocked, not by the security car. Heavy sliding metal barrier that had dropped across the service road at the front gate. I could see it from here because the floodlights illuminated the entrance. A thick steel arm now spanned the opening that had been half open before. Security followed my gaze. Gate auto closes after midnight, he said. Motion triggers it. It was open, I said. It closes. Can you open it? He frowned. It's on a timer. Controls at the main office. Where's that? Other side of the yard. The rail yard. Behind the fence topped with coiled wire. You're kidding, I said. He didn't smile. You shouldn't have been back here, he repeated. My phone vibrated again. 9%. The woman stepped out of the doorway once more. It locks until 5, she said. Security shot her a look. That's not your concern. It is if he's stuck, she said, nodding toward me. Avery's expression had shifted. The earlier politeness was gone. He looked tense now, calculating. How far is the main office? I asked. Quarter mile, security said. Through the yard. Can you call them? They don't answer direct lines after midnight unless there's an accident. Then what? I asked. He shrugged, and the gesture made my pulse jump. You wait, on an unlisted road, with 9% battery, with a car that had barely started. I did quick math in my head. Engine running would drain the weak battery again if I shut it off. Idling too long might kill it anyway. If I turned it off to conserve fuel, I might not get it back on. My private fear pressed in, stuck, dead phone. No clean way out. Attempt 3 formed before I consciously chose it. I'll walk, I said. Security blinked. Through the yard? Absolutely not. I'll stay by the fence, I said. Just get to the office. There's active tracks, he snapped. Switches. No marked path. You don't know the layout. He wasn't wrong. The rail yard stretched dark and industrial beyond the fence, rows of cars, ladders, cables, puddles reflecting floodlights. I looked at the woman. Is there another way out? I asked her. She hesitated. There's a maintenance gate by the river, she said slowly. But it's usually chained. Security's head whipped toward her. That gate S for emergency vehicles only. Is it locked? I asked. Probably, he said. Probably. Avery stepped closer now. I have bolt cutters, he said quietly. Security stiffened. You touch that gate and I'll have you in cuffs. Avery's jaw clenched. The tension in the lot thickened like the air before a storm. Then something slammed inside the building. A sharp crash. All of us flinched. The woman's eyes went wide. That wasn't me, she said. We all turned toward the back door. Another crash. Glass this time. For one awful second, my brain supplied images it didn't need to. Then security's flashlight beam swung to a broken window on the side of the building. A loose pane had shattered inward, likely from the pressure difference when the floodlights and HVAC systems kicked on together. Old glass. Cold night. Not someone breaking in, just physics. The misdirection drained a layer of adrenaline from me, but not all of it. Everyone inside, security barked to the siblings. Now, the woman shook her head. No, Avery reached for her arm. She jerked away. Don't, she said. And there it was again, the fracture between them. My phone buzzed. 8%. The app sent another automated warning. The engine in my car made a faint, irregular tick. Security looked from the broken window to the locked gate to me. You can't stay here, he said finally. I've got rounds to make. Then open the gate, I said. I told you, then call someone. I told you, the woman stepped forward suddenly, moving past all of us toward the river side of the lot. There's a path, she said. If you hug the bank, you can reach the street 2 blocks down. Security swore under his breath. There's no path, he said. It's mud and riprap. I've walked it, she said. At night, she didn't answer. I looked at the riverbank. It sloped down sharply, lined with large gray rocks placed to prevent erosion. Beyond that, a narrow strip of dirt ran between the rocks and the water. If the gate was locked until morning, that might be the only physical exit not blocked by steel. But it wasn't meant for cars. And if I left my car here, the thought hit hard. If I left it, I might not get it back without a tow. I might get fined, or worse. But if I stayed, the engine sputtered and died. Silence swallowed the lot. All dashboard lights went dark. My phone screen dimmed in my hand. 7%. That was the moment. No more idling. No more easy reversal. The car was dead. The gate was locked. The floodlights hummed overhead. Security stood between rules and practicality. Avery and his sister stood between each other, and something I didn't understand. And the only open direction left was the uneven riverbank in the dark. Retreat, the simple kind, was gone. The engine dying felt like a door closing somewhere behind my ribs. No dashboard glow. No comforting hum. Just the floodlights above us and the river making that slow, constant sound like someone dragging a wet sleeve across concrete. Okay, I said, mostly to myself. Okay. I'm not staying until 5. Railway security, his name tag said HARRIS, rubbed a hand over his shaved head like he could scrub the situation off. "You're not crossing the yard," he said, voice tight. "You're not cutting any gates. And you," he pointed his flashlight at Avery, "are going back inside before I trespass you for real." Avery didn't move. His face had changed. The polite, controlled mask was still there, but it was thinner now, stretched tight over something impatient. "We can solve this," Avery said. He spoke like a guy in a meeting, like we were all being unreasonable. "Harris, I'll open the river maintenance gate." Driver walks out. Problem done. Harris's jaw flexed. "That gate is chained for a reason." "It's not your reason," Avery shot back. "The woman, his sister," I reminded myself, even though that word suddenly felt like a piece of clothing that didn't fit, had her arms wrapped around herself. Bare feet on cold concrete. Every so often she'd glance at the fence, as if she could see through it. My phone screen lit in my hand. 5%. No signal bars, just a little SOS icon that meant my phone could maybe talk to something if it felt like it, but not enough to bet my life on. I shoved it back into my jacket pocket, like I could keep the battery warm with body heat. "I'm taking the river path," I said. "You said there's a maintenance gate by the water. Show me." Harris's flashlight swung toward me. "No, I don't need your permission," I said, and heard my voice crack on the last word. He stared at me like he wanted to argue. Then his gaze shifted past me to the riverbank. "I've pulled people out of that water," he said, softer. "Not dead, hypothermic, broken ankles. You fall on those rocks. You're not just getting wet." The woman nodded quickly, as if desperate to agree with someone. "It's narrow," she said. "You have to go slow. And the rocks move." Avery made a small noise in his throat that sounded like impatience. "This is ridiculous. There's a chain. Chains can be cut." Harris's flashlight snapped to him. "Do not." Avery's eyes held Harris's, and for a second I saw something else in him, something that didn't care about rules or reason, something that treated obstacles like puzzles. He turned his head slightly, looking toward the broken window on the side of the building. Then he moved, fast. He stepped into the shadow where the floodlights didn't reach as hard, cutting toward the building's back corner. Harris started after him automatically, flashlight beam bobbing. "Avery," the woman called, and her voice cracked like she'd been saving it up. Avery didn't even look back. I ran a step after them, then stopped, torn between stupid options. My car sat dead. My phone was dying. The only authority here was a security guy whose job was to protect rail property, not me. And Avery was moving like he'd already chosen the direction all of us would go. Harris reached the broken window first. He shone his flashlight inside. "Avery, get out here," he barked. Inside the building, something scraped against concrete. A metallic clink. Bolt cutters, I thought. The way Avery had said it earlier, I have bolt cutters like it was normal kitchen knowledge. The woman flinched. "He keeps them inside," she whispered, almost to herself. "Why?" I asked. She swallowed. Eyes flicked to my dead car, then to the locked gate, then back to me. Because he likes things that open when they shouldn't." That sentence landed wrong. Not supernatural wrong, human wrong. The kind of wrong you hear in a true crime podcast when someone describes a person's quirks, and you realize those quirks were rehearsal. Harris was still at the window. "Avery," he shouted again. Avery appeared in the opening, half his body silhouetted by the flashlight beam. He had something in his hands. Not bolt cutters, a crowbar. He swung it up, not at Harris's head, but at the flashlight itself. Metal met plastic with a crack. light went out, and in the same motion, Avery shoved Harris back. Harris stumbled, caught himself on the wall, and his shoulder hit hard enough that I heard it over everything. "Back off," Avery said. His voice wasn't hoarse now. It was flat and clear. "Both of you." The woman let out a small sound and retreated into the doorway, like she wanted the building to swallow her back in. My mouth went dry. "What are you doing?" I asked. Avery's eyes flicked to me, ending the discussion. Harris recovered fast. He reached toward his belt, radio, cuffs, maybe a baton. Avery raised the crowbar a little higher. The floodlights hummed. The river kept moving. Somewhere in the rail yard, a train car clanked like it was rolling an inch on its own. Harris's voice dropped into something controlled. "Put it down, Avery." Avery laughed once sharp. "You don't even know my name." A beat. Harris's posture changed, just a fraction. Like the ground had shifted under a foot he didn't expect to move. The woman's face went slack with dread. "What?" I said, and hated how small it sounded. Avery's gaze slid to her. "Tell him," he said, almost gentle. "Tell him what you told the driver." She shook her head hard. Tears brightened in her eyes but didn't fall. He sighed like she was being difficult. "Fine." He looked back at me. "This place isn't on maps because it's not supposed to exist," he said. "Not for you, not for drivers, not for anyone who might show up unexpectedly." "Why?" I asked. Harris took a careful step sideways, keeping distance. "Because it's a service corridor. Because the rail company doesn't want liabilities." Avery's mouth curled. "Sure, that's the corporate version." Flicked the crowbar toward my pocket. "Your phone, give it to me." I froze. It was such a simple demand. Not get in the building, not walk to the river, just the glass rectangle my whole sense of direction depended on. My private fear rose up like bile. Dead phone, no help, no proof, no way to tell anyone where I was. "No," I said. Avery's eyes narrowed. "You don't get it. I'm not asking." Harris moved, quick, decisive. He lunged for Avery's arm. Avery swung the crowbar sideways. It caught Harris across the forearm with a dull, sick sound that made my teeth hurt. Harris grunted and fell back, cradling his arm. "Jesus," I breathed. Avery didn't even look at the damage like it mattered. He pointed the crowbar at me again. "Phone," he repeated. I backed away until my shoulder hit the metal door frame behind me. The woman was inches away now, pressed into the doorway like she was trying to become part of it. "Give it to him," she whispered. "Please, just give it, then go." "And you?" I hissed back. Her eyes flashed. "I can't." Avery heard that, and something flickered in his face annoyance, then a tight smile. Harris, hunched and pale, forced his radio up with his good hand. "Unit," he tried. "Static." He tried again, voice louder. Only static answered, like the air itself was shrugging. Avery's smile widened a fraction. "Dead zone," he said, like he was proud of the word. I felt my hand move almost on its own toward the center console of my dead car, pepper spray. A cheap plastic cylinder that had always felt like a toy. Avery noticed. "Don't," he said, and stepped forward fast. My fingers closed on the pepper spray, and I spun, arm up. I pressed the trigger. A thin stream shot out, and the wind off the river caught it. It blew back into my own face. My eyes lit on fire. Instant burning. Throat clamping. Breath turning into a cough that felt like it scraped my airway. "Ah," I choked, staggering. The woman grabbed my sleeve again, pulling me sideways into the doorway to keep me from falling backward onto the asphalt. Avery cursed, wiping at his own eyes too, but less affected. He'd been just out of the main mist. Harris made a sound between pain and triumph. Nice. Shut up, I croaked. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. I couldn't see clearly, just bright white floodlights smeared into a halo. Avery's footsteps came toward us. Get inside, he snapped at the woman. No, she yelled, and her voice surprised me, big, raw, finally uncontained. I heard movement, her shifting her weight, kicking something. A loud clatter. Then the scrape of metal on concrete. Avery swore again, closer now. I blinked hard, trying to force my eyes open. Shapes swam. The woman had knocked over the delivery bag. The burrito bowl rolled, lid popping, spilling rice and beans onto the ground like a ridiculous sacrifice. She didn't look at the mess. She grabbed the churro box, small, light, and hurled it at Avery's face. It hit his cheek and bounced off uselessly, cinnamon dust puffing in the floodlight glare. Not effective, but it bought a half second. Move, she hissed at me. She yanked me out of the doorway and toward the river side of the lot. My feet slipped on spilled food. I caught myself awkwardly and felt a hot sting in my palm, skin scraped against gritty asphalt. I stumbled after her. Stop, Avery shouted behind us. Harris, breathing hard, lurched forward to intercept. He used his shoulder instead of his injured arm, slamming into Avery's chest. They went down in a tangle. Avery's crowbar clanged to the ground. For a moment, it was just bodies and grunts, and the ugly sound of someone's breath getting knocked out. Harris was heavier. Avery was faster. Avery drove a knee up into Harris's ribs. Harris made a choking sound and rolled, protecting his arm instinctively. Avery scrambled toward the crowbar. I forced my burning eyes open enough to see the crowbar glint on the ground. I ran for it. My sneakers slapped wet asphalt. My lungs felt tight from pepper spray. Every breath was a shallow scrape. I got one hand on the crowbar. Avery's hand clamped over mine. His grip was strong. Nails bit into my skin. He yanked, and I went with it, losing balance. My knee hit the ground hard. Pain shot up my leg. Give it, he hissed in my face, close enough that I could smell stale coffee and something metallic, like old pennies. No, I choked and shoved upward with my free hand. I hit him in the throat, not a clean punch, more a desperate shove. He gagged and recoiled half a step, and I ripped the crowbar free. I swung. I didn't aim for his head. I wasn't trying to kill him. I was trying to make space. Metal hit his shoulder with a heavy thud. He yelled real pain, real surprise. The sound made my stomach twist. The woman grabbed my arm. Now, she said, river, we ran. The riverbank was worse up close. The riprap rocks were slick with algae and rain. Some shifted underfoot. The slope down was steeper than it looked from the lot. The floodlights behind us made our shadows stretch long and distorted ahead, like they belonged to taller bodies. Slow, she said, but her voice shook. I tried. My right knee screamed when I stepped wrong. My scraped palms stung every time my fingers flexed. My eyes still burned and watered, making the rocks blur. Behind us, Avery's footsteps pounded toward the edge of the lot. Harris, he shouted, furious now. Harris, stop them. Harris wheezed something that might have been no, or might have been go. We reached the narrow dirt strip by the water. The river was right there, dark, cold, moving, indifferent. The dirt was mud in places. My foot slid, and I windmilled my arms, nearly going over. The woman caught my jacket and hauled me back with surprising strength. Don't look down, she said. Look at the rocks. We edged along the bank, 10 feet, 20. The maintenance gate came into view, 2 metal posts with a chain looped through, exactly as she'd said. Chained, thick, rusted. "No," I whispered. She rattled it anyway, like the chain might give out if we insulted it hard enough. It didn't. Behind us, Avery appeared at the top of the rocks, floodlight glare behind him. He looked like a cutout against white. He held something now. Bolt cutters. Of course, he must have grabbed them from inside after all. He climbed down onto the rocks with careful steps, like he'd done it before, like he knew which stones wouldn't shift. "End of the line," he called. His voice carried over the water. My phone buzzed one last time in my pocket, then went dead. Screen black. Battery gone. I swallowed, throat raw. The woman stood between me and Avery, without thinking, shoulders squared, bare feet gripping wet stone. "You promised," she said to him, voice shaking. "You said you'd stop." Avery's face hardened. "I said what I needed you to hear." Harris's voice echoed faintly from above, strained. "Avery, don't." Avery didn't even glance back. He stepped closer, bolt cutters in his hands, and I realized the central, ugly truth wasn't complicated. He didn't need the place to be haunted. He just needed it to be hidden. Hidden meant no witnesses. Hidden meant dead zones. Hidden meant gates that locked. Hidden meant drivers who didn't want trouble. He looked at me. "Keys," he said. "Wallet, phone." I lifted the crowbar again. My arm shook from adrenaline and fatigue. "I don't have a phone anymore," I said, voice ragged. "Battery's dead." Avery's eyes flicked to my pocket anyway, like he didn't believe anything that didn't benefit him. The woman's breath hitched. "Please," she said again, softer. "Just let him go." Avery smiled without warmth. "And you?" Her eyes hardened. "I'll go with him." Avery laughed, a single bark. "No, you won't." He stepped forward. I swung the crowbar. He blocked with the bolt cutters. Metal on metal rang out sharp, sparking in the floodlight. The shock traveled up my arm. Pain lit my wrist. Avery drove forward with his body weight, forcing me back. The dirt under my heel gave, and I slid toward the edge of the water. For one awful moment, I saw myself going in cold shock, heavy clothes, rocks, the current. The woman lunged, grabbing my jacket and yanking me back. Avery took the opening. He shoved past the crowbar and grabbed my collar with his free hand, dragging me toward him. His other hand raised the bolt cutters like a club. I jammed the crowbar between us, pushing. My scraped palm screamed. My knee buckled. I fell to one knee on the mud, still holding the crowbar with both hands like it was a lifeline. Avery raised the bolt cutters again, and Harris tackled him from the side. Harris came down hard on the rocks, using his body like a weapon because his arm was useless. They both slid, stones scraping, and Avery's bolt cutters flew from his hand and clattered down toward the water. Harris wrapped Avery from behind, locking him in a desperate bear hug. Avery thrashed, elbowing backward. Harris grunted with each hit, but didn't let go. "Run," Harris rasped. "Run now." The woman didn't hesitate. She grabbed the fallen bolt cutters before they could go into the river and yanked them toward the chain. Her hands shook so badly, the jaws slipped twice. "Come on," she whispered. I grabbed the chain with my scraped hand and held it steady, teeth clenched against the sting. She repositioned the cutters, braced her bare foot against the post, and squeezed. Metal groaned. The cutters bit. The chain snapped with a harsh pop. The gate swung open. A rush of relief hit me so hard I almost laughed, then immediately felt sick, because behind us, Harris made a strangled sound. Avery had bitten him, or headbutted him. Something brutal and close. "Go," Harris wheezed again. We ran through the opening onto a narrow maintenance path that climbed up toward street level. My knee flared with every step. My lungs burned. My eyes still watered, leaving the world smeared and bright. Behind us, Harris and Avery's struggle turned into grunts and curses, and the scrape of shoes on rock. Then a heavier sound, Harris's body hitting something hard. Avery's voice rose, furious. "You're done," Harris groaned. I wanted to turn back. The woman didn't let me. She pulled me forward like she was dragging the last sane part of herself out of that place. We stumbled up the path, hands grabbing at wet grass, boots slipping in mud. At the top, the world changed again. Streetlights, cracked sidewalk, a quiet 2-lane road. Normal, almost normal. Except we looked like we'd crawled out of a ditch because we had. The woman stood on the sidewalk, chest heaving, hair coming loose. Her feet were cut in 2 places, thin lines of blood on her toes. I bent over, hands on my knees, and tried to breathe without coughing. My hand throbbed. My knee ached deep, like something inside it had twisted. Pepper spray still burned in my sinuses. We didn't have a phone. We didn't have my car. We didn't have Harris, down there on the rocks with a man who'd just shown us exactly what he was. The woman looked back toward the dark corridor where the service road ran. "You think he'll come out?" she whispered. I swallowed. My throat tasted like chemicals and river air. "I don't know," I said honestly. But the gate behind us, this gate, had swung shut with a heavy, self-closing hinge. And in that moment, I understood the cost. We were out, but we'd left a man behind. And the place that wasn't on maps was still there, hidden in plain infrastructure, waiting for the next person to trust an address and a please. We stood under a streetlight that buzzed softly, the kind of light you stop noticing until you're grateful for it. My chest hurt when I tried to pull in a full breath. Pepper spray does that, makes your lungs feel like they've been wrapped in rough cloth. Every inhale was a shallow, careful negotiation. My eyes kept watering, even though the cold air was trying to dry them out, and the tears made the street lamp halo into a smeared white coin. The woman, barefoot, shaking, kept glancing back toward the maintenance path like she expected Avery to climb out behind us any second. He didn't. Not right then, anyway. Cars passed us. 2, 3. Each one slowed just a little, then rolled on. No one wants to stop for a guy with a scraped hand and a woman with bloody feet at 1 in the morning. No one wants a story. I tried my phone again, out of reflex. Black screen, dead. "I need a phone," I rasped. She stared at me as if I'd asked for a miracle. Then she touched her pocket and flinched, like she'd forgotten it was there. A cheap flip phone, plastic, the kind that exists for one job, call and text, nothing else. The screen was cracked. "I hid it," she said. "From him." "Does it work?" I asked. She pressed the power button. The screen lit dimly. 2 bars of signal. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What's your name?" I asked, because I realized I still didn't have it, and everything about that made me feel stupid. She hesitated. "Nora," she said, then, quieter, "Nora Vance." "Nora," I repeated, grounding it in my mouth. "Okay, Nora, call 911. Her hands shook. She hit a wrong button, swore under her breath, hit another, then held the phone to her ear like it might burn her. While it rang, I stared up and down the street, mapping where we were with the limited landmarks I could see. A corner store 2 blocks away with a glowing sign. A row of closed storefronts. A bridge over the river somewhere to our right, the faint outline visible against the low clouds. The city was doing what it always did, moving on. 911, what's your emergency? Came a voice from the phone, tinny and calm. Nora's eyes flicked to me. You tell them, I said. Just tell them what happened. She swallowed hard. We need police and an ambulance, she said. There's a man's security, he's hurt, and there's another man with a crowbar. We're by the maintenance path off the river. It's its rail property. The dispatcher asked for an address. Nora froze. I felt my stomach twist. Tell them the cross street, I said quickly. The closest one, anything. Nora looked around, panicked, then pointed at a street sign across the road. Easton End and Barlow, she said, near the river. The dispatcher's questions came steadily. Nora answered in fragments. I leaned in and filled gaps when I could. Dead car battery, gate locked, security guard named Harris, a man named Avery who demanded my phone and keys. The dispatcher asked for a description of Avery. I gave it. Tall, thin, dark hair, mid-30s, navy jacket. I left out the part about him smiling when things went wrong because that sounded like a movie detail, and I couldn't stand the idea of being dismissed. While Nora spoke, I noticed the tremor in my hands wasn't just adrenaline anymore. It was cold and shock settling in, choosing its spots. My right knee had stiffened. Every time I shifted weight, it sent a dull, deep ache through the joint, like something had been stretched in a way it wasn't meant to go. Nora's feet were worse than they looked at first glance. Small cuts, yes, but also bruising already blooming, toes swelling where she'd slammed them against rocks. She kept curling them without meaning to, like her body was trying to protect itself. Sirens arrived in the distance. Not close at first, then closer. Nora held the phone tighter, knuckles whitening. I think I hear them, she whispered, like it might change things if she said it out loud. Stay right here, I told her. Don't move, don't go back, don't. I'm not going back, she snapped, and the sharpness in her voice startled both of us. It wasn't anger at me. It was anger at the whole idea. The first police cruiser pulled up and stopped hard at the curb, lights washing the street in red and blue. 2 officers got out, hands near their belts, eyes scanning. I lifted both hands again, palms out. I'd done it earlier with Avery, and it felt sick that it was instinct now. Delivery driver, I called. My voice sounded wrecked. We called. The officers approached, keeping space. One asked my name. I gave it. The other took Nora's flip phone and spoke to dispatch while watching our faces. An ambulance arrived right after. EMTs in dark uniforms, moving briskly, asking questions in that practiced tone that makes you feel both cared for and processed. They looked at my hand, abrasion, embedded grit. They flushed my eyes with saline, which felt like relief and humiliation at the same time. They wrapped my palm and made me flex my fingers. Then they tested my knee. I tried to play it off until I stepped, and my leg wobbled slightly, betraying me. Likely a strain, possibly ligament involvement, the EMT said. We should get you checked. Nora refused to sit at first. She stood rigid, eyes fixed on the maintenance path. One of the EMTs coaxed her onto the ambulance bench and cleaned her feet. Nora flinched and hissed, then went quiet, jaw clenched, staring past the EMT's shoulder like she was somewhere else. The police asked Nora her relationship to Avery. She looked at me, then away. Not his sister, she said. The words landed like a stone in my gut. Not because I was surprised, some part of me had already known, but because hearing it made the whole thing sharper, uglier. What are you to him? An officer asked. Nora's mouth opened, closed, she swallowed. He said he'd help me, she said finally, when I didn't have anywhere. Help how? The officer pressed. Nora's eyes glistened. He had a place no one could find. There it was again. The map. The unlisted address. The officer's face didn't change much, but something in his eyes hardened, like a puzzle piece sliding into place. They separated us after that. Standard procedure. One officer took me aside while another stayed with Nora. They asked me to tell it from the beginning, and I did as cleanly as I could. The order, the pin in the river, the handwritten note, the half-open gate, the demand for my phone, the blowback from pepper spray, Harris tackling Avery at the river. When I got to Harris, the officer's gaze sharpened. "Railway security officer?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Harris, he got hit, arm, ribs maybe. He stayed behind." The officer spoke into his radio, and I caught fragments. Rail corridor, possible assault, need access, gate controls. A second cruiser arrived, then a third. A supervisor, flashlights, radios. Quiet urgency. Someone asked if I could show them where the maintenance path entrance was. I pointed. I didn't move. My body had stopped wanting to move. It was like my muscles had a meeting and decided they'd done enough for one night. Nora, bundled in a blanket the EMT had draped over her shoulders, watched the officers with a strange focus. "They'll get stuck at the gate," she said suddenly. An officer glanced at her. "What gate?" "The service road gate," she said. "It locks. It's timed. It doesn't care who you are," the officer frowned. "How do you know that?" Nora's jaw tightened. "Because he timed everything." "Who?" the officer asked, though they all knew. "Avery," Nora said. "He waits until midnight. He likes people panicking." She squeezed her eyes shut after saying it, like she'd tasted something bitter. The police did what police do with infrastructure problems. They called people who could open things. Rail operations, city contacts, someone with a code, someone with a key card. An hour passed in pieces. I sat on the ambulance bumper with a paper cup of water that tasted faintly like plastic. My wrapped hand throbbed. My knee ached every time I shifted. The night felt both too loud and too quiet. Sirens in the distance, a train horn far off, the murmur of voices around radios. At some point, an officer came back with a grim expression. They'd gotten into the service corridor. They'd found my car where I'd left it, dead, sitting under floodlights that made it look like evidence. They'd found Harris, alive, conscious, barely. His forearm was swelling. His face had blood on it from a split lip. He'd been dragged a few feet up the rocks, away from the water, as if someone had started to move him and then changed their mind. They did not find Avery. Not then. The officer didn't say it that way. Police language avoids making promises, but the absence was clear enough. "He ran?" I asked. The officer's eyes flicked to the river and back. "We're searching." My stomach clenched. My mind tried to invent a map of escape routes. Along the bank, through gaps in fence, deeper into the rail yard where everything looked like everything else. Hidden corridors, dark tunnels, places you could slip through if you knew the timing. Nora made a small sound beside me, like she'd been holding her breath for an hour, and finally let it out. "He always runs," she whispered. They took us to the hospital. Not together, separate ambulances, separate paperwork, separate statements. It wasn't punishment, it was procedure. But it felt like the night wanted to keep isolating us, even after we'd escaped. The ER was fluorescent and ordinary. A kid with a skateboard injury. An older man with a cough that rattled like a loose bolt. a woman arguing quietly into her phone about childcare. I sat in a plastic chair with my knee elevated, an ice pack melting slowly on my skin. A nurse cleaned my palm more thoroughly, digging grit out with tweezers that made me wince. They took X-rays of my knee. No fracture. Likely sprain, the doctor said. Follow up with ortho. Use crutches for a few days. Don't be stubborn. It was said kindly, like he'd met my type 1,000 times. They asked again for my statement. I gave it again. When the adrenaline fully drained, what remained was a cold, exhausted anger that made me feel ashamed because it wasn't directed anywhere useful. Angry at Avery for turning a burrito bowl into a crime scene. Angry at myself for going through the gate. Angry at a system that let an address exist in an app without existing anywhere else. At around 4 a.m, an officer returned to tell me my car would be towed out and impounded temporarily as part of an investigation. He said it like it was routine, which it probably was, but it made my throat tighten anyway. How do I get home? I asked. The officer blinked, then said something about a ride-share voucher. He handed me a form, a small kindness in a stack of consequences. By sunrise, the sky had that washed-out winter look, pale and undecided. The streets were slick but drying. People in puffy jackets walked dogs. A guy carried a coffee like it was the only thing keeping him vertical. Almost ordinary. I stood outside the hospital entrance, leaning on crutches, my breath making faint clouds. My eyes still felt gritty. My nose still had a ghost of pepper spray burn. Nora came out a few minutes later, shoes on now hospital-issued slip-ons that looked absurd on her, like she'd been dressed for someone else's life. Her feet were bandaged. She held a paper bag with discharge instructions and a list of local shelters and victim services. She stopped a few feet away from me, like she didn't know what distance was safe anymore. They said he wasn't there when they searched, she said quietly. I know, I said. She stared across the parking lot. Her face looked older in the daylight, not because she aged overnight, but because the night had rearranged something in her. She was trying to look composed and failing in a way that felt honest. I didn't lie about everything, she said suddenly. I know, I said again, though I wasn't sure I did. He called himself Avery, she said. Sometimes he is Avery. Sometimes he's someone else. He has papers, different cards. He told me it's easy if you know where to look. I felt a slow chill that had nothing to do with the cold air. Why did he order food? I asked. Why involve me? Nora's mouth tightened. He likes to see if people will come, she said. He says it tells you what kind of world it is, who follows directions, who asks questions, who cancels. My stomach turned. He picked you, she continued, then corrected herself quickly, as if the word felt wrong. Not you specifically, just whoever didn't cancel. The implications sat between us like a heavy object. Not supernatural, not mystical, just a human being building a trap out of infrastructure and routine. I looked down at my wrapped hand, at the abrasions that would heal into faint scars. What happens to you now? I asked. Nora shrugged one shoulder. They said I can't go back there, like I'd want to. Do you have family? I asked. She hesitated, then shook her head. Not here. An awkward silence stretched. Not the dramatic kind. The kind where you can hear a cart being pushed inside the hospital and a bird landing on a sign. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out the crumpled, cinnamon-dusted piece of paper I'd grabbed without thinking when we ran. The handwritten note. Use service road. No lights. I held it out. Nora Nora stared at it like it was a dead insect. "I've seen his handwriting," she said. "That's his. That should have been satisfying. Evidence. A neat line from cause to consequence. Instead, it made my skin crawl, because it meant he'd touched the order before I ever saw it. Or someone at the restaurant had. Or it had been arranged. How did it get stapled to the bag?" I asked, more to myself. Nora didn't answer. A car horn honked in the distance. Morning traffic waking up. The city sliding back into its daytime skin. "I'm going to have to talk to my insurance," I said, and the normality of the sentence almost broke me. It felt obscene to reduce the night to paperwork. Nora gave a short laugh that wasn't humor. "Yeah," she said, "paperwork." We stood there another moment. Two strangers stitched together by a place that didn't exist on maps. Before she turned away, Nora said, "He'll do it again." "Maybe they'll catch him," I said, though I didn't fully believe it. Not because police were incompetent, but because the city was full of gaps and blind spots and unlabeled corridors. People slipped through them every day. Nora's gaze drifted to the river direction, though we couldn't see it from the hospital entrance. "Maybe," she said. Then she walked toward a social worker waiting by a van, shoulders hunched against the cold. I watched her go until she disappeared behind the vehicle. My ride share pulled up. The driver rolled down the window and said my name. I got in carefully, crutches first, knee screaming a dull protest. As we drove away, the city looked ordinary again. Brick buildings, coffee shops opening, a jogger at a crosswalk. But every time we passed a chain link fence, my eyes tracked it longer than they should have. Every time we crossed a bridge, I looked at the dark water below. And when my phone, plugged into the driver's charger, finally booted back on, it lit with notifications like nothing had happened. The delivery app showed the order as canceled, unable to complete. No mention of why. No acknowledgement that a pin had been in a river, that a gate had closed, that a note had instructed me to dim my lights. Just a canceled order. I stared at the screen until it blurred again. Then, without thinking, I opened Google Maps and typed it. 14.5 Larchmont Spur. For a second, the search bar spun. And then, very briefly, autofill suggested it, like it had been there all along. My thumb hovered, heart thumping stupidly. The suggestion vanished. The app returned. No results found. I locked my phone and pressed it face down on my thigh like it had done something wrong. Outside the window, the city kept moving. And somewhere inside it, behind fences and gates and unlabeled roads, something stayed hidden, not a ghost, not a monster. Just a man who understood how much people trusted directions. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.